Order. The clerk will now proceed to read the title of the private bill set down for today.
Royal Albert Hall Bill, Lords, second reading.
Second reading what day?
Tuesday the 8th of July, Mr Speaker.
Tuesday the 8th of July. Thank you, Chair Westmeads. We now come to questions. Chancellor of the Exchequer, Seamus Logan.
Number one, Mr Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. There are currently no plans to review the operation of the Barnet formula. The Barnet formula has stood the test of time because it is simple, efficient and provides a clear and certain outcome. It is a key part of the arrangements for pooling and sharing risks and resources across the United Kingdom.
Seamus Logan.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. We know that if the government today passes its disgraceful, discriminatory and some say illegal cuts to disability support, this will almost certainly lead to a reduction in the Scottish budget as a result of the Barnet formula. That is a deliberate choice that Scottish Labour MPs will be making if they support these cuts, and for which they must answer to their constituents. So can the Chancellor or the Minister tell them, this House, and indeed the nation, exactly how many millions they will be voting to take out of the pockets of disabled and vulnerable people in Scotland, many of whom voted for Labour almost a year ago?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. One thing I can tell the Scottish people, Mr Speaker, and indeed the House, is that it's this Labour government that's given the largest real terms increase in spending to the Scottish government since devolution began. Billions and billions of pounds of extra money going to the SNP in Holyrood in Scotland. On devolved matters, it's for the SNP to be accountable for the delivery of public services to people in Scotland, where they're failing on everything from the NHS to welfare and the economy.
Lloyd Hassan.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. In the recent spending review, the Chancellor outlined plans for a multi-million-pound investment for essential building works at Budmouth Academy in Weymouth. We really welcome this new investment in our town for local schools, which will enable Budmouth to finally upgrade their school buildings. Looking ahead, will the Chancellor work with me to speedily deliver this new investment and ensure that Budmouth Academy gets the richly deserved upgrade as soon as possible?
I can't see it being relevant to the question, unfortunately. Bobby Dean.
Question number two, please.
Minister.
Mr Speaker, HMRC uses a range of data sources to monitor the wealthy population. International exchanges of information, including Common Reporting Standard and Foreign Account Tax Compliance Act data, offer opportunities to develop deeper insight into the international financial affairs of some of the UK's wealthiest taxpayers.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Minister will be no doubt aware of lots of reports of a so-called exodus of millionaires. These reports often quote high-profile individuals and city spokespeople, but there's rarely hard numbers behind these reports. And so I wanted to ask the Treasury whether they could verify Tax Justice Now's research that says that just 0.3% of millionaires have exited the UK, and that's remained low and stable over the last decade, and if they'll publish their own figures too.
Well, I thank the honourable gentleman for his question. And of course, when considering fiscal measures or financial changes, the figures that matter are those provided by the Office of Budget Responsibility. And the Office of Budget Responsibility has certified that the non-dom reforms the government have implemented will raise £33.8 billion in total revenue, and that figure accounts for some non-doms who are ineligible for the new regime choosing to leave the UK.
Mr Speaker, look, public investment makes us all more prosperous, but clearly that public investment needs to be paid for. Investment in our roads, in our rail, and indeed our energy infrastructure as well. Could the Minister set out how we are funding that public investment by taxing the very richest people in this country?
Well, Mr Speaker, my honourable friend is absolutely correct that the changes we've made to the non-dom reform regime are essential to raise billions of pounds to support the public finances and get our public services back on their feet. And I contrast it, Mr Speaker, with some of the proposals put out by parties opposite. Indeed, Reform UK's plans are a tax cut for foreign billionaires.
Mark Garnier, Shadow Minister.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr Speaker. So in a budget last year, as we've been talking about, the Chancellor tucked away around £10 billion over the next couple of years from reforms to the non-dom tax regime. The OBR, I think it's important to remember, said in its fiscal outlook that this figure was highly uncertain. And a high-level survey by Oxford Economics found that fully two-thirds of non-doms are considering leaving the country in the next couple of years as a direct result of these policies. That implies not an increase of £10 billion, but a decrease of £8 billion. The Chancellor has created a fiscal black hole of £18 billion with just one policy alone. So, Mr Speaker, in this week of heroic U-turns from the front bench opposite, Can the Chancellor of the Exchequer confirm if she will be axing this tax and when she'll finally condemn it to the HIS people?
Mr. Speaker, I wasn't really sure if there was a policy suggestion in that comment or not, but as he'll know, the fiscal black hole that we had to address when we won the general election was the £22 billion black hole that they left after their mismanagement of the economy. And as I said, Mr. Speaker, the Office of Budget Responsibility have confirmed that our reforms to the non-dom regime, our removal of non-dom tax status, will raise £33.8 billion over the 5-year forecast. And it is the OBR's figures which we will trust in that regard.
Rachel Muskell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Number 3, please.
Chancellor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Government is committed to ensuring that there are fewer sick and disabled people in poverty by helping them into work and getting them off NHS waiting lists. That is why, at the Spring Statement, we announced the largest investment in employment support in at least a generation. The Government has already taken action to tackle poverty, including with the fair repayment rate, which lowers the cap on deductions in universal credit. And we've increased the national living wage by 6.7%. Beyond this, we're investing to reduce poverty by expanding free school meals, investing in £1 billion settlement for crisis support, and we'll be setting out our child poverty strategy in the autumn. We've invested £29 billion in reducing NHS waiting lists, and since taking office, there are 385,000 more people in work.
Rachel Muskell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Many disabled people are really struggling right now. We know that 3 in 10 are living in poverty, as I can see in my constituency of York. But I was particularly taken aback by the Women Budget Group report, which highlighted that 3/4 of people that are going to lose their PIP and carers allowance are women. So how will she ensure that when fiscal decisions are made, that we look particularly at the intersectionality between women, disabled people and other protected characteristics to ensure that they're not pushed further into poverty?
I thank my honourable friend for that question, and she will know that nobody who's currently receiving personal independence payments will see any reduction in the support that they get. And in terms of supporting women into work and recognising some of those intersectionalities that my honourable friend mentions, this government have increased the national living wage by 6.7%, and sadly it is still too often women who are paid the lowest wages. Our employment rights bill will offer more security and dignity in work. We're rolling out more childcare, including new nurseries at primary schools. And today, my right honourable friend, the Business and Trade Secretary, will be making a statement announcing the launch into a review on parental leave, something that could be beneficial to all parents, all working parents, but particularly for mums.
Tim Farrell.
Mr. Speaker, does the Chancellor accept that cancer is a major driver of poverty? Not only, of course, people who are ill not being able to work during their treatment, but sometimes people who are happily cured find that they have collateral damage, which means they're not able to work at a full level throughout the rest of their life. Does she recognise that radiotherapy plays a huge part in making sure people are cured and then able to be productive in society, given that the international average for people with cancer having radiotherapy is 53%, the UK is only 36%, will she look at the economic advantages of investing in radiotherapy?
Yeah.
I thank the honourable gentleman for that question. We invested at in the spending review £29 billion additional every year in day-to-day spending in the National Health Service, as well as a big record uplift in capital spending in the NHS, so that there is more money for the equipment to do that vital work, including in cancer treatments, as the honourable gentleman mentioned. We have delivered in our first year in office 4 million additional appointments in the NHS and reduced NHS waiting lists by 250,000. That's only possible because of the decisions we took in the budget last year, like increasing taxes on non-DOMs, but also the increase in national insurance contributions, which has gone into funding our National Health Service.
Dave Bent.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. St Helens is ranked as the 26th most deprived area nationally, and this poverty has an impact on health and sickness from pre-birth to old age. As a country, we're spending more on crisis intervention and less on early intervention after 14 years of the Tories. Can the Chancellor please assure me and people in St Helens North that this government will do all it can to properly fund councils and health services to help more people live longer, healthier lives?
I thank my honourable friend for that question. It's a really important point and something that our Prime Minister is absolutely committed to, early intervention to stop the costs of crisis emerging later on. And later this week, my right honourable friend, the Health Secretary, will be publishing on the anniversary of the Labour creation of the Health Service, the 10-year health plan, which will focus on things to ensure that young people particularly those in poverty and some of the most deprived communities in our country are not let down and have a healthy start in life, and that's something that across the whole of government we're determined to achieve.
Today's disastrous welfare debacle is all down to her and her obsessive pursuit to stick to these grotesque Tory fiscal rules. But 150,000 people could still be saved from poverty if all the Scottish Labour MPs join those prepared to vote down this particular bill. Does she agree with me that if Scottish Labour MPs go through this lobby to support this bill, they'd be as well not bothered standing again?
This government changed the fiscal rules at the budget last year. A stability rule, so for the first time we pay for day-to-day spending through tax receipts, and then an investment rule which enables us to invest in those things that will help grow the economy, like energy infrastructure, defence spending and also transport and digital infrastructure. As a result, in the budget and then in the spring statement this year, we unlocked £300 billion more to be able to spend during the course of this Parliament, including the record settlement for the Scottish Government. It's now up to the Scottish Government to spend that money wisely and to try and reduce waiting lists in Scotland, as we have in England and indeed in Wales.
And the Minister James Wyle.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. First, it was a humiliating reversal of the Chancellor's winter fuel cuts. Now, welfare cuts that she rushed to meet her fiscal rules have been shredded, leaving unfunded spending to pay for. In October, the Chancellor said extending the freeze and income tax thresholds would hurt working people and take more money out of their pay slips. So does she stand by the commitment to end that freeze from 2028, yes or no?
Well, of course, it was his government, when they're on this side of the House, that froze those allowances, taking more money out of the pockets of working people. And despite that, they left a £22 billion black hole in the public finances. I'm not taking any lessons from the party opposite, who have opposed everything that is needed to invest in our public services, which is how we are in the mess we are in because of the damage that they caused.
Jones.
Question 4, please, Mr. Speaker.
Front bench.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With permission, I would like to answer this question together with question 22. The Government recognises the critical contribution that transport makes to our growth mission. The Government increased the capital envelope by over £100 billion at autumn budget last year and a further £13 billion at the spring statement. Taken together, this represents a big increase in capital investment. As a result, the transport capital budget, excluding HS2, will increase by 1.9% per year in real terms over the spending review period. This investment will improve connectivity in our towns, cities and villages, reduce journey times and increase transport reliability. For areas of transport that are devolved, it is up to the Scottish and the Welsh governments to allocate their funding and be accountable for their respective parliaments for those decisions.
Ruth Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I welcome the announcement in the spending review that railway projects in Wales, including 5 new stations east of Cardiff, will receive an extra £445 million in funding over the next decade. So could the Chancellor provide more detail as to how the money will be specifically allocated and when work will begin?
Thank my honourable friend for that question, and it was a pleasure to be in Cardiff just after the spending review and to look at the difference that investment this Labour government is putting into transport in Wales. The spending review and the infrastructure strategy recognised Wales's long-term infrastructure needs and how they'd been neglected for too long by the Tory party, and we delivered at least £445 million for rail enhancements. This provides funding to continue to develop and deliver the stations identified in the Burns Review, including Newport West and Somerton. Plans for future rail investment in Wales will be made in close consultation with the Welsh Government and engagement through the Wales Rail Board.
Steinbeck.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I declare interest as co-chair of the British Buses APPG. Our £15.6 billion commitment to regional transport through the spending review should be good news for bus manufacturing. However, Alexander Dennis's ongoing consultation threatens 400 jobs in Falkirk, another major employer at risk just after the closure of the Grangemouth oil refinery. The SNP's Scot Z2 scheme famously failed to invest in Scotland, where things are built and by who matters. Will the Chancellor act to guarantee our investment in transport is of maximum benefit to Scottish vehicle manufacturers?
I thank my honourable friend for that question, and it is important that as this government puts more money into infrastructure, including transport, that benefits companies and jobs here in Britain. And it really is not right that the Scottish Government spend more on buses made in China than they do on buses made in Scotland. There is nothing stopping the Scottish nationals in Scotland actually investing in jobs and growth in Scotland.
Graham Stewart.
MPs and councils of all parties across East and North Yorkshire are united in wanting to enhance connectivity in the area, have greener options and optimise the economic output of the area. So will the Chancellor work with us on a cross-party basis to look at the reopening of a direct rail line from Hull to York so those two great university cities are united by effective transport infrastructure once again?
I really welcome the fact that the honourable gentleman supports the investment that this Labour government are making in transport and infrastructure after the neglect for 14 years by his own party. We have increased transport spending by 1.9% a year in real terms in every year of this spending review period, benefiting all parts of the country, including Yorkshire, where both he and I have the honour and privilege of being members of Parliament.
Dr. Luke.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And the Prime Minister, the Business Secretary and indeed the Chancellor had the joy of coming to my constituency and seeing Myra last week. Now, they would have come via the A5. The last Prime Minister in his speech talked about the funding they'd submit for the A5. However, in the spending review, that seems to have dropped. Will she commit to the same funding that we had from the last government to the A5, because it's really important for my area?
I mean, the irony is that the last government made a lot of commitments. The difference is they didn't put any money into delivering them, and that is the difference that this government is making with fully funded plans to upgrade transport. Now, the DfT now have their settlement, and they will look at a number of projects. But the mess left by the party opposite is something that we have had to sort out, and they have not backed, the Conservatives have not backed any of the measures that we have taken to bring in more revenue, and yet, as we've seen, they're very keen on spending the money. Well, I'm afraid that is why we were left with a £22 billion black hole when we came into office a year ago.
Liz Jarvis.
Number 5, Mr Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. With permission, I would like to group this with questions 11, 23 and 24. Kickstarting economic growth in every region and nation is the #1 mission of our government. As part of our new infrastructure strategy, we have allocated £725 billion to building and rebuilding bridges, roads, schools and hospitals across the country, and also £2.3 billion in local government transport will benefit places such as Eastleigh and Gloucestershire, and in Wales, key rail routes will benefit from £445 million of investments.
Liz Jarvis.
Mr Speaker, small to medium-sized businesses are the backbone of the local economy in Eastleigh, creating jobs and driving innovation. However, local businesses, including the precision manufacturing firm GW Martin, have told me that due to the increased costs as a result of the changes to employer national insurance contributions, they have had no choice but to pass these costs on to customers, which makes UK manufacturing less competitive globally. What concrete steps will the government take to help businesses in Eastleigh?
I thank you for that question. Half of small businesses won't be affected by the employer national insurance increase, as she will know. And we will also be setting out a small business strategy, talked about small businesses, in the government's plan to support those businesses across the UK later this year.
Gavin Fuchs.
As my honourable friend knows, I am delighted with the spending review's investment in Welsh Rail of £445 million. It shows the power of two Labour governments working together and corrects years of underfunding from the Tories opposite. This investment in Welsh communities and Welsh business is extremely welcome and going to be a brilliant driver for our government's mission of creating economic growth. Would she outline what steps she is taking with other departments to ensure that rural economies and market towns like Monmouth, Abergavenny, Caldicott and Chepstow and small businesses across Monmouthshire can be helped to thrive and contribute to that growth mission?
Thank you. I welcome what you said. The government is also supporting the rural economy with over £2.7 billion a year for sustainable farming and nature recovery, and we're investing £1.9 billion to improve digital connectivity, which will be important to the small businesses and others that she mentioned. And as I said to the previous question, we will be setting out a small business strategy later this year.
Cameron Thomas.
Question 20, please, Mr. Speaker. North Gloucestershire is ready to jumpstart economic growth, but its existing advanced engineering and defence industries ready to drive the UK toward economic and defence objectives. Babcock, GE Aerospace, Moog and Safran already develop world-leading technologies, and the Garden Town project includes a further 100 hectares of employment area. Will the Minister join me in Gloucestershire so we can demonstrate this expertise and the potential for growth on the ground?
I thank him for his question. Defence companies are an incredibly important part of the economy, and he will know that we're increasing defence spending up to 2.6% by the end of this Parliament, and also it's only reached these levels ever before under a Labour government.
Max Wilkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The industrial strategy was right to highlight the potential for the National Cyber Innovation Centre in my constituency. If we're going to deliver that, we'll need to make sure that Junction 10 of the M5 is also done to enable the traffic to get around that development. This is a development of national importance. The Strategic Sites Accelerator has also been cited by the government. I'm wondering if ministers can advise me on how areas like Liberal Democrat-run Cheltenham and Gloucestershire can access that fund.
I will make sure he gets a meeting with the relevant Transport Minister, but I hope that he is as excited as I am about the £1 billion we're investing in the state-of-the-art Golden Valley development, which will create 12,000 high-skilled jobs and 3,700 new homes, which is obviously close to the GCHQ headquarters in Cheltenham, and I'm sure that's something he will welcome.
Right, let's come to July.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the Minister agree with me that the new Green Book, with its proposals on place-based analysis, will actually mean that left behind places like mine will start to get the infrastructure investment that we so desperately need? Would the Minister care to comment on that?
Absolutely. We pledged to reform the Green Book, and we're doing precisely that. We alongside the spending review, we recognise the strategic importance of investment in every part of the country. We want to realise the growth potential of places like she represents. She's a doughty champion for her constituency.
Paul Waugh.
Mr. Speaker, after years of unfunded and undelivered promises from the party opposite of levelling up, places like Rochdale are finally getting the fairest share of money that they really deserve. So can the Minister outline, just as she expanded a little bit on the Green Book, just how the place-based approach of the Green Book will actually help places like mine and advanced manufacturing in the Afton Valley?
Absolutely. Sorry, excuse me. That was nearly very significant. Thank my honourable friend for that question. As you know, we launched the transport funding of £15.6 billion for transport for city regions in his own constituency, and I'm really pleased that as a government we recognise the potential of places like he represents, and we're going to unlock that regional growth across the north and other parts of the country.
I'll just make the point again, we're a long way from Eastleigh. I don't understand how they're grouped in this way, because other people who should come on the order paper are being left behind and missing out. Deirdre Costigan.
Question number 6, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, the spending review announced significant investment into clean energy to strengthen our energy security and our economy. This includes over £8.3 billion for Great British Energy and Great British Energy Nuclear, and £14.2 billion for Sizewell C.
Deirdre Costigan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Although my constituents in Ealing Southall are no doubt sweltering in today's heat, they are worried that come winter they will again face eye-watering energy bills to heat their homes. The previous government left us with the leakiest homes in Europe, slashing grants for loft and cavity insulation. So can the Minister set out the work this Labour government is doing, not just to support the clean energy sector, but to upgrade my constituents' homes to take that clean, cheap energy energy and to bring down bills in Ealing Southall.
Well, I thank my honourable friend for her question, and she's an excellent advocate for her constituents in Ealing Southall, and I'm sure that many of them will benefit from our Warm Homes Plan, which will see £13.2 billion invested across this Parliament. That investment will be allocated to schemes to support the rollout of heat pumps, alongside energy efficiency measures and other low-carbon technologies. This will help, of course, with environmental goals, but crucially, it will cut bills and tackle fuel poverty.
Robbie Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This week, the previous 19% tariff on US ethanol falls to zero through a 1.4 billion litre quota negotiated by this Labour government, which represents the entire size of the UK's entire ethanol market, which will have hugely damaging impact for our rural economy, UK jobs and indeed the NHS, with government effectively offshoring the benefits of ethanol production and its byproducts to the US. So what conversations is the Chancellor and her team having with this green energy sector, where there is a huge number of job losses now at stake in Teesside and in Hull?
Well, thank the honourable gentleman for his question, and of course our colleagues in the Department for Business and Trade are having conversations with those businesses and industries that may be affected, but I hope from what he said he would welcome the trade deal that we got with the US, the economic deal which is so important for our prosperity and which will see us being the only country to avoid some of the tariffs which are affecting all other countries around the world.
Shadow Minister Gareth Davis.
Mr. Speaker, it's becoming clear that 1 year in, the public still don't know what Labour is all about. And the same could be said for their so-called National Wealth Fund. Not only has it invested less equity in clean energy than before the costly £7 billion rebrand, but it is also now rightly subject to a Treasury Select Committee inquiry, at which expert witnesses could not name a single thing it is doing differently. And the CEO of the British Business Bank now says the government did not understand what it was setting up. So can the Minister tell us, why has the National Wealth Fund invested less in clean energy than before the costly rebrand, and why did they U-turn on incorporating the British Business Bank?
Mr. Speaker, the Shadow Minister forgets to mention the fact that we've had £30 billion of investment in green energy since the general election, and I'm sure he will have consulted the spending review documents very closely. I know he's a diligent Shadow Minister in that regard, and he will have seen the investment that we're putting into Great British Energy, Sizewell C, small modular reactors, fusion, nuclear R&D, the Warm Homes Plan, carbon capture and storage. All of this is to make sure that we improve our energy security and bring down bills for good.
Jim Shaw.
Question 7, lucky 7, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The honourable member is always lucky, and I can reassure him that there will be an increase in the Northern Ireland Executive's funding through the AME forecasting process. This will be confirmed at the autumn budget in the usual way. But more importantly to pensioners in Northern Ireland, he will be aware that in June the Communities Minister confirmed that winter fuel payments will be available in Northern Ireland on the same basis as in England and Wales.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank the Minister very much for that very positive answer? What assessment has been made on the impacts of the winter fuel payment in line with inflation? And given the increase in the cost of living, does the Minister agree that the current winter fuel payments are up to the standard in terms of how far they will go to support those who are eligible? Thanks so much. Thank you.
I thank the honourable member for his question. Our priority at the moment is to extend eligibility for the winter fuel payments, as he and I have discussed on a number of occasions, but obviously that sits within a wider set of support. He'll have seen the extension to the Warm Homes discount announced in recent days, and he'll have seen the extension of the Household Support Fund. And of course, as he's well aware, social security is a transferred policy in Northern Ireland.
Chris Kay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the Minister agree that it's only because of the Barnet formula and a Labour government that Scotland, including communities in Stirling and Strathallan, now has record funding of £50 billion this year, and that it is deeply concerning that the SNP government in Scotland have no clear plan to invest this funding properly in Scotland's NHS, Scotland's schools and Scotland's local services?
Well, as so often, my honourable friend said it all, because we have seen record investment in the Scottish Government's budget, but what we also see is waiting lists that are not falling in Scotland, just as they are in England and in Wales.
Sir James.
Question number 8, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, we very much recognise the social and cultural value of horse racing, which is why on-course betting is exempt from duty and horse racing is the only sport to receive a government-mandated levy. We are consulting on measures to simplify gambling duty and improve compliance. No decision will be made on rates before the budget, and we are working with the horse racing sector to identify unintended consequences and mitigations.
Sally James.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I refer members to my register of interest. In Doncaster, we are incredibly proud of our historic racecourse, which is home to the iconic St Leger Festival. And as someone that has attended the racecourse for a number of events throughout my life, I can say that it's part of our local community and brings thousands of jobs. So can the Minister confirm that he will continue dialogue with the horse racing industry, noting that it brings 85,000 jobs to the country nationally and is the second largest spectator sport in the country, identifying that actually this is very, very different from online casinos and games of chance?
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's excellent to hear my honourable friend speaking so passionately about Doncaster Racecourse and the wider sector, and I can reassure her we will absolutely continue close dialogue with the horse racing industry on these proposals. I and my officials are working closely with the horse racing sector to identify any unintended consequences and possible mitigations, and we intend to continue those conversations with the industry, and of course we welcome further engagement.
Mr.
Speaker. How does the government assess the implementation of a flat rate in terms of improving fairness and simplification for all involved, reducing administrative costs and encouraging compliance?
Sorry, Mr. Speaker. I thank the honourable gentleman for his question. And one of the principles behind the reforms that we're looking to the gambling duty is to tackle, obviously, issues of compliance by simplifying the system. The consultation is open at the moment, and I would encourage him and anyone else who's interested in contributing towards that to make their views known.
Nick Smith.
Number 10, please, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My ministerial colleague Sarah Jones has recently met with the trustees of the British Coal Staff Superannuation Scheme to consider their proposals, and I have been monitoring the developments closely.
Mr. Speaker, can I thank the Chief Secretary for his answer? Last weekend I attended the anniversary of the Six Bells mining disaster. 45 men and boys died in 1960. I met Mervyn Frampton. His brother Keith was killed in that tragedy. Mervyn is 19 now, and we talked about when he and his buddies powered our country and were members of the Coal Staff Pension Scheme. Will the Chief Secretary please be mindful of those who risked their lives for us, but who are still owed pension fair play?
Can I thank my honourable friend for his question and extend the thoughts of the House to his constituents and the communities that he represents. My honourable friend will know that I've always kept the service and sacrifices of the mining communities in my mind, both in opposition and campaigning for changes to the Mine Workers Pension Scheme, which this government implemented at the last budget, and now in considering the proposals from the BCSS scheme. And I'll be looking in more detail at these issues over the summer and hope to say more in the autumn.
Number 11, Mr. Speaker.
Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government protected the smallest businesses from changes to national insurance by increasing the employment allowance from £5,000 to £10,500. That means that this year 865,000 employers will pay no national insurance contributions at all, and more than half of employers will either gain or see no change to their national insurance contributions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given the recent trio of U-turns that this government has demonstrated, they're keen to change their minds as well as create new multi-billion-pound black holes. Can the Chancellor do the right thing and U-turn on the increase in national insurance contributions to provide businesses with a much-needed boost in this sluggish economy that she has created?
I think it's a bit rich for anyone in the party opposite to mention black holes, Mr. Speaker, after the one they left for us to clear up. The honourable gentleman would have seen the Lloyd's Business Barometer, which has recently been published, that shows business confidence is now at a 9-year high, led by increases in confidence in retail and in manufacturing. And they referenced in that report the impact that the spending review had on boosting business confidence, a recognition that this government is backing Britain and backing Britain's businesses.
Bill Esterson.
Well, thank you very much indeed, Mr. Speaker. And the Chancellor is quite right to mention that business confidence is at a 9-year high. Doesn't it go to show that not only were the announcements in the spending review right for business, but her emphasis on stability and certainty in the economy is exactly what is needed. And it's moreover, it's in sharp contrast to the chaos, the constant changes of policy and the complete disaster in economic policy we saw from the government opposite.
I thank my honourable friend for that question. The stability that this government has returned to the economy has meant that the Bank of England has been able to cut interest rates by 4 times in the last year, taking hundreds of pounds off people's mortgages, which was had a big impact under the last government. But the reasons for the increase in business confidence also include the industrial strategy publication, the spending review, the 3 trade deals, all of which are boosting business confidence and have helped create 385,000 new jobs in Britain since the last general election.
Richard Fuller, Shadow Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Labour's jobs tax has really clobbered British businesses. The Office for National Statistics says the number of available jobs is collapsing. The Institute of Directors, perhaps the Chancellor hasn't updated herself on how British business thinks about confidence. The Institute of Directors says today that business confidence has plummeted. The Bank of England is warning of significant declines in wage growth. And the British Chamber of Commerce says taxes on businesses cannot be increased. But now, the Chancellor has bungled welfare changes, eviscerating confidence in the Prime Minister and blowing an even bigger hole in the public financing, meaning she will raise taxes yet again this autumn. So will the Chancellor avoid creating the same damaging uncertainty she did last summer by ruling out from the dispatch box today any further tax increases on British businesses?
I'm not going to take lessons from the party opposite that increased taxes 25 times. And when they increased taxes, it was always ordinary working people who paid the price. In our budget last year, we protected the pay slips of ordinary working people by not increasing their income tax, their national insurance or their VAT. And we didn't go ahead with the planned increase in fuel duty that the party opposite had planned. So instead of talking down the British economy, why doesn't the party opposite back the plans that are backed by British businesses to grow our economy and make working people in our country better off?
Daisy Cooper, Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Non-profit businesses and charities have been hit really hard by the jobs tax. Last week, my local Meals on Wheels service told me that businesses like theirs around the country are having to make redundancies and put up prices for vulnerable people. So in the context of today's welfare reforms that the government is pursuing, can the Chancellor confirm whether the Treasury will conduct any assessment of the increased cost of essential and charitable services that are relied upon by disabled people and their carers at a time when their welfare support could be cut?
Very good question.
Well, as the honourable lady knows, the changes we've made to the welfare bill will mean that nobody who is currently receiving personal independence payments will have a cut. And so the premise of her question I just don't think is correct. But in the welfare bill today, we'll also be voting for the biggest increase in the Universal Credit Standard Allowance for a generation. We will be voting today on protecting those people with the most severe conditions from having to be reassessed for their conditions, something which is degrading. We've got rid of the Tories' work capability assessment changes, which the courts said were illegal, and we're putting £1 billion into back to work support. At the same time, we're investing £29 billion in the NHS, only possible because of the national insurance increase rise on business, which the Liberal Democrats oppose, and yet that's how we're funding our NHS.
Rachel Gilmore.
Question number 12, please, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Government has committed £2.7 billion per year to support sustainable farming and nature recovery, supporting the rural economy, and we've also confirmed investment of £1.9 billion over 4 years into digital connectivity, as well as the £2.3 billion of local government transport funding for smaller cities, towns and rural areas.
Rachel Gilmore.
Mr Speaker, whilst I welcome the Government's rural growth plans, I am concerned about the persistent poverty faced in many rural areas. The additional cost of living in these communities, known as the rural premium, exacerbates hardship. What specific steps will the Chancellor take to support those in or near poverty in rural areas? And will the Treasury commit to revising the indices of multiple deprivation to more accurately reflect deprivation in rural and coastal communities, such as West Somerset and Mid Devon?
The MHCLG will be coming forward with further details of funding for the 350 most deprived communities across the country, including rural areas.
Jane Kirkham.
Mr Speaker, as one of the most deprived regions of Northern Europe, Cornwall benefited from Objective 1 structural and SPF funding. Can the Minister confirm that under this government, Cornwall will not lose out on funds for economic growth and the investment that our communities deserve?
We're supporting growth across the country and we'll be publishing further details of how we will do that in the coming weeks.
Jessica Turner.
Question number 13, Mr Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The 10-year infrastructure strategy is a key part of this government's growth mission, committing to a minimum of £725 billion of investment over the next 10 years to invest in local transport, affordable homes and modernising schools and hospitals in every part of the country.
Jessica Turner.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I was pleased to see that the creative and digital industries, the financial services and clean energy were all included as priority sectors in the government's industrial strategy. These have huge potential in my Bournemouth West constituency. I want to focus on the latter and ask the Minister, as a fellow South West MP, what assessment he's made of the Dorset Clean Energy Supercluster on growth, jobs and in bringing people's bills down, not just in Bournemouth West but across the region.
And I thank my honourable friend for championing the Dorset Clean Energy Supercluster opportunity, which I know was announced by her council at UK Reef only recently. Offshore wind, hydrogen, nuclear and carbon capture and storage are frontier technologies and industries at the heart of our clean energy sector plan and will create opportunities in every part of the country, including in the South West.
Neil Wilson.
Mr Speaker, the infrastructure plan reiterated the government's support for a third runway at Heathrow, a project that the Chancellor has repeatedly stated will be privately funded. However, given the vast amount of rail and road infrastructure that will be needed to support a bigger Heathrow, as well as the huge risk a private company would undertake that they would want underwritten by government, could the Chief Secretary outline to the House how much taxpayer cash has been earmarked as needing to enable a bigger Heathrow?
I thank the Honourable Lady for her question. She will know that we are waiting to receive detailed proposals from Heathrow for the development of the third runway. The Government will consider those in due course and make further announcements when decisions have been taken.
Your poll.
14, please, Mr Speaker.
Minister.
With permission, Mr Speaker, I would like to answer this question with question 16. Mr Speaker, the year before we came to power, the tax gap stood at £47 billion. That is unacceptable, and that is why we announced the most ambitious ever package of tax gap measures at budget and went even further at spring statement. We are now forecast to raise £7.5 billion from the tax gap in 29-30, including by recruiting 5,500 more compliance officers, investing in better technology and closing loopholes. We will bring forward further measures to close the tax gap at budget in the autumn.
Joe Powell.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. As the Minister is no doubt aware, an increasingly common issue on our high streets is phoenixing, where a shop unit continues to trade while cycling through multiple limited companies every few months, none of which pay corporation tax, VAT or business rates. So can the Minister encourage HMRC officials to walk along Whitehall, just a few hundred metres from this chamber, and take a look at whether the series of Harry Potter themed gift shops across London, accused by London Centric of doing exactly that, are playing by the rules and ensure that tax enforcement supports legitimate small businesses on our high street?
Well, Mr Speaker, my honourable friend is a powerful campaigner and an advocate for tackling those who do not play by the rules. And whilst I'm unable to comment on individual taxpayer affairs because of my position, I very much recognise the issue that he refers to. We're determined to tackle this problem. And, Mr Speaker, HMRC is working cross-government on enforcement action, including working with Companies House and the Insolvency Service to tackle phoenicism.
Andrew George.
Speaker, but does the Minister not agree that handing away £500 million of taxpayers' money to those who are entitled to small business rate relief, which is what has happened in Cornwall over the last 10 years, it would be far better to invest that money in desperately needed first homes for local families in desperate housing need than to give it to second home owners? And would the Minister be prepared to meet with me so that we can drive a better method of achieving housing justice through tax policy?
Mr. Speaker, I would happily hear from the honourable gentleman about how he will support our home building plans in his constituency and across the country, because we know that the most important thing to tackle the housing crisis is to support the reforms that this government is making to the planning system to make sure we can build 1.5 million new homes and we can invest the £39 billion over a 10-year affordable homes programme, the biggest in a generation.
We now come to topicals. Don Bond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Topical number 1.
Chancellor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Government is delivering on the priorities of the British people. Yesterday, the Office for National Statistics confirmed that the UK was the fastest growing G7 nation in the first quarter of this year. Since the election, the Labour Party, this Labour government, has brought in £120 billion of private investment into our economy. There have been 4 interest rate cuts lowering the cost of mortgages, 384,000 new jobs, over 1,000 jobs per day since this government was elected. Real wages increasing more in the first 10 months of this Labour government than they did in the first 10 years of the last Conservative government, and a £1,400 pay rise for a full-time worker on the national living wage. That is the difference that this government is making after 14 years of mismanagement by the party opposite.
Award-winning bookshop and deli Main Street Trading Company in St Boswells has been forced to reduce their operating hours because, and I quote, increases in employer national insurance mean that our operating cost base has increased significantly. So what advice does the Chancellor have for small businesses who are suffering because of this Labour government's reckless decisions?
I thank the honourable gentleman for that question. This government actually increased the employment allowance from £5,000 to £10,500, and that means 865,000 employers will pay no national insurance at all. Indeed, half of employers will either gain or see no change. But it was also welcome that the Lloyd's Business Barometer showed that business confidence was at a 9-year high, with a particular uptick in retail. I can't comment on an individual business, but that is the system nationwide.
We've got to get going. Brian Leishman's a good example again.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to ask about the £200 million National Wealth Fund commitment for Project Willow, namely how it gets accessed, what minimum and maximum amount can be accessed by an applicant, and if it is exclusively for businesses that would be based on being positioned in the existing footprint of the Grangemouth site that's owned or operated by Petro Ineos or Ineos.
Mr. Speaker, £200 million is available, and the Government will, of course, look at all proposals for investing that.
Mel Stride, Shadow Chancellor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the winter fuel payment U-turn will cost £1.25 billion. The welfare reform U-turn will cost £2.5 billion, all adding to Labour's unfunded black hole. And this from the Chancellor, who said that she would never make a spending commitment without explaining where the money was coming from. Yet another U-turn. But, Mr. Speaker, the Chancellor has also said that her fiscal rules are ironclad and non-negotiable. So could she reconfirm that commitment now, or are we heading for yet another U-turn?
Well, it would be a bit more, take it a bit more seriously if the party opposite weren't actually voting against the welfare reforms this evening, and if they hadn't committed to fully reverse the winter fuel changes, which is going to cost a further £400 million that they can't explain. Now, look, I am always grateful to the right honourable gentleman for his questions, because he always offers a useful lesson in what not to do. Even George Osborne now says that the Shadow Chancellor has no credible economic plan. Now, I'll give him this. He knows a thing or two about welfare spending, because under his watch, the UK became the only country in the G7 with an employment rate stuck below pre-pandemic levels. And under his watch, the cost of working-age inactivity rose by £15.7 billion a year.
Right.
The Right Honourable Lady, the House will note, did not categorically rule out the possibility of changing the fiscal rules in the autumn. Given that, could I ask her, will she at least confirm that she stands by her commitment not to raise the rates of income tax, national insurance or VAT in the autumn? Is it a yes or is it another potential U-turn?
We made a commitment in our manifesto not to increase the key taxes that working people pay. We stick by those commitments because, unlike the party opposite, we stick by our manifesto.
Joe Morris.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Towns in my constituency like Prudhoe and Haltwhistle have lost access to bank branches, with Prudhoe losing their Lloyds branch in May and the town of Hexham due to lose 2 branches in November. These closures have a huge impact on customers and communities, yet the guidance on banking hubs is often too restrictive. So will the Right Honourable Friend meet with me to discuss how we can support financial inclusion in the Tyne Valley, in the Hexham constituency and beyond?
We understand the importance of in-person banking in his constituency and elsewhere, which is why we secured the commitment of the industry to roll out 350 banking hubs across the UK. I'm always happy to meet with my honourable friend, and I just wanted to note that I'm also leading a financial inclusion strategy, which we will be publishing later this year, which has an emphasis on access to banking.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Daisy Cooper.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. More than half of all local authorities are having to overspend on the dedicated school grant to cover the increasing cost of SEND services, and this increasing demand for inter-authority borrowing has pushed up interest rates. Even before the government publishes its SEND white paper, could I urge the Chancellor to urgently look to introduce a concessionary interest rate, perhaps at the same level of the Public Works Loan Board, so councils don't have to put up council tax just to service their interest payments. They can spend it on frontline services instead.
I thank the Honourable Lady for that question. And the Honourable Lady and members of this House will have seen in the spending review a real terms uplift in school spending every single year in this Parliament, as well as additional capital investment to help rebuild our schools after the roofs were literally crumbling under the previous Conservative government. My Right Honourable Friend, the Education Secretary, will be publishing a green paper on SEND reform in the autumn, and we have allowed the statutory override for local authorities for SEND education for a further 2 years whilst we bring in those reforms. This government wants to make sure that mainstream schools are more inclusive for all children.
Chris Hinchcliffe.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. In recent weeks, ministers have been arguing that vital support for the disabled is fiscally unsustainable because it is forecast to rise to £60.7 billion per year by 2029-30. What assessment has the Chancellor made of the fiscal sustainability of the 107 non-structural tax breaks currently costing HMRC £207 billion per year?
I thank my honourable friend for that question, and he will know at the budget last year we got rid of the non-dom tax status, we increased capital gains, we put VAT on private school fees, we ended the loophole for private equity, and more measures to in total raise £40 billion. And as a result of that, we are investing £300 billion more than the plans we inherited from the party opposite. But we're the only country where... Oh, all right, OK.
You've got to get through. Helen Morgan.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Businesses and individuals in North Shropshire tell me that the single biggest factor holding back growth in our rural area is poor public transport. But Shropshire was poorly served by the Bus Service Improvement Plan and the spending review focused investment on city areas. Can the Chancellor tell us how she's going to improve public transport in rural areas to drive the growth that we so desperately need there?
I thank the Honourable Lady for that question. We are increasing transport investment by 1.9% in real terms after HS2 in every year of the spending review period, and we are extending the bus fare cap as well, which is particularly beneficial to rural areas.
Law.
I believe that free distribution should be core to everything that we do. It's core to the toughest decisions we've had to make. It's core to our efforts towards growth. So does the Chancellor agree with me that putting more pounds in the pockets of those on low incomes is the best thing we can do to grow our economy?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Government wholeheartedly agrees with my honourable friend. At the end of this Parliament, people will be better off as a consequence of the decisions this Labour Government is taking. That's why we've already increased the national living wage by 6.7% to benefit 3 million people, with full-time workers seeing around a £1,400 a year increase in their wages.
Bedford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On Friday, I had the privilege of visiting Loros, Leicestershire's much respected palliative care charity. At full capacity, they can offer 31 beds to local residents. But sadly, because of the measures the Chancellor introduced, such as the hike in national insurance, they're now only operating 18 of those beds. Could I ask the Chancellor to look again at softening the impact of her measures, particularly on charities like Loros?
I'm sure that the relevant Health Minister would be happy to meet representatives of the hospice. The Health Secretary did set out the settlement for hospices at the end of last year to compensate financially for the increase in national insurance. But those increases in national insurance are funding the NHS, which of course helps fund our hospices.
Mike McNulty.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This government has delivered record real terms settlement for Scotland at the spending review, so it was deeply concerning to hear the news from the Scottish Government last week of a £2.6 billion black hole in the public finances, which could see NHS spend reduced by 12%. Does my right honourable friend agree with me that the SNP's long-standing record of fiscal mismanagement must end, and Scottish ministers must ensure that that funding gets to struggling Scottish public services?
Hear, hear. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This Labour government in Westminster is delivering for the people of Scotland. As a consequence of our spending review, Scotland will receive an average of £50.9 billion per year over this Parliament, the largest real terms increase in funding since devolution began. The only reason there's a black hole in the budget in Scotland is because of the SNP government, and the people of Scotland need a new direction with a Labour government in Scotland.
Vicky Slade.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A not-for-profit care company in my constituency told me they feel the government's waging war on the care sector. And I met residents and staff at a Sunday lunch at Magna Care Home. The managers told me they can't recruit locally at all, and because of the changes in social care visas, they're struggling to recruit internationally. I know the government want to build our own workforce, but what are they planning to do to support organisations while we get that training in place so we don't see care homes going bust?
Can I thank the honourable member for her question, and on behalf of the House thank social care workers for the service they provide in all of our constituencies. Because of the commitment of this Labour government to social workers and the social care system, we've increased funding through local government settlements by £4 billion for social care by 28-29, and we'll be bringing forward a fair pay agreement to make sure there's a fair deal for those people serving our constituents on the front line.
Chris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the main benefit of Brexit has been to printers because of all the extra paperwork the previous government has created. The National Audit Office has estimated their border arrangements have cost us £4.7 billion and rising, and the single trade window will add to that red tape. Does the Chancellor agree with me that the best way to reduce these paperwork requirements in the first place is to do a good deal with Europe, and can she update us on her progress on that?
Well, I thank the honourable member for her question, and of course she will have seen the Prime Minister's work to reset relations with the EU. She also mentioned the single trade window, and it is the government's intention to deliver that single trade window, and of course more widely the government is committed to minimising administrative burdens and frictions experienced by businesses trading internationally.
Jack Rankin.
We all know that there is a difference between welfare cuts and welfare reforms. These cuts were the maths of Treasury mandarins. It's the same thinking that saw winter fuel payments taken from pensioners. Now they've U-turned on both of those. When will they finally back British farming and U-turn on the family farm tax?
The problem with the Conservative Party is that they support all the funding, but they don't support any of the ways of funding it. Agricultural property relief means that estates worth more than £3 million will now be taxed at half the rate at which inheritance tax is usually charged. That can be repaid over a 10-year period, interest-free. I think that is the right and fair settlement, given the fiscal environment we face.
Dave McHillier, Chair of the Committee.
Mr. Speaker, the Economic Secretary is reviewing the work of the Financial Ombudsman Service, and we recognise on the committee that there have been challenges with that service, but how is she going to make sure that the consumer voice is also central to her review?
I thank my honourable friend. I have met with Which and other consumer representatives, and I can reassure her that we obviously are reviewing FOS, but we want to make sure that it is a simple, impartial dispute resolution service which quickly and effectively deals with complainants, so that consumers can get a fair deal, but also that financial services firms aren't subject to a quasi-regulator in the way they are at the moment.
Susan Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Following the Pension Minister's response to me about pensioner living standards, What specific measures announced in the Government's pensions reforms will support pre-1997 defined benefit pensioners currently receiving minimal or no annual uplift?
I thank my honourable friend for her question. She's right to highlight the question of pensioners' living standards, and we are taking action right the way across the board to deal with that. She'll have seen the increases in the state pension just in April. We've seen nearly 60,000 extra awards for pension credit over the course of the year since last July compared to the year previously. Directly on the question of pre-1997 indexation she raises, this was discussed with the Work and Pensions Select Committee recently, and we've set out our response to that committee's report.
Catherine Atkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Backing Rolls-Royce, a brilliant Derby business, to deliver small modular reactors with £2.5 billion of investment shows what Labour's new industrial strategy is about. Backing British business, creating more skilled jobs and delivering clear, secure energy. Does the Chancellor agree that after years of chaos with the party opposite, Britain is unashamedly open for business?
I thank my honourable friend for that question, and we're proud as a government to back Rolls-Royce and to have them as our preferred provider for the small modular reactor programme, resulting in lower bills and more good jobs, particularly in Derbyshire.
Blake Stevenson.
Mr. Speaker, from responses to my written parliamentary questions, we know that the median earner can expect to pay £273 more in tax this year under Labour. When the Chancellor sat on this side of the House, she described freezing tax thresholds as picking the pockets of working people. Does the Chancellor accept that she's the one picking the pockets of working people now?
Well, in the budget last year, we increased taxes by £40 billion, but without affecting the pay packets of ordinary working people. We didn't increase their national insurance, their income tax or their VAT, and we didn't go ahead with the wrong-headed increase in fuel duty that was put in by the party opposite. We are protecting working people, and the party opposite picked their pockets time and time again.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ports are engines for economic growth in sectors like energy and critical minerals. Falmouth Port, in my neighbouring constituency and surrounded by massive tin and lithium deposits, has ambitious plans to play its part. In line with our manifesto commitment of £1.5 billion Ports Fund, can the Chancellor outline what mechanisms the National Wealth Fund and GB Energy can deploy to invest in ports?
I thank my honourable friend for that question, and he will know that this government have already invested through the National Wealth Fund in the tin mine in his own constituency, bringing good quality jobs, paying decent wages to the people of Cornwall, as advocated by Cornish MPs. But there's more that we can do through the National Wealth Fund, including investing in our ports, which is absolutely vital for clean, cheap energy and creating good jobs in this country, including in Cornwall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A recent FOI request has revealed that for a number of schemes, HMRC settled with large corporations for just 15% of what was owed. With the loan charge review ongoing, will the Chancellor agree with me that individuals should be treated no differently to this precedent set with large corporations?
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable gentleman for his question, and he's engaged with me about the loan charge previously. As he knows, there is an independent review into the loan charge ongoing at the moment, and I think it's really important that I, as a minister, don't comment on that. Let the independent reviewer complete his work and then report back to us as a government.
Darlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The loan charge scandal is absolutely awful and devastated tens of thousands of people's lives. It failed to be addressed under the last government. Can the Minister please tell us what he is doing to make sure that people aren't still being sold this illegal product?
Well, I thank my honourable friend very much for her question, and I can reassure her that alongside the loan charge review, the government has published a consultation on a comprehensive package of measures to close in on promoters of marketed tax avoidance. And these contrived schemes, as we know, both deprive public services of funding and also leave their clients with unexpected tax bills. I'll leave it there.
Mr. McVeigh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the Chancellor believe that the changes she has made to the employer's national insurance contributions will lead to higher levels of employment, or will it lead to higher levels of unemployment?
Well, let's look at the record so far. There are 385,000 more jobs in the UK economy today than there were when Labour came to office a year ago. That's more than 1,000 jobs a day. So businesses are voting with their feet, taking on more workers because of the policies by this Labour government compared to the Tory policies which took our economy down.
Callum Anderson.
People living longer, they face more complex financial choices, and the new simplified advice regime announced by the government and the FCA yesterday is hugely welcome and will help more people make better informed investment decisions. Can the Minister provide more detail on the steps that the government will be taking to help firms deliver better advice at scale, especially to young people and the self-employed?
I thank my honourable friend. We're really excited about targeted support because it means that firms will be able to make suggestions to consumers with similarities, and will make sure that they can invest, have the confidence to invest in the long term, and also give them better support, not advice, on their pensions as well.
John Glenn.
Further to that answer, could I ask the Minister to confirm that one of the regulatory barriers in that area is privacy and electronic communications regulations, which prevent firms from proactively reaching out to customers to offer that targeted support? As part of the review, will she ensure that that specific regulatory change is amended so that that effect can happen?
I can assure him that we are looking at this, and we will make sure that firms can take the advantages of targeted support to ensure that their consumers are better off and they're able to suggest that targeted support to them so they can make more of their money and indeed get a better pension as well.
Sonny Kumar.
Mr. Speaker, 58% of investors think that it's important that their stocks and shares ISAs is invested in UK companies. Currently, there's an estimated 100 billion held in people's cash ISAs who do not have stocks and shares ISAs. What steps is my right honourable friend taking to encourage further investment in UK stocks and shares and investing in UK companies?
As we set out at the Spring Statement, we are looking at the balance between investments in cash and investments in stocks and shares in ISAs. We want to get that balance right. We understand the importance of a rainy day buffer for people in cash, but we also think we need to give people the confidence to invest, which is a win-win. It's a win for them, and it's a win for British companies who are listed on our stock exchange.
Mr. Speaker, Jackie from Street suffers with Crohn's disease, fibromyalgia and mental health issues. She's worked for most of her life until ill health made it impossible. Under the reforms, she is going to lose her entitlement to PIP and ISA, plunging her into poverty. So can the Chancellor give Jackie the reassurance that she needs, that she won't be left in poverty?
Yes, I can absolutely give my assurance to Jackie and other people who are currently claiming personal independence payments that they will see absolutely no change in their entitlement. That is what the Secretary of State for Work and Pensions announced to this chamber yesterday, that everybody who's currently on those benefits will see no change whatsoever. And then the TIMS review, which will be co-produced with disabled people and those who represent them, will build a new system for the future.
John Slinger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the Minister agree that we are driving growth across every part of the country, with investments at the spending review including £15.6 billion for transport projects in city regions, and additional support that I saw myself in Warwickshire with the launch of their electric bus fleet, including buses built at Alexander Dennis in this country, and that this shows a government that's investing in the future prosperity of our country?
It was great to be with my honourable friend in Warwickshire just a couple of weeks ago to welcome some of the investment through our industrial strategy and our spending review that will turbocharge the British economy, creating more good jobs, paying decent wages in all parts of the country, including in Warwickshire.
Sir Olney.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. Last week, ahead of the launch of their ethnicity code, the Lending Standards Board announced that it would be closing following a withdrawal of support from major high street banks. And this was going to be a groundbreaking step towards tackling the barriers that ethnic minority business owners face in accessing finance. So can I ask the Chancellor what steps the government will take to ensure that the ethnicity code is implemented, supported and scaled so that its principles are embedded across the financial sector? Thank you.
the situation, and can I reassure the Honourable Lady that Government is committed to ensuring that firms continue to deliver good customer outcomes now and in the future with proportionate regulation and oversight. I'm happy to engage with her in more detail on the subject she mentioned.
Question, Melanie On.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Can the Chancellor please provide an update on the invaluable Viking CCS project in the Humber?
I thank my honourable friend for that question. And at the spending review, we were able to build on the investment we had already made in Merseyside and Teesside with track 1 of carbon capture and storage, and put investment into both the Acorn project in Scotland and also Viking in the Humber to support this government's ambitions for Britain to lead the way in carbon capture and storage, creating more good jobs in all parts of the country, including in Great Grimsby and Cleethorpes.
That completes questions. Let front bench change over. We now come to statements. Minister, Justin Matters.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With your permission, I wish to make a statement on the Government's manifesto commitment to review the system of entitlements to parental leave. This Government is dedicated to delivering more for working families. Our plan to make work pay is central to how we achieve this. The mission to grow the economy, raise living standards across the country and create opportunities for all. It will help people to stay in work, improve job security and boost living standards. This includes helping working parents and supporting them to balance their work and home lives. Parental leave and pay entitlements play a key role in this. We know that the arrival of a child, whether through birth or adoption, is a transformative time in a family's life. And we know that the current parental leave system does not support modern diverse working families as well as it could. For example, parents groups and campaigners have long argued that our paternity leave is too short and compares poorly with other countries. And whilst shared parental leave is available to families where fathers and partners want to take a longer period, evidence shows that take-up is very low. The Parental Rights Survey reported that 1% of all mothers and 4% of all fathers are using this entitlement. In addition, the survey also showed that 35% of fathers are not taking paternity leave due to financial reasons. We're committed to improving the current parental leave system and are already taking action. Improving this system will have the added benefit of increasing workforce participation by helping employers fill vacancies. It will also contribute to increased productivity, benefiting the economy. The Employment Rights Bill is one vehicle through which we are improving the parental leave system. This bill makes paternity leave and parental leave day one rights, meaning that employees will be eligible to give notice of their intent to take leave from their first day of employment. The bill also contains a number of other measures which will improve the support working families receive. It will put in place legislation that makes it unlawful to dismiss pregnant women, mothers on maternity leave and mothers who come back to work for a 6-month period after they return, except in specific circumstances. It will also make flexible working the default, except where not reasonably feasible. And it requires that all large employers produce action plans which will contribute to closing the gender pay gap. So I'm pleased to announce today that this government is going further and is taking another step forward in delivering improvements for working families. I'm pleased to launch the parental leave review today, fulfilling our commitment in the plan to make work pay to review the parental leave system to ensure that it best supports working families. The review will form part of delivering the plan for change, linking two of the government's missions to kickstart economic growth and break down barriers to opportunity. The work of this review will support this government's commitments to raising living standards and giving children the best start in life. It also links to work being undertaken to alleviate child poverty. This review presents a much-needed opportunity to consider our approach to the system of parental leave and pay, giving due consideration to balancing costs and benefits to both businesses and the Exchequer. And I welcome the opportunity to provide the House today with more detail on this review. This review will be co-led by the Department of Business and Trade and the Department of Work and Pensions. The two departments who have the main responsibility for the current parental leave framework. There will, however, be close working across government to deliver this review to reflect the wide influence the parental leave system has on the policies in other departments. The current system has grown up gradually over time. For example, the first maternity arrangements were set out in the Factory and Workshop Act of 1891, which introduced the idea that women who work in factories cannot work for 4 weeks after giving birth. Subsequent entitlements have been added to support specific groups as needs have emerged. This has created a framework that does not always work cohesively as a whole. This piecemeal approach to parental leave and pay means that the system has never had an overarching set of objectives for what it should deliver. This review presents an opportunity to reset our approach and understanding of parental leave and pay and what we want the system to achieve. We will use the review to establish what Britain needs from a parental leave and pay system, supporting our modern economy and delivering improvements for working families. We have set 4 objectives as our starting point. We intend to test these objectives as we progress the review to make sure that we are truly reflecting the needs of the nation. Our first objective is to support the physical and mental health of women during pregnancy and after giving birth to a child. Our second objective is to support economic growth by enabling more parents to stay in work and advance in their careers after starting a family. This will particularly focus on improving both women's labour market outcomes and tackling the gender pay gap. Our third objective is to ensure that there are sufficient resources and time away from work to support new and expectant parents' well-being. This will also include facilitating the best start in life for babies and young children, supporting health and development outcomes. Our fourth objective is to support parents to make balanced childcare choices that work for their family situation, including enabling co-parenting and providing flexibility to reflect the realities of modern work and childcare needs. There are 3 cross-cutting considerations which will also be factored into our review. The first is to build a fair parental leave system between parents within a family, different types of parents, and parents with different employment statuses. The second consideration is to balance costs and benefits to businesses and the Exchequer, as well as examining how the system can support economic opportunities for businesses and families. As part of this, the review will consider opportunities to make the process surrounding parental leave simpler for both businesses and parents. The final cross-cutting consideration focuses on improving our society, for example, in supporting the child poverty strategy and on shifting social and gender norms, including around paternal child care. All current and upcoming parental leave and pay entitlements will be in the scope of the review. This will enable us to consider how the parental leave and pay system should operate as a complete system to improve the support available for working families. This broad scope means the review will consider the individual existing entitlements and how best to ensure improvements can be delivered for working families, as well as related wider issues and themes. For example, the review will consider whether support available meets the needs of other working families who do not qualify for existing statutory leave and pay entitlements, such as kinship carers and self-employed parents. It will also consider how the pay system works more broadly. This will be an evidence-based review that reflects and considers the perspectives and experiences of those who engage with the parental leave and pay system. We welcome views from and intend to engage constructively with a wide range of external stakeholders, both from groups representing parents and families, including trade unions, and with employers or employers' representatives. There will be opportunities for stakeholders to contribute views and expertise throughout the review, including through a call for evidence, which also launches today. This call for evidence seeks initial evidence specifically in relation to the objectives, which will set the foundation for what we want our system to deliver. This review launches today, Mr. Speaker. We expect it to run for a period of 18 months. The Government will conclude the review with a set of findings and a roadmap, including next steps for any potential reforms forward to implementation. This is an important step forward to ensure that our workplaces are fit for the 21st century, and I commend this statement to the House.
Second Minister Greg Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for advance sight of his statement. From personal experience as a father of 3, I understand the importance of fathers being able to spend time at home with their newborns and supporting mothers in those early days. Having experienced paternity leave both as a Member of Parliament in 2020 and 2021, as well as very differently in 2016 while self-employed, I am proud that the UK does already offer some of the most generous maternity and paternity rights, but of course, there is always room for improvement. Indeed, Conservatives introduced shared parental leave, allowing new parents to spend precious time caring for their newborns. It is therefore with interest that we digest the contents of this ministerial statement today. However, I do have deep reservations about both its substance and its timing. I understand the government pledged that this review would be done and dusted within a year, another broken promise. But it's curious that they've chosen today, of all days, to launch it. I'm in no doubt that today's statement has been rushed into the minister's hands to deflect from what I suspect will be a difficult day of parliamentary business for the government. That much is clear, since the Secretary of State was entirely incapable of confirming how much statutory paternity pay currently is on LBC this morning. I welcome the fact the Secretary of State apologised to Nick Ferrari in admitting he really should know, and perhaps the Minister can set the record straight for his boss today. Mr. Speaker, I would like to take this opportunity to make it crystal clear that Conservatives are not opposed to increased parental leave, so long as it is proportionate, affordable, and does not increase unemployment. But therein lies the problem, because this government has left themselves no breathing room. Their political choices have imposed the most significant headwinds on business in a generation. Those choices have driven unemployment up by 173,000 since July last year. Businesses across the land are now contending with taxes on jobs that Labour promised would never come. And now they are staring down the barrel of 300 pages of closely typed union-led red tape in the unemployment bill, which will upset a carefully balanced and fair relationship between employees and employers that has spanned decades. Even Tony Blair and Gordon Brown refused to open that box. No real business supports that bill. The 5 biggest business groups have warned against it. It will make hiring tougher and force employers to take fewer risks on new starters, disproportionately pushing young mothers out of the workforce. Flexible working will be almost entirely eviscerated from Britain's job market. The reasonable measures which employers and employees have benefited from for years that allow businesses to take a chance on new hires. We already know business across the UK have had no choice but to cut jobs, reduce hours, or put hiring on pause because of the Chancellor's toxic treatment towards enterprise. So if it's helpful, I can spell it out for the benefit of the government front bench. It really is quite straightforward. It is not possible to benefit from employment rights if people don't have a job in the first place. And with that in mind, it deeply concerns me that the Minister's statement made only a passing mention to the impact on business. This comes as no surprise, since not one person around the Cabinet table has any real business experience. The government have admitted that this review, which they said would be squared away by now, will take 18 months. Over the next 18 months, we will watch the ravaging impacts of Labour's anti-business policies transform from a drip to a deluge. The jobs tax, business rates relief cut, investment and capital forced overseas, the Employment Rights Bill, the family business death tax, unemployment will continue to rise. Businesses will close, and any chance of growth will be sapped from our economy. So it's all well and good that the Minister announces this review in the House today. But, Mr. Speaker, let us be in no doubt. When it concludes in a year and a half's time, Britain's economy will have been stripped of all signs of life because of the choices Labour have made.
Minister.
Well, I take that the Shadow Minister is not in support of the review. Can I just correct him on a few points? Of course, it's not coincidence that this is being announced today, because it was a clear manifesto pledge that we would launch the review within 1 year of taking office. And of course, this week we do celebrate that astounding election victory. it is £187.18 for statutory paternity pay. We know from representations that we've had already that many do not think that is a right level. He mentioned how Tony Blair and Gordon Brown refused to open this box, but of course it was actually under their government that we got a right to statutory paternity pay and a number of other family-friendly rights, which of course the Shadow Minister has taken advantage of. And I think we know where the Conservative Party stand on these issues when their leader says maternity pay has gone too far. I don't quite know what she meant by that, but I think it means that they would be rolling back some of the well-earned gains in terms of family-friendly policies. And of course the Shadow Minister, as I would expect, doesn't miss an opportunity to mention the Employment Rights Bill. Could I suggest he has a word with his Secretary of State, who clearly hasn't read it? I refer to his recent open letter to businesses where he mentioned a number of issues in relation to the bill. First of all, he complained that we're creating the Fair Work Agency, conveniently forgetting that both in the 2017 and 2019 Conservative Party manifestos there was a similar pledge to create a single enforcement body. He refers to an introductory measure on electronic industrial action balloting, which of course Conservatives will be big fans of electronic voting given the number of leadership elections they have taken part in recent years. The Shadow Minister needs to inform his Shadow Secretary of State that that isn't in the bill. So I don't know where he thinks that has come from. We are going to introduce electronic balloting, but it isn't something that's in the Employment Rights Bill because we already have existing powers to implement that. And he also mentioned the Shadow Secretary of State, most curiously in this letter, that there was going to be in the bill a trade union right to roam. Now, I don't know whether he was searching for a new mobile phone contract at the time, but no such right exists. And of course, the Shadow Minister talks about the effect on employment. He needs to keep up to date with the latest Lloyd's Business Barometer, which says that business confidence is now at a 9-year high, and that 60% of firms expect higher staffing levels in the next year. That is a sign, Mr. Speaker, of this government getting things done.
Chair of the Women and Equalities Committee, Sarah Owens.
Mr. Speaker, before I start, I want to say that it's great to see so many and almost every single party represented here but one. The 4 empty chairs in front of us for the Reform MPs, they like to bang on about family values, but when it comes to actually standing up for dads, standing up for parents, they're nowhere to be seen. I'd like to thank the Minister, my honourable friend, for acting on the importance of shared parental leave. And on paternity leave, as someone who had a C-section, I was so grateful to my husband's employers for granting more than 2 weeks leave because, as everyone knows, if you have a C-section, you're not supposed to lift up a kettle for even 6 weeks. It's impossible. However, we also know that not everybody is that fortunate. This is especially true for self-employed people. The Women and Equalities Committee took evidence on parental leave and heard that nearly a third of self-employed dads and other parents didn't take a single day's leave following the birth of their child. So how will this review ensure that self-employed parents' needs will be taken into account?
Minister.
I thank the Chair of the Select Committee for her contribution. She's raised a very important point, and we are studying the committee's recent reports on this issue with interest. It is important that we look at how all those in the different forms of employment are able to take advantage of parental leave in one form or another, because it is really important, as my honourable friend mentioned, not just for the physical assistance in the particular circumstances she mentioned, but actually for bonding with the child, that a parent should be there in those early weeks if they can be at all, and that is something that the review will definitely be considering.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Sarah Olney.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and can I thank the Minister for the advance sight of the statement. The Liberal Democrats welcome the government's commitment to the much-needed review on parental leave. Every child deserves the best possible start in life and the opportunity to flourish no matter their background or personal circumstances. Too often, parents struggle on inadequate parental pay and without good enough access to shared leave. Childcare costs are eye-watering, and the balance between family life and work has only become harder and harder to strike. The Liberal Democrats have been calling for an overhaul of the parental leave system to give parents a genuine choice over how they manage their responsibilities in the first months
of their child's life. And if I could just gently correct the Shadow Minister, the Liberal Democrats were proud to introduce shared parental leave in government. However, years later, millions of parents are still being denied the choice to spend more time at home, with around a quarter of fathers ineligible for paternity pay. So as we welcome this review into parental leave, I urge the government to look more broadly into the prevalent inequality in caring responsibilities. And I ask, what steps are they taking to support the millions of family carers who are looking after disabled or elderly relatives who have no paid leave at all? Will they commit to a similar review into provision for unpaid carers and to make carers' leave paid? And I ask the Minister if they will commit to reviewing the needs of carers and those of the families who have taken on kinship caring responsibilities. I welcome that commitment in his statement today, but can I ask about the government's plans to introduce statutory kinship care leave? So we're calling on the government to use this review to finally deliver meaningful reforms that address the long-standing concerns of carers and their loved ones, as well as making the changes to the circumstances of working families that can make parenting a joy rather than a burden, and end the dilemma of having to choose between work and family. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I welcome the support from the Liberal Democrats on this issue? And she was right to point out that of course, it was in the coalition government that shared parental leave. I think that's the first time in a long time we've actually heard anyone admit that they were part of the coalition government. You know, there we go. She raised some very important points. I think that a number of these issues will be covered by the Carers Leave review, which is also taking place. Kinship caring is going to be part of this particular review. Obviously, I know that the Liberal Democrats have a long-standing policy on Carers Leave and pay. Clearly, that's something that review will also be taking cognizance of.
Antonia.
Mr. Speaker, and I welcome the announcement made by the Minister today. I think of the HGV driver that I met recently who said to me that he wasn't able to take the time off to be with his partner and their newborn baby. And I would like to hear the Minister assure me and all of my constituents that these new rights will work for working class people as well as people on higher incomes in professional jobs. And would the Minister agree with me that with today's announcement, with our free school meals announcement, with our childcare announcements and with our announcements on housing, it is now clear that the Labour Party are the party of the family?
Minister.
I thank my honourable friend for her question. I think one of the real achievements of the last Labour government was to recognise giving children the best start in life is absolutely fundamental to rebuilding our society, and that is something that is at the heart of what we've proposed today. Now, I think she does raise an important point that actually these entitlements do have an element of income inequality to them. That is something that we're going to be bearing in mind. One of the messages we've had very clearly is that many fathers in particular would like to take more paternity leave but just simply can't afford to, and that's something that we will be looking at as part of the review.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Having a child is a personal choice, and it's a blessing that I've enjoyed 5 times. Becoming old, becoming sick and becoming disabled are not personal choices, and yet we've had cuts to winter fuel allowance, and we're about to discuss a bill controversially in this House that would remove a large element of the support we currently give sick and disabled people. What does that say about the government's priorities?
Well, the honourable member will know that the winter fuel allowance has been restored for many people in this country, and there's actually been a very clear commitment, the Chancellor just gave it, that actually any existing claimants of PIP will not be affected by the announcement. One of the things that we are looking at in the round as well is how we ensure that people are able to be supported to stay in work as part of the Charlie Mayfield review, and that is something I think is actually something I would have hoped that the Conservatives would support as well.
Mark Seward.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Can I warmly welcome the Minister's statement today? As a recent dad with 2 very recent experiences, I know just how valuable paternity leave is for fathers, and good companies do as well. I note that Tesco and other good employers have already increased the paternity leave offer for their employees because they know a good workforce is a happy workforce. So can I encourage the Minister to actively pursue those companies that have already increased their paternity leave offers to get their data and insights fed into the review with a view to permanently increase paternity leave?
Minister.
Well, can I congratulate my honourable friend on his recent parenthood, and also pay tribute to the honourable member for York Outer, who I understand is on paternity leave as we speak. Now, he has mentioned a very important point about businesses, good businesses understanding the importance of treating their staff well. I would like to draw the House's attention to a quote from the Chief People Officer for Aviva, who operate a very progressive parental leave policy. He said, "The chance to spend more time with the new arrival during the important first few months has proved to be hugely beneficial for thousands of our Aviva parents. From supporting their partners to the positive impact it has on mental well-being and engagement with family life, equal parental leave has been literally life-changing for our people." Those are the sort of things that we would want to encourage businesses to look at. I'm sure some will be doing equally well on that, and we're happy to hear any evidence on these matters.
Hi, Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As someone who's about to welcome their second child into the world, thank you very much. I'm delighted to be discussing parental leave, and I welcome this review. I note that the Minister said that one of the objectives of this, to paraphrase, is to reset the relationship between men and women and to make that more equal. Might I suggest gently that this is necessary but not sufficient, and really to get to the heart of that matter, we need to look at early years funding. When you have a gap, when it's £6.12 provided by the government, £6.12p, and providers in my constituency, like the Little Learning Tree, say that it's £7.50 for delivery, I think we have a problem there that's going to mean that the parental leave review is not going to get to the heart of that matter. Would the Minister consider including the Department of Education in this review so that we can actually get to the heart of equality between men and women?
Well, the honourable member raises an important point. Clearly, this government has done great work already in expanding the availability of affordable childcare, but there is always more to do. Now, this won't be something that is specifically part of the review, but I can confirm that we will be working with other departments to see how their input can help in terms of the outcomes that we want to achieve with this review.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know the fathers that met with me in Haslingden will really welcome this review and the announcement today from the Minister. But in the conversations I've had, I've been really struck by the challenges specifically for some of our public sector workers. Teachers being almost forced back, a week, maybe if they've been able to take that after a holiday period, and police officers as well, particularly challenged around not being able to access parental leave and paternity rights. So will the Minister reassure me that this will be absolutely squarely within the terms of the review, and he'll be looking to make progress on these important issues?
Minister.
Well, I think my honourable friend raises some concerning issues, possibly about the culture at some of these employees who don't see the value of parental and paternity leave. Look, I think we all know that recruitment and retention in teaching is a particular issue. Actually, particularly, there aren't enough male teachers as well. That's a challenge, and maybe one of the things that's behind that is part of that cultural shift that we need to see. So I'm sure that those comments can be fed in.
Thank you, sir. My constituent, Christina Harris, very sadly lost her job when she had to take time off to care for her very seriously ill daughter, Sky, who I'm pleased to report is now in remission. Christina started a parliamentary petition calling for employers to hold open the jobs of parents who, through no fault of their own, have to take time off to care for a very seriously ill child, a bit like maternity leave in principle. She achieved a debate in Westminster Hall in February, which the Minister replied to, and then very kindly he met with her some weeks later, and if I may say so, dealt with her incredibly empathetically and listened very carefully to what she said. I was there. As he said the review will have a broad scope, his words, can he offer my constituent Christina Harris any hope with regards to her idea, and any hope for the approximately 4,000 parents each year who find themselves, through no fault of their own, in similar circumstances?
Well, I thank the honourable member for his question, and it was indeed a pleasure to meet Christina, his constituent. She raised a very important issue, which we know is not isolated. There is, as he will know, a carers leave review which is being undertaken, which I think is probably the more appropriate forum for this issue, but I know that it is something that he will continue to passionately campaign on, and I look forward to further engagement on that matter.
Ellis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I first pay tribute to the Prime Minister and the Business Secretary, along with many others, for leading from the front on the importance of their own role as fathers. I truly believe that paternity leave is the single most important thing that this government can do to improve the lives of families and women too. And I really hope that we can get to providing 6 weeks paternity leave paid by the government at 90% of pay. Employer support, though, is going to be critical to making this a success. So does the Minister agree with me that this review is an opportunity to engage and provide clarity to businesses on how to work with paternity leave and parental leave?
Minister.
I thank my honourable friend for her question. One of the things that's become clear, not particularly in relation to paternity leave, but in relation to shared parental leave, is actually employers often find it difficult to navigate the system, never mind the parents. But that is something that we will be considering and looking at as part of the review.
Kirsty Black.
Only 3% of women surveyed by Maternity Action had no financial worries during the course of their pregnancy. Given how awful the statistic is, will the Minister commit to listening to those with lived experience and actually co-producing the outcomes of this review with those people who've been through these situations?
Well, the honourable member makes a very important point. We, of course, will be taking representations from all interested parties. There is a call for evidence which is now live, will be up for a period of 8 weeks, and we'd encourage any bodies who have got important things to say to feed that in as part of the process.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Alongside this government's actions on increasing the provision of affordable, available and accessible childcare, I strongly welcome this review as a real step forward. Does the Minister agree with me that for many, the complexities of the system we've got form a real barrier to accessing it, and for low-paid workers in particular, the provision of unpaid leave just makes it simply unaffordable? And will he commit that this review will have at its heart true accessibility of the system so that people can take proper advantage of it and benefit along with their children?
Minister.
I thank my honourable friend for his question. As a recently new father himself, he will know the system itself. And one of the things that we do here, and as he's rightly referred to, is the complexity of the system and actually the lack of availability and opportunity for those particularly in low-paid occupations, as well as those who are not directly employed. These are all things, Mr. Speaker, that we will be considering as part of the review.
Lisa Scott.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It is, of course, to be welcomed that the Government is having a look at how best to support all families of all shapes and sizes in the early weeks and months of a child's life. And I know the Minister knows that there is currently a gap for those who are self-employed looking to grow their family through adoption, because we have corresponded on the matter. I listened very carefully to the Minister's comments, and he talked about adoption, he talked about self-employment, but I wonder if he could give constituents like Kirsty from Marple the reassurance that she is looking for, that there will be an explicit stream of this work looking at self-employed adopters who currently don't get any financial support from the government.
Minister.
I thank the honourable member for her question. She has, as she's referred to, raised this before, and I think it's a very, very important point. Having had some involvement in the adoption system myself recently, I do understand that it doesn't really fit in terms of the current rights system. So it is important that we look at that in the round. And of course, as I've already mentioned, Mr. Speaker, those who are currently excluded from the system altogether because they are self-employed or in some other working relationship which doesn't fit within the current statutory parameters will also be considered.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I very much welcome this review. I think most people who are in this room, with some exceptions, recognise that supporting families and supporting children is in our national interest. And I'm very pleased to hear the government recognise and commit that parental leave, particularly for dads, is just not enough right now. I am concerned about the timescale for where we'll be able to make progress on this issue and the implications for mothers who may actually face more discrimination when they have protected rights if dads don't. So as a holding measure, given there is general consensus that we do need to do more to support fathers, will the Minister accept the amendment that's been put forward in the Lords by Baroness Penn to introduce the recommendations of the Select Committee of, by the end of this Parliament, introducing a right to 6 weeks parental leave for the second parent paid at 90% of salary, and that we can make a difference for every parent within this lifetime?
Minister.
I thank my honourable friend for her question. Now, of course, if I was to accept specific recommendations at this point, it would be rather preempting the review, but I have to say I do hear the arguments that have been made, and obviously the other place will decide how they want to proceed with various amendments to the Employment Rights Bill. I just hope they hurry up with it.
Mr. Speaker, may I add my voice to welcoming this review as chair of the APPG, and this review is a step in the right direction in correcting a decade of Tory failure on this issue. The Tories thought that giving dads 2 weeks of paternity leave and allowing them to break it up into 1 week chunks was progress. I note that fathers were not in the 4 objectives announced by the Minister, so does he accept that you can't achieve those 4 objectives without better paternity leave and pay? For example, you can't achieve good physical and mental health of women in afterbirth without addressing the rights of fathers and birthing partners. And does he accept, and if he accepts this, will he agree to meet with the APPG of fatherhood throughout this review?
Minister.
Well, I thank the honourable member for his question. Of course, I'm happy to meet with the APPG as part of this review. He said there was no explicit reference to fathers in the 4 objectives, but I would suggest actually our general references to parents do include fathers. So, for example, the 2nd objective is to support economic growth by enabling more parents to stay in work, and the 4th objective is to support parents to make balanced childcare choices that work for their family situation, including enabling co-parenting. I believe that does clearly address the point that the honourable member has raised.
Daniel Francis.
Speaker, as the father of twins, I saw the impact that there's an increased complexity of children being born early, all with disability, and the mental health aspects of leaving your loved one at home with multiples when you go back to work. So in that wider review, could we be looking at those mental health aspects for mothers, particularly in the case of multiple births?
Minister.
The honourable member raises an interesting point. I have to say it's not one that I've considered in terms of whether there needs to be an additional approach for multiple births, but I'm happy to see any evidence that he submits on behalf of that particular group as part of the review.
Colin Lockhart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Everyone will know that I want to see life-affirming laws restored to the United Kingdom. Therefore, underpinning the birth of a child with adequate parental leave is of utmost importance, given the very important needs before and after birth. Will the Minister confirm that this will look at the issue of premature births and ensuring that mum and dads who are blessed to have a preemie baby are not disadvantaged? And will the Minister ensure that learning here is related to Northern Ireland, to the devolved assembly, so that they too can make progress in this regard?
Minister.
I thank the honourable member for her question. Of course, we will want to work with all devolved nations on these important matters. I think it's fair to say we would hope that any changes or improvements that are made are spread throughout the nation.
Alice MacDonald.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I welcome the review. We should also recognise that the journey to becoming a parent is not a straightforward one, with the equivalent of 1 child in every UK classroom born through IVF. As he knows, and we've discussed, there are glaring gaps in employment law with no statutory right to fertility treatment. So could the review also look at this and recognise that sometimes you also need leave to become a parent?
Minister.
I recognise the honourable member's comments and the long-standing campaign that she has raised on this issue. Of course, IVF is very much more commonplace than it was when these laws were originally introduced. And the process of securing pregnancy in those situations is a very, very different issue. It's not something, I'm afraid, that is part of the review, because we are looking at what happens at the point of birth. But of course, I'm happy to continue to engage with her on the wider points.
Jess Brenfell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A key barrier for many women returning to the workplace after starting a family is the challenge of balancing work with feeding their child. There is a lack of facilities in many workplaces with no provision for expressing or the storing of breast milk. So will the review consider improving provisions for breastfeeding parents and the need for individuals to be given breaks to do so?
I'm all right. Minister.
Well, that's a very interesting point that is probably slightly outside the scope of the review, because that's probably more about how people are dealt with in the workplace. This is really about making sure that we've got the structures in place to ensure that people can balance their parenting needs with the ability to carry on in work and actually make the most of those opportunities. I'm happy to correspond with her on this matter, though, because I think that is a very interesting point that's been raised.
Josh Newbury.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a supporter of the Dad Shift campaign, I wholeheartedly welcome this statement. One of my constituents told me that after the birth of both his children, his wife had complications. The first time round, he was only able to take 2 weeks off, and then had to return to his 40-mile commute, leaving his wife to recover whilst caring for a newborn. Second time round, his employer had been bought out by a Belgian firm, so he was able to take far longer off to fully support his wife. Would the Minister agree with me that boosting paternity leave entitlement would go a long way to closing the gender pay gap?
Minister.
I thank the honourable friend for his question. I've met with the Dad Shift myself. I've held an event in my constituency, and they do put forward a very articulate case as to why paternity leave is falling down. I reflect on my own experiences some time ago. I think my first child was born before paternity leave was introduced. Yes, I am not old. And my second was after paternity leave had been enabled in law, and the experiences were like chalk and cheese, and I think it does speak to the importance of enabling fathers to have some of that time off at those early crucial weeks.
Manera Wilson.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. Can I welcome this review, and in particular I'd like to welcome the fact that it is going to look at leave for kinship carers. The Minister will know that I and my Liberal Democrat colleagues have long been campaigning for statutory paid leave for kinship carers, given the sacrifice they make and given how many fall out of the workforce when they take on those responsibilities. So could I press him that maybe within this 18-month timeline for the whole review, that on kinship care leave, that might be an area that he looks to fast forward, because the economic case, both short-term and long-term, is so strong that, frankly, he ought to be able to move on that particular aspect quicker than some of the other ones that he's got to consider.
Yeah.
Well, can I just say, Mr. Speaker, I recognise the consistent campaigning on this particular issue, and I pay tribute to the work that kinship carers have done to take on those responsibilities, and I think there is a very articulate case made about the contribution that they make to society as a whole. I don't think it would be appropriate for us to short-circuit the review to deal with particular groups. I think we do need to look at the system as a whole. That is one of the deficiencies in the current system, that it has been built up over many years in a very piecemeal way, and it doesn't have the holistic approach that we are now seeking to introduce.
Deirdre Custin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's 55 years, over half a century, since the Equal Pay Act, yet women are still paid less than men. And the quote I read about 20 years ago in a newspaper article, which said childcare was catastrophic for women's careers, still could be quoted today. But the Employment Rights Bill that this government has brought forward is ensuring businesses don't just publish their gender pay gap, they will now have to do something about it with mandatory action plans. So could the Minister tell us how today's parental leave review will help further reduce the gender pay gap and finally deliver equality for working women?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank my honourable friend for her question and for her consistent campaigning on this issue. She is right to point out that the Employment Rights Bill has important advances in this area, but this review also will be, I hope, a positive impact on the gender pay gap. In particular, the second objective of the review is to make sure that we enable parents to stay in work and advance their careers after starting a family. And this will particularly focus on both the women's labour market and its outcomes, and tackling, of course, the gender pay gap.
Speaker, can I thank the Minister very much for the statement today. It's positive, and thank him for that. I wish to ask a question, if I can, Minister. The fact that parents cannot share the leave between them leaves a sense of one primary caregiver, which is not an accurate picture for most households anymore in today's age that we live in. Indeed, over 50% of households in Northern Ireland are dual income, meaning that childcare needs are shared. So would the Minister and Government in the pilot scheme consider ensuring that mothers and fathers can use the leave between them as needed, as opposed to the leave being used by one parent solely? And will the Minister commit to this being part of the review? Thank you so much.
Minister.
Well, as always, it's a pleasure to hear from the honourable gentleman. He raises an important point about how the current shared parental leave system isn't working, and I think that we've seen from the figures that the number of people taking advantage of that is in the low single figures in terms of percentages. That is something that we're very aware of and something that we will be looking at very closely as part of the review.
Speaker, can I warmly welcome this, and I know that families and dads in St Helens North will welcome it as well. I'm also sure that Jay White, who runs the Dad Matters organisation in St Helens, supporting new dads and doing a great job, will warmly welcome this as well. With dads from across the country and across the chambers, we've already heard, I've been supporting the Dad Shift campaign, saying that 2 weeks isn't enough, because I know from personal experience that it isn't, and from speaking to new dads across St Helens, I know that it isn't. Can the Minister please confirm, for the benefit of dads in St Helens North and elsewhere, that the current state of paternity leave, including consultation with employers, will be a key focus for this review?
Minister.
Well, can I thank my honourable friend for his question. He's absolutely right to identify the current paternity leave measures as being something of concern to fathers and indeed all parents across the country. That is something that will certainly be a large focus of the review.
Conor Rand.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And does the Minister agree with me that, as well as being good for parents and good for children, ensuring that dads are able to spend an appropriate amount of time off with their newborn children would be good for our economy, good for productivity and good for businesses too?
Minister.
Yes, I absolutely agree with my honourable friend's proposition. Indeed, we have consistently said through the passage of the Employment Rights Bill that actually treating your workforce well, giving them proper support, ensuring security at work is the way for prosperity in this country.
Mr. Strother.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Having raised with the Minister the need to do more on paternity and kinship leave in particular, I very much welcome today's statement and the upcoming landmark review. I recently had the pleasure of hosting a number of parents at the Victoria Pub in Hitchin to talk about the challenges caused by the current paternity leave framework. It was particularly heartbreaking to hear one man's story, an expectant father, of the impact it was already starting to have on him. Ahead of his birth, his wife-to-be was a high-risk case, and so he was already having to take significant leave in advance of the birth that he was worried would then deprive his ability to be there in those crucial days after the birth with the family, with his child, with that new mum who desperately would need that support. That cannot be right. So could I invite the Minister to come to Hitchin, potentially over a pint, to speak to local parents about the impact this review could have for cases like this?
Minister.
Well, I thank my honourable friend for his question. He certainly knows how to get me to attend the constituency with the offer of a pint. I will certainly look forward to taking him up on that. And he's raised an important point about medical issues. Obviously, there's been some changes recently in terms of neonatal leave and care, which is, I think, a huge step forward. But in terms of pre-delivery issues, that again is something that I think we ought to discuss further. So I look forward to having that pint and conversation.
Chris Magnol.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In his statement, the Minister mentioned the very low level of take-up of shared parental leave. Would he agree with me that's partly due to the gap in pay between men and women, and that if we can normalise paternity leave in our society, then we'll help to make sure that both mums and dads have equal pay?
I thank my honourable friend for his question. I think that is an important point. That is something that I expect we will be examining as part of the call for evidence. I referred to the work that Aviva have done in this area. They clearly have seen a culture shift in their organisation where actually it is completely normal and acceptable. Indeed, it's encouraged for both parents to take their share of leave. That's something I think we can all take lessons from.
Joanna Baxter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome today's long overdue review of parental leave. The UK currently has amongst the lowest paternity leave in Europe, and that's not just a statistic, it's a real-life struggle for families up and down this country. Can my honourable friend assure me that the review will not only just look at the amount of leave, but the amount of salary that's provided during it to protect those on the lowest wages in our country, and how he's going to go about ensuring the voice of fathers and campaigning groups like the Dad Shift and trade unions are heard in the review?
Minister.
Well, my honourable friend raises an important point about the financial implications of this measure. Of course, we will engage with all relevant organisations. The cost is important. We have to, of course, balance the objectives we're trying to achieve here with the cost to the Exchequer and to businesses, but that is what the review will be considering in some detail.
Sean Davis.
Well, may I welcome the statement and the launch of the review itself. I recently held a Dad's Drop-In event supported by Dad Shift, and there I heard from dads about examples of excellent employers doing the right thing, but also frustrations amongst self-employed and those who run SMEs about how complex and confusing the system can be. Can the Minister confirm that the voice of business of all sizes and dads will be the heart of this review? But also, can he give a message to his government colleagues that often government departments and organisations lag behind the best of employers in this country?
Minister.
Well, can I thank my honourable friend for his question? Really, you know, this government should be leading the way in these areas, and if there are specific examples where we can do better, I'd be interested to discuss that with colleagues in other departments. He's right to reference the complexity of these issues. One of the things that we've heard is that businesses, particularly small businesses, sometimes struggle to navigate all the paperwork, and that's something that the review will also be considering.
That completes the statement. Presentation of Bill Tim Ferran. Not here. We will now go to the 10-minute rule bill. Sean Barry.
Mr Speaker, I beg to move that leave be given to bring in a bill to establish the right to breathe clean air, to require the Secretary of State to achieve and maintain clean air in England, to make provision about environmental targets and minimum standards in relation to clean air, to make provision about the powers, duties and functions of public bodies in England in relation to air pollution, to give the Office for Environmental Protection additional powers and duties related to clean air, to require the Secretary of State to comply with the United Nations Convention on Long-Range Transboundary Air Pollution, to require the Secretary of State and public authorities to apply specified environmental principles in carrying out their duties under this Act, and for connected purposes. Mr Speaker, I am very grateful for the chance to present the Clean Air Human Rights Bill alongside cross-party colleagues. This bill is about the right to breathe clean air, the right to grow up and grow old without stunted lungs, without preventable diseases like asthma, and without disabling and potentially lethal harm being done to our lungs, hearts and brains by preventable air pollution. We call this bill Ella's Law because it is also about a little girl, a 9-year-old who made history and whose memory powers this campaign for environmental, social and indeed racial justice. I am very grateful to the many honourable and right honourable members who are here today to hear her story. Ella's mother, Rosamond Adukisi Deborah CBE, is also here in the gallery with Ella's sister and brother Sophia and Robert, and I know that the whole family have many good friends in this house. Ella Roberta Adukisi Deborah had nearly 30 emergency hospital admissions between her first diagnosis of asthma at the age of 6 and her tragic death aged just 9 years on the 15th of February 2013. Throughout her illness, there had been no mention of air pollution being a possible factor in her condition. And on Ella's original death certificate, it simply said she died of acute respiratory failure. Her mother, Rosamond, did not know why her lively, sporty and talented daughter had become so ill after being such a healthy child. But years after Ella died, Rosamond began to ask questions and push for answers. The family lived close to the heaving South Circular Road in London, one of the busiest main roads in Europe. And with the help of medical and scientific experts like Professor Stephen Holgate, Rosamond began to realise there could be a link between the high air pollution where they lived and the course of Ella's illness. Together they began to ask, was air pollution responsible for Ella developing asthma in the first place? And were high pollution days responsible for triggering the repeated attacks that eventually took her life? Taking new knowledge and evidence, working with legal professionals like Jocelyn Coburn, a long road began to a new inquest and a landmark new death certificate that for the first time in the world cited air pollution. In December 2020, Deputy Coroner Philip Barlow ruled for this change and said that excessive levels of air pollution had made a material contribution to Ella's death. And in his report to prevent future deaths, he recommended that the government should take note that there is no safe level for particulate matter and that World Health Organization guidelines should be seen as minimum requirements. He also said that legally binding targets based on them would reduce the number of deaths from air pollution in the UK, and he highlighted the lack of public awareness and information about daily pollution levels. And that is what this bill would do, set targets in law based on the very latest World Health Organization guidelines and provide a pathway to comply. Ella's illness began in 2010, and it spanned a period where the area around her home experienced some of the highest levels of air pollution, consistent breaches of legal limits, and terrible injustices. In 2010, it should not have had anything like these levels of air pollution. That's because, following intensive work from campaigner and friend of Ella's Law, Simon Burkitt, the founder of Clean Air in London, alongside environmental campaigners in Europe, in June 2008, Directive 2008-50 EC from the European Commission had entered into force. This set limit values for annual average nitrogen dioxide concentrations in the air people breathe of 40 micrograms per metre cubed. And those limits should have been met by the 1st of January 2010. It also set the first limit values for small particulates, something that is even more deadly at the smallest particle sizes and much lower concentrations. In the UK, we did not achieve these limits before 2010, when Ella's illness began, or even soon after. Instead, this period was one of delay to clean air zones, deception by diesel car manufacturers, and even a mayor putting glue on the roads next to the air quality monitoring stations on days when legal particulate limits might be breached. This was all a true scandal and a tragedy. I hope the government is very aware that the 2010 limits are still far from being fully reached today in parts of England, and its own projections say that parts of the country will not become compliant until 2029, 2032 or even 2045. And these legal limits were based on the 2005 air quality guidelines from the World Health Organization. In 2021, the WHO halved its guideline for the smallest particulates and slashed its guideline for nitrogen dioxide from 40 micrograms per metre cubed to 10. And a new EU directive entered into force for our neighbours in 2024 in December. Here it is clear we need something new as well. And success is clearly possible. There has been much better action in recent years in some areas, notably in London itself. And a good proportion of this has been due to the influence on the Mayor of London of Rosamond, as well as determined campaigning by groups like Mums for Lungs, the Healthy Air Coalition, Asthma and Lung UK, Clean Air in London, Friends of the Earth, Client Earth, and many others. We are making some progress, but to respect the right to breathe clean air, we must move faster and wider in the transition to clean heating, cleaner transport, and cuts in pollution from aviation, farming, and industry as well. The second best time to do the right thing is always now. On Clean Air Day 2025 last month, with other MPs, I was so pleased to meet doctors and campaigners, including Rosamond, on their walk and wheel to Parliament from Great Ormond Street Hospital. They brought us the very important, very latest medical evidence from the Royal College of Physicians. Its new report to MPs highlights and summarises evidence gained over the last decade, showing that there are now links between air pollution and almost every organ in the body and the diseases that affect them. And it estimates that during 2025, 500 premature deaths per week will be attributable to air pollution, and calculates an economic burden of £27 billion in 2019 due to healthcare costs, productivity losses and reduced quality of life. The report above all highlights how air pollution is a preventable public health threat, and we will have the tools to prevent it in this bill, which brings the nearly 70-year-old Clean Air Act up to date, in line with the excellent blueprint published today by the Healthy Air Coalition. Mr. Speaker, introducing this bill again during this parliamentary term is important. The cross-party proposers want to extend and build upon the efforts of Baroness Jones of Moulscombe and others who helped steer a similar bill through the other place in 2022. And my honourable predecessor in Brighton Pavilion, Caroline Lucas, promoted the same bill in this House after that, right up to the end of the previous Parliament. The ultimate hope of us all is that this government will adopt and back Ella's Law in her memory, adopt its provisions, take up the important actions it will mandate, and recognise in law the human right to breathe clean air as soon as possible. For the other children who still die unnecessarily due to air pollution, for the families who still lose loved ones to dementia, cancer, heart disease, and other things caused and made worse by dirty air, I ask the House for leave to present this bill in that hope.
That the honourable member have leave to bring in the bill. The question is that the honourable member have leave to bring in the bill. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Who will prepare to bring in the bill?
Ms Stella Creasy, Belle Rubira Addy, Vera Hobhouse, Shoka Adam, Seamus Logan, Claire Hannah, Afzal Khan, Ellie Chowns, Ruth Jones, Uma Kumaran, Dr Ross Savage and myself, Mr Speaker.
Sean Barry.
Clean Air Human Rights Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday the 7th of November.
Friday the 7th of November. The clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Universal Credit and Personal Independence Payment Bill, second reading.
Wait. No. No. The reason amendment in the name of Rachel Maskell has been selected. I now call the Minister, Secretary of State, to move the second reading. Liz Kendall.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I beg to move that this bill be read for a second time. This bill and our wider welfare reforms seek to fix the broken benefit system that we inherited from the party opposite and to deliver a better life for millions of people across our country. Our plans are rooted in principles and values I know many in this House share. Compassion for those who need our help most. A belief in equality and social justice, that everyone should have the chance to fulfil their potential no matter where they're born or what their parents did. And responsibility for our constituents and our country as a whole, so we ensure the welfare state is sustainable and lasts for generations to come. But the system we inherited is failing on all these counts. Members opposite left us with a system that incentivises people to define themselves as incapable of work just to be able to afford to live. They then wrote people off without any help or support and then blamed them to grab a cheap headline. The result is 2.8 million people out of work due to long-term sickness. And 1 in 8 of all our young people not in education, employment or training, with all the terrible long-term consequences this brings for their future job prospects, earnings and health. And the number of people on disability benefits set to more than double this decade, with awards for personal independence payments increasing at twice the rate of increases in the prevalence of disabled people in our society, adding 1,000 new PIP awards a day. That's the equivalent of adding a city the size of Leicester every single year. And I do not believe, let me make some progress, I do not believe that this is sustainable if we want a welfare state that protects people who most need our help for generations to come. Mr Speaker, there is nothing compassionate about leaving millions of people who could work without the help they need to build a better life. There's no route to equality or social justice when 9 million of our fellow citizens are out of work and not looking at work for work, and when our country has one of the widest disability employment gaps in Europe, and there is no responsibility in leaving our system of social security to continue as it is and risk support for it becoming so frayed that it is no longer there to provide a safety net for those who can never work and who most need our help and support. So this bill, alongside our wider reforms, will help people who can work to do so, protect those who cannot, and begin to get the benefits bill on a more sustainable footing. Labour's historic mission is to get more people into good jobs, because we know the value of good work, not only as the best route out of poverty and to raising living standards, but because good work brings a sense of purpose, pride and dignity, and because there is such clear evidence that good work is good for physical and mental health too. I'll of course give way to the Honourable Gentleman.
I thank the Secretary of State for giving way, and she is absolutely right that any government that takes office should aim to reduce poverty in this country. Why then do her own government's figures show that the actions that she is taking this afternoon will put an extra 150,000 people into poverty? And does she really think that is what her backbenchers expected when they were elected to government last year?
I think that's what they call chutzpah, Mr. Speaker, seeing as members opposite put an extra 900,000 children into poverty, and this government is determined to tackle it. This government will take 100,000 children out of poverty by our plans to extend free school meals to every household on universal credit, a down payment on our child poverty strategy in the autumn. Mr. Speaker, I am very proud that at the spending review, alongside billions of extra investment to create good jobs in every part of the country, to invest in the transport infrastructure and skills so people can get those jobs, and to drive down NHS waiting lists so people can get back to health and back to work, my right honourable friend, the Chancellor, delivered the biggest ever investment in employment support for sick and disabled people, quadrupling what we inherited from the party opposite to £1 billion a year. And as I set out, I will give way to my honourable friend.
I thank my right honourable friend for giving way, and I thank the Secretary of State for the improvements that she has made to this bill, which are extremely reassuring for my constituents, 9,000 which are on personal independence payments and are now reassured. There are some, however, that are concerned about the impact assessment published yesterday about the number of adults who could be put into poverty. I do recognise that these figures do not take into consideration the impact of the planned record investment in employment support. Will she publish further assessments which provide a more accurate view?
I would thank my honourable friend for her question. She's absolutely right that those figures do not take into any account the employment impact from the investment we are putting in. We have actually produced extremely clear evidence that good employment support works, including Work Choice, a Labour programme ended by the Tories, which meant 40% more disabled people were in work 8 years later, and we will indeed publish further updated impact assessments before committee stage, spelling this out in more detail. I will, of course, give way to the Honourable.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, thank you. I've been asked by Parkinson's and MS, and I asked this question specifically of the Minister. Hope she give me the answer. They're talking about a fluctuating condition will be locked out of qualifying for the higher rate of the UC health element. The functional limitation must constantly apply for a claimant to meet the severe conditions criteria. Exactly. So can I ask the Secretary of State, please, will she commit on the floor of this House to add explicit reference to the bill to ensure that fluctuating conditions like Parkinson's, like MS, are not locked out of the higher rate? It's really important for those people, if you don't mind. Thanks so much.
The honourable gentleman raises a very important point, and I would say to him that our honourable members have asked about the issue of whether people with fluctuating conditions meet the severe conditions criteria, which is for those with lifelong conditions that will never improve and means they can never work. It is absolutely the case that as someone's condition progresses, if they actually change and meet those severe conditions criteria, they will be protected. And one of the reasons for the TIMS review that I'll come on to later is precisely so we make sure this vital benefit does recognise the impact of fluctuating conditions on people's life. That's absolutely crucial to make sure this benefit is fit for the future. Now, as I set out to the House, I'll make a tiny bit of progress and then I will respond. As I set out to the House yesterday, we have listened carefully to concerns that there wouldn't be enough employment support in place quickly enough by the time the benefit changes come in. So we are bringing forward an additional new £300 million of employment support for sick and disabled people, delivering a total of £600 million next year, £800 million the year after, and £1 billion in 2028-29, increasing our total spending on employment support for sick and disabled people to £3.8 billion over this Parliament. So we ensure that anyone who is affected by this bill will be offered personalised work, health and skills support, including access to a specially trained advisor, by the time the legislation comes in. I will give way to the honourable gentleman.
The Secretary of State giving way. Under the last government, we brought forward the Work Well pilot, which looked at 15 different areas for 59,000 people to provide a package, a multidisciplinary team package to get them back into work. Am I correct in thinking that the £300 million she's investing is built off the back of that pilot? Are they planning to continue it and continue to grow it? Because the results seem to show that it had a very strong preference of getting people back into work while supporting their health. That's what this House wants to do. Does she agree with me that that's the case, and is that the funding?
Joining up work and health support is absolutely essential, and I've personally been to visit some of the projects in place, and they're making a really big difference. We are building on that with additional extra investment, in quadrupling what we inherited from the party opposite. But joining up work and health support is very, very important, because I think good health and good work are two sides of the same coin, but this needs to be available widely and across the country. Turning now to the specific measures in this bill. Clauses 1 to 4 begin to tackle the perverse incentives left by the party opposite, which encourage people to define themselves as incapable of work by rebalancing the universal credit standard allowance and health top-up. I am very proud that we are delivering the first ever sustained above-inflation rise to the Universal Credit Standard Allowance. The largest permanent real terms increase in the headline rate of out-of-work benefits since the 1970s. 6.7 million households, the lowest income households, will benefit from the increase in the Universal Credit Standard Allowance and deliver a £725 a year, increasing cash terms by 29.30 for a single person aged 25 and over. Now, having listened seriously to concerns about our original proposals on the UC health top-up for existing claimants and future claimants with severe conditions and those at the end of their lives, we will ensure that for these groups, the combined value of their Universal Credit Standard Allowance and the health top-up will rise at least in line with inflation, protecting their income from these vital benefits in real terms every year for the rest of the Parliament. Alongside these changes, Schedule 1 of the bill will ensure that people with severe lifelong health conditions will never be reassessed, removing all the unnecessary and unacceptable stress and anxiety this brings, and so they have the dignity and security they deserve. And yesterday, we published draft regulations on our new right to try, guaranteeing that in and of itself, work will never lead to a benefit reassessment, giving people the confidence to try work, something many people have called for years. Mr. Speaker, turning now to Clause 5 of the bill, on personal independence payments. Yesterday, I told the House that we have listened to the concerns raised by many honourable members, disabled people and their organisations about the impact of the new requirement for existing claimants to score a minimum of 4 points on at least one daily living activity to be eligible for the daily living component. Even though 9 out of 10 people claiming PIP at the point these changes come in would be unaffected by the end of the Parliament, I know this has caused deep and widespread anxiety and stress. So we have changed our original proposals. So the new 4-point eligibility requirement will only apply to new claims from November 2026. This means no existing claimants will lose PIP because of the changes brought forward in this bill, and anyone who currently receives any passported benefits, such as care allowance, will also be unaffected by this change. I will, of course, be grateful.
Right honourable friend for giving way, and the changes to PIP as far as they go are very welcome, as is the review to be conducted by our right honourable friend, the Work and Pensions Minister. And that will be in co-production with disability groups, as I understand it. Can I just ask, however, why do we have a review when it's committed to make changes in November 2026, when that review may not have been completed? Wouldn't it be far more logical to have the review, to produce it, to bring it this House for agreement, and then to make the changes after that?
I will come on to this point in a moment, but the purpose of the PIP review is to have a wider look at the assessment. It hasn't been looked at for over a decade since it came in. I understand the sequencing points, but I'll come on to that in a moment. What I think is extremely important is to have the very clear message that existing claimants, PIP claimants, will now be unaffected by the changes in this bill, and I give way to my honourable friend.
I'm very grateful to her for giving way and for the fact that she's listened this week. But she will know there are many disabled people watching our proceedings today who remain very worried. She's absolutely right about the fact that the existing system isn't working. So can she say more about the review that our honourable friend from East Ham is going to do, and how we can rebuild the confidence of the disabled groups and those people who are worried because every welfare reform seems to have been bad for them, about the fact we can have a system that actually assesses who really needs it?
My honourable friend makes an extremely important point, and I'll come on to say a little bit more about this in a moment, but this review will be co-produced with disabled people, their organisations, clinicians, other experts and MPs, because we need to make sure that we get this right. I have been a long-standing champion of co-production, including when I was the Shadow Minister for Social Care, because I think you get those best decisions when you work closely with people. Let me just say a bit more about this, because there are issues that many honourable friends raised, including yesterday. We believe protecting existing claimants while ensuring new PIP awards are focused on those with higher needs in future strikes the right and fair balance going forward. And I want to address some of the questions raised yesterday by honourable members on this side of the House about the sequencing of the PIP changes and the wider review of the PIP assessment being led by my right honourable friend, the Minister for Social Security and Disability. I will make progress on this point. No existing PIP claimant will be affected by the changes in this bill. They will also be reassessed under the existing rules whenever they have an award review. From November 2026, new claimants will be assessed under the 4-point criteria. The purpose of the TIMS review is to look at the PIP assessment as a whole, to ensure it is fair and fit for the future. And so it takes account of the huge changes in society, the world of work, and the nature of health conditions and disability since the benefit was first introduced more than a decade ago. I give way to my honourable friend.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way, and I welcome the improvements made to this bill so far.
However, I still think we do need more details about the co-productive element of the TIMS review. So can my right honourable friend confirm to me, can my right honourable friend refer to me that the review will guarantee that disabled people and their organisations are the key voice in developing this policy? And will it change and revolutionise the view in Whitehall so that future policies around disabled people that impact them will always have their voices central to the discussion?
I can absolutely reassure my honourable friend on this point. Many honourable members have asked for precise details about how this will work. That is something I think it is extremely important for us, and we're beginning that process, to discuss with disabled people, their organisations and other experts, because it isn't for me, it is not for me. If you just let me finish my sentence, and then I will of course give way to the honourable lady. It's really important that we don't come up with a process. I think it would be completely wrong if we come up with a process in Whitehall and impose it on other people. You've got to do that properly. I'll give way to the honourable lady.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Has the government taken legal advice as to whether it is lawful to treat people with the same conditions, disabilities and circumstances differently within the benefit system? It is morally unacceptable, but does the Minister believe it is lawful?
I would gently just remind the honourable lady that her own party had different rules and different rates for people on existing compared to new benefits in future. That's something they did. Once again, members opposite seem to be railing at the very problems that they caused. Now, I understand why many members would like to see the results from the TIMS review implemented before the 4-point change takes effect. But reviewing the assessment as a whole, let me just say it is a major undertaking that will take time to get right, especially if we co-produce it properly. It will be for those involved in the review to determine the precise table, but we are absolutely committed to moving quickly and completing the review by next autumn. And I want to assure the House any changes following the TIMS review will be implemented as soon as is practically possible via primary or secondary legislation. And once we have implemented changes from the review, any existing PIP claimant can ask for a reassessment. Mr. Speaker, welfare reform, let's be honest, is never easy, perhaps especially for Labour governments. Our social security system directly touches the lives of millions of people, and it is something we all care deeply about. We have listened to the concerns that have been raised to help us get these changes right. The bill protects people already claiming PIP. It protects, in real terms, the incomes of people already receiving the UC Health top-up from that benefit and their standard allowance. And it protects those with severe, lifelong conditions who will never work, and those near the end of their life, as we promised we would. But I have to tell the House, unlike the previous administration, this government must not and will not duck the big challenges facing this country. Because the people we are in politics to serve deserve so much better than this. We are taking action to put the social security system on a sustainable footing, so it is there for generations to come. We're helping millions of low-income households across the country by increasing the standard rate of universal credit, and because we know there is no route to social justice based on increased benefit spending alone, we are providing record investment in employment support for sick and disabled people so they have the same rights and chances to work as anybody else. Our plans will create a fairer society, one where people who can work get the help they need, where we protect those who cannot, A society where the welfare safety net actually survives and is always there for those who need it. Above all, this government is determined to give people hope that tomorrow will be better than today, with real opportunities for everyone to fulfil their potential and build a better life, and I commend this legislation to the House.
The question is that the bill now be read a second time. Leader of the Opposition, Keir Starmer.
Mr. Speaker, we are staring down the barrel of a crisis that no serious government can ignore. The welfare system no longer works as it should. What was once a safety net has become a trap. A system designed to protect the most vulnerable is now encouraging dependency and dragging this country into deeper debt. Mr. Speaker, the welfare system is a crucial safety net for the poorest and the most vulnerable in our society. So I was quite surprised, Mr. Speaker, at the tone that the Secretary of State decided to take today. She thinks that she can stand there and get away with the fiction that all of this was caused by the last government. So let me refresh their memories, especially for those who were not here at the time. In 2010, we inherited 8% unemployment, and we brought it right down. The last Conservative government reformed welfare to introduce universal credit, and our reforms helped ensure that employment more than halved and was at a near record low. What have we seen since they came in? Unemployment has risen every single month that Labour came into office. Mr. Speaker, during our time, indeed 800 jobs were created for every day that we were in office. And at the same time, until the COVID pandemic, we kept spending under control, cutting the deficit every year. But COVID changed everything. It did. Now we face a new... Mr. Speaker, it is delightful to hear them laughing. I remember us sitting on that side of the House, and they were demanding that we spend more and more and more money. Thank God it was Conservatives who were there under COVID. Labour would have bankrupted the country. We face, Mr. Speaker, we face a new reality. Under this government, every single working day, 3,000 people move on to incapacity benefits. 3,000 every single day. That is a 50% increase from when we left office. A 50% increase. They have only been in power 1 year, Mr. Speaker. Imagine what it's going to be like after the next 4 years. A 50% increase, 3,000 people onto incapacity benefits every day. That is not normal, it is not sustainable, and it is not acceptable. Spending is spiralling under Labour, Mr. Speaker.
Will my right honourable friend give way?
Yes, I will.
Edward Lee. My right honourable friend quite rightly mentions COVID, and I'm sure there's one thing that we can agree on. Unfortunately, before COVID, people were assessed much more often in person. And during COVID, that was stopped, understandably. And we have to get these in-person assessments going, and we have to get them going quickly. Sure, that's something we can all agree on.
The Father of the House is absolutely right. This is something that we should all be able to agree on. But they're too busy trying to shift the blame instead of solving the problem. Let's talk about solving the problem, Mr. Speaker. We have 28 million working people propping up 28 million people not working. The rider is getting heavier than the horse. Health and disability benefits were £40 billion before COVID. By 2030, I'll give way in a moment, by 2030, on this government spending plans, they will hit £100 billion. I give way to the Right Honourable Lady.
I thank the Right Honourable Lady. I wonder if she could help the House. When was it, during the 14 years when the Conservatives were in power, was the time when the benefit system worked well?
Mr. Speaker, I will remind her of our inheritance. We took difficult... I will. In 2010, I said it before, I'll say it again, 8% unemployment down to 4%. Every single time Labour leaves office, they leave more people unemployed. The welfare system needs continual reform. We took difficult decisions and got universal credit through with so much opposition from them. We improved the system. That doesn't mean it can't be further improved, and we've offered to help. They don't want any help. They just want to make things worse. Mr. Speaker, by 2030, on this government spending plans, we will hit £100 billion on health and disability benefits alone. That is more than what we spend on defence. And this should make everyone in this House stop and think, because this bill does nothing to fix that problem, and that is why we cannot support it. The Conservative Party are the only party in this House urging restraint. And unless this House acts, they will bankrupt our children. They will bury the next generation under a mountain of borrowing and debt, and they will do it not because we had no choice, but because they lacked the courage to choose. A fundamental and serious programme to reform our welfare system is required, and this bill is not it. This bill is a fudge. And I feel sorry for the Right Honourable Lady. She looks as if she's being tortured. This is a rushed attempt to plug. We all know why this is happening. We all know why this is happening. I'll give way in a moment. We all know why this is happening. This is a rushed attempt to plug the Chancellor's fiscal hole. It is driven not by principle, but by panic. The changes were forced through not because they get more people into work, but because someone in 11 Downing Street made a mistake. It is clear that these changes were not designed to introduce fundamental reforms. How did we get here? Last year, at the Chancellor's first budget, she left herself no headroom. That same budget killed growth, meaning that unemployment has increased every month since Labour took office. This is a good time for me to remind the House again that every time Labour leave office, they do so with unemployment higher than when they came in. And they are doing it again. They are doing it again. I'll give way to the Right Honourable Gentleman first.
I'm very grateful for her giving way. I'm sure that she would not want an inaccurate statement to stand on the record. Unemployment fell under just two 20th century governments, the first Labour government and the 1970 government of Ted Heath. Now, I know that she's repeating a standard Conservative Party message, but it is a really cynical and silly misuse of statistics.
The the honourable gentleman is simply wrong. He needs to get an education and look at the facts. I give way to my right honourable friend.
Does my right honourable friend agree with me that the chief architect of the fiasco which people with disabilities are facing today, and which every member of the Labour Party opposite is facing today, the chief architect is the Chancellor of the Exchequer, and the fact that she is not here to face up and take responsibility is all we need to know about her and those on the front bench opposite.
My right honourable friend is quite right. This is a fiasco, and it is the Chancellor's fault. She marches them up and down the hill all the time. They're the ones who have to face their constituents. We are trying to help get a welfare system under control and get people into work. Yes. And my right honourable friend, he is right to raise the Chancellor. He's right to raise the Chancellor because when that economic outlook worsened this spring, she chose to force through these changes to welfare, designed not to reform, not to improve the system, but to address a hole in her numbers. These changes were rushed for Rachel, as we say, Mr. Speaker. And I watched when she made that budget. It was quite clear she had no idea of the consequences of her decision. But the country should not have to pay for the mess she has made, and neither should disabled people. Even with these changes in this bill, welfare spending would still be billions higher at the end of the Parliament. Slowing down how much you increase spending is not a cut. And despite... I'll give way on that point.
I thank her for giving way. I don't know about the rest of the House, but I'm slightly baffled here. The opposition has made a virtue of her blank slate and her blank sheet of paper. But is she in favour of more or less? Is she in favour of the actions of her government or not? Because this complete lack of taking responsibility is exactly what got us into this mess in the first place.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not surprised he's baffled because he's clearly not listening to what I'm saying. We have been very, very clear. We had three conditions. We've been very, very clear that we want to see the welfare budget come down. But I'll make some progress. Even with these changes in this bill, Mr. Speaker, welfare spending is still going to be higher by billions at the end of this Parliament. This is not a cut. Slowing down an increase is not a cut. We need to get this under control. But despite the obvious, I will make some progress. Despite the obvious flaws in this bill, Mr. Speaker, we offered to support benefit changes in the national interest. The honourable gentleman asked a question. I will answer it very clearly here for those who have not been paying attention. We agreed to support the government if they could make 3 simple commitments, not unachievable or unreasonable commitments. That first, they had to cut the overall welfare bill because we are spending far too much already. Second, if they would get more people into work. And third, if they would stand by the Chancellor's own commitment, her own commitment, that with taxes at a record level, because of her choices, she wouldn't be coming back for more tax rises. What did we get from the government? A sneery response indicating that they could manage on their own. How's that going? And what happened instead was that the number of MPs opposed to this bill grew ever larger until the inevitable U-turn finally came. Announced by press release dispatched after midnight, a panic letter setting out that the reforms had been gutted, and now the bill is more incoherent than it was at the beginning. I give way.
I thank the Right Honourable Lady for giving way. Just to reflect on the record of the previous government, as of 2024, approximately 24% of the UK population, nearly 16 million people, were living in poverty. Between 2019 to 22-23, an additional 2.1 million people were living in poverty. And in the year until April 2024, before the Labour government came into power, 4.45 million, or 31% of children in the UK, were living in relative poverty. Will the Right Honourable Lady agree with me that the previous Tory government failed the majority of the population, including disabled people and children?
No, I definitely will not agree with him. He's talking about relative poverty figures, and the fact is the best way to get people out of poverty is into work, something we did again and again and again. Mr. Speaker, the bill is more incoherent now than it was right at the beginning. It doesn't do the job at all. Reforms, which were not enough in the first place, will only now cut £2 billion from a ballooning budget instead of £5 billion. And they will create a new welfare trap and a two-tier welfare system. Right up until the last moment, the government kept pushing and pushing, ruling out changes, sending their poor, weary ministers and ambitious backbench bootlickers out onto the airwaves. And then, as we have seen before, Mr. Speaker, at the last moment, I say to them, they abandon you. They abandon you after all of that. They have been hung out to dry, Mr. Speaker. The government does not care how it has made their backbenchers look. And it's not the first time. Week after week, the Right Honourable Lady was sent here to say with a straight face that she was right to cut the winter fuel payments, that there would be no turning back, that the country's finances would simply collapse if she didn't take pensioners' fuel money and give it to the trade unions. And her backbenchers sucked that one up. They muttered and they grumbled, but each of them went back and told their constituents that the winter fuel payments were being confiscated to fix the foundations. And only once pensioners had sat in the cold all winter and the Chancellor had tanked the economy and up and down the country Labour MPs had the door slammed in their face did they finally accept that it was a mistake. This time, when asked to line up behind a bill that cuts money from older disabled people with physical disabilities, a bill that, according to their own modelling, gets no one into work, funnily enough, lots of them didn't fancy another go. Perhaps they will think twice next time the Chancellor comes to them with a bad idea. Yes, I will give.
I thank the Leader of the Opposition for giving way. The Prime Minister's inability to control his backbenchers has meant that the Chancellor now has to find an extra £2.5 billion to fill the savings that she's claiming she's got. Can the Leader of the Opposition guess how she might raise that money?
The fact, I thank my honourable friend for that question, the fact that they have refused not to commit to tax rises means that it's probably inevitable. But it is quite clear that Labour MPs will surely feel emboldened to push for more unaffordable changes to our welfare system, including to the two-child benefit cap. So let's be clear. Part of the reason these plans have been so rushed and badly thought through is because of the mess the Chancellor has made. This is an attempt to find the quickest and crudest savings possible, to plug the hole she has created in the public finances, but the Chancellor is not the only one to blame. It beggars belief that the Labour Party came into office after 14 years in opposition with absolutely no serious plan for reforming welfare. What were they doing all that time? What were they doing? The welfare bill is already totally unsustainable, and it is only getting worse, Mr. Speaker. It is only getting worse. As I said, health and... I'll give way to the Honourable...
And as one of the Labour backbenchers who will be supporting the government, can I just point out there's not that many backbenchers behind her, and they get fewer every week. But perhaps, given what she's just said, she could tell us. She says she wants to cut further from the budget of the DWP.
Where?
What would she cut? What exactly would she do?
We'd cut unemployment. Yes. Mr. Speaker. As I was saying, Mr. Speaker, health and disability benefits are forecast to rise to £100 billion. That will mean £1 in every £4 raised in income tax will be paying for these benefits. This is not sustainable. Until the pandemic, we on this side of the House had spent years bringing down the benefits bill and getting people back into work, including millions of disabled people. Talent, energy, ingenuity, these are not confined to those in perfect health. If we want to afford public services, improve people's lives and compete globally, we cannot consign so many people to a life out of work. We've got to get them into work. So I do believe that the whole House agrees the system needs change. I think we may disagree on what exactly that change looks like, but what we have in front of us today is just a big mess. I give way to my right honourable
friend. The Secretary of State was right. Welfare reform is tough, and governments tend to duck the issue, with notable exceptions like my friend for Stringford and Woodford. But if you are going to change welfare radically, you surely review the options and then decide which ones to take. By contrast, this government's decided on its option and is then going to review to think what it might have done. Surely that's not the right way to run welfare or any part of government.
Spot on, John.
My right honourable friend makes an excellent point. I have nothing further to add. He said it just as well as it possibly could have been said. So, Mr. Speaker, the whole House agreed that the system needs to change one way or another, but what we have in front of us today is a big mess. It's neither fish nor fowl. And because of their hasty concessions, we now have a two-tier benefit system, under which people already on benefits will be incentivised to keep them. And there are other issues. Why, for instance, should someone diagnosed with Parkinson's after November 2026 receive a lower payment than someone diagnosed a month prior? We need to fix a whole load of problems. For instance, we need to filter out people who are gaming the system. We need to redesign the system so that genuinely disabled people do not find it so Kafkaesque. And we need a fundamental rethink about who we can afford to support and why. 1 in 4 people in this country, Mr. Speaker, now self-report as disabled. This is an extraordinary state of affairs. We clearly cannot afford to support all of them. We should focus that support on those with the greatest need. Many people with disabilities live full and independent lives, contributing to society. Research published by the Centre for Social Justice last week shows that you could save up to £9 billion by restricting benefits for lower-level mental health challenges such as anxiety. So members opposite ask what we would change. That's one of the things we would change. And findings published by the Taxpayers Alliance today shows that people with conditions that include acne and food intolerance are getting benefits and getting entitlements like Motability. We already know that the impact assessments for this bill show that it will get no one into work. Those are not my impact assessments, those are their impact assessments, so the government should think again, and we will support them to do so. We support replacing remote or online assessments for claimants with face-to-face assessments. That simple change alone could dramatically reduce the number of new claimants. And before the last election, we outlined reforms that the new government rejected out of hand. Will the Secretary of State return to them? Because these changes we are discussing today are rushed and confused. And rather than the fundamental reforms which we so badly need, we have been presented with a botched package of changes, watered down and carved apart in the face of backbench pressure. There is no way we can back this. So instead of allowing her backbenchers to dictate her policy, the Secretary of State should go back to the drawing board, cut the overall bill, get people into work and eliminate the need for new tax rises. That's a programme that we will support in the national interest.
Rachel Maskell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to put on record my thanks to you for selecting the reasoned amendment in my name and that of others, but most importantly, of 138 deaf and disabled people's organisations who backed that, who co-produced it and worked alongside. It's about time we all recognise the ableism within our systems, which has made them feel so far away from policy making. And I am glad that my honourable friend will be looking at changing that, and I trust once and for all. But on these big decisions, it's so important that they are involved too. My constituent sat in front of me with his gorgeous little girl, thankfully with headphones on and playing a kiddie's game. He said he wouldn't get through this. He just about manages now. Some days he gets up, others not. As his mental health is failing, he can't work. Everything else has been taken from him. And now, this little bit of funding to help them get by, to give him just 1 ounce of dignity, was more than he could bear. Then the words came. It would be better that I wasn't here. That was also his expectation. He tried before. He'll be safe now, but the one who follows not. Another felt dehumanised as they would lose their independence to shower and dress. And others could not balance the books as Scope's disability price tag is at £1,095 every month of extra cost. Changes that would switch independence to dependence, dependence on social care, food banks, pleading for emergency funds or seeking charity. And those who came to see me with fluctuating conditions just do not know where their future lies. These Dickensian cuts belong to a different era and a different party. They are far from what this Labour Party is for, a party to protect the poor, as is my purpose. For I am my brother's keeper. These are my constituents, my neighbours, my community, my responsibility, and I cannot cross by on the other side. For one, let alone for the 150,000 who will be pushed further into poverty. And as so many of us fear, and as the evidence shows, since 600 people took their lives under the Tories' brutal reforms, the tragedy of this ideology could be worse. So I will fight for the purpose of politics, for their livelihoods and their lives. It is a matter of conscience, deep conscience for me, to ensure that these precious people are treated for once with dignity, so they matter for being and not just doing. 16 million, they beg, in the chaos and confusion, where the sequence of consultations makes no sense to them or no sense to me, and I think, if we're honest, no sense to any of us in this bill, to just stop and start again with listening to their voices. So at this 11th hour, I plead withdrawal. We will be met with relief and praise. Let's consult, co-produce, incorporate the Mayfield Review findings and accommodate those of the Timms Review first. Let the voices of older women whose physical health is declining as they work into later life come to the fore, or disabled victims of domestic violence. As Refuge says, the charity will not be able to leave to find their place of safety without PIP. be heard. The olive branch of grace to current claimants gives no mercy to those to come. Disabled people have fought all their lives not to pull up the ladder behind them. We are talking about 430 people on PIP, losing 4,500. 730,000 on universal credit, 3,000, and pushing 150,000 people into deeper poverty. There is a reason why we are a dystopian state of excessive wealth and abject poverty. It is because governments focus on what they value most. And for these people, they never get the attention. It pressures services, it shortens lives, and it breaks societies when people are left behind. I'm happy to give way.
I thank the Honourable Lady for giving way, and I'm proud to put my name to her reasoned amendment today. Do you agree with me that we have a decision to make in this House today, where we stand alongside some of the most vulnerable, people who feel that politics cannot deliver for them? And surely we have a moral duty today to stand with those people and do exactly what she was saying and stop for pause and show them that we care right across this House.
So powerful. And what I would urge all my colleagues is to take with you today the stories that you all know of your constituents. You are here because of them, and they expect you today to serve them in this very difficult vote. And I have to say, I find it really hard myself, because I've known the Right Honourable Member for 30 years, and I know he comes from a good place. But this is just wrong. So I do believe the Honourable Member is absolutely right. Because if we can afford not to have a wealth tax, not to equalise capital gains or draw on the excess profits of corporate greed, then we can afford a PIP for a disabled person. We must clear the waiting list, of course, prevent people falling out of work, get physio to the injured, hold employers to account for their failings, make them open their doors. And of course, in an assessment, we need to ensure that we're not just looking at what somebody can't do, but enable them to be empowered as to what they can, optimising health and opportunity, take a public health approach, social prescribing and advancing adaptive technology. But I say to the Minister, why not have a bridge between what we have now and where we are heading at the end of this process, so nobody falls through the net? But when disabled people manage discomfort and despair, pain and prejudice, are isolated and lonely, or life has spiralled out of control, don't we believe that they would want for anything else but for it to be this way? Already discriminated and dehumanised, I plead, do not leave desperate. There is a heavy duty on us all, and it starts with compassion and kindness, safety and support. Disabled people want reform, but not by this broken bill. My vote weighs heavy, as this is a matter of deep conscience for me, and it should be and will be for us all. And as Nelson Mandela said, may your choices reflect your hopes, not your fears.
For clarity, is the Honourable Member moving her amendment?
Yes.
Okay. The original question was that the bill now be read a second time, since when an amendment has been proposed, as on the order paper. The question is, the amendment be made. I'm now going to come to Steve Darling, but just to say to everyone, we will be imposing a 6-minute limit after Steve Darling, the Liberal Democrat spokesperson. Steve Darling.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to particularly associate myself to the speech just made by the member for York Central, and the Liberal Democrats will be supporting the Reisman amendment that is now under debate. Over the last few weeks, we have had the Green Paper under debate, and it has been disturbing to me in the extreme some of the comments coming from the Labour High Command around noises off,
around some of the comments from Labour backbenchers. People who really should know better within the leadership of the Labour Party describing PIP as pocket money for people is utterly shameful. It is equally shameful the way that this bill is being dashed through. It decreases the credibility of ministers the way that this bill is being dashed through, because if it is fine, then it should have appropriate levels of scrutiny. But we all know that rushed bills are poor bills, and there it is that law of unintended consequences that will come to haunt this government if this bill goes through. It's already been alluded to, this two-tier approach to this system is wrong, and the Liberal Democrats have grave concerns that this is un-British. It's unjust, and it is not the way of our world. We've heard from the Minister saying, oh, it's been done before, it's done before, but that doesn't make it right. That doesn't make it right. It is almost Orwellian that we will be having a system where in our law we say that all disabled people are equal, but some are more equal than others. And also, I'm happy to give way.
The Liberal Democrat Conservative coalition establishing PIP and abolishing disability living allowance, which of course left, I think the Leader of the Opposition's example is someone with Parkinson's. Someone with Parkinson's over 65 could be on DLA, could be on PIP, and could be on attendance allowance. Is he saying he regrets that decision, or that should not exist?
I'd like to thank the member for his contribution. It's always good value. May I also reflect to the Chamber the fact that what message does this send to disabled children? The fact that what we will be saying to those who have gone down the path of their disability degenerating to the extent that they can claim PIP will be over the line, but those youngsters who know they've got a degenerative condition can look forward to no PIP with the proposals that are before us. Also, I would reflect to the Chamber that PIP is often a passport to other levels of support, whether that is blue badges or whether it is rail cards, which gives people the opportunity of getting out and living their best lives. But perhaps the most important passport benefit that you get from this is carers allowance. You know, we have grave concerns of the impact this will have on those families, particularly in the future where they will no longer benefit from carers allowance, which will be robbing those families of around up to £12,000 a year. Don't get me wrong, we as Liberal Democrats recognise that the benefit system is broken and does need resolving, but it needs that, as we had in our manifesto, co-design with disabled groups and carers groups to make sure that we get it right for our people. I'm happy to give way to the
Honourable Member for giving way. The Secretary of State today has made the claim that she is listening. Would the Honourable Member agree with me that she's certainly not listening to many of her backbenchers, but also to the 86 disability charities who have said this will harm disabled people? We all know that reform is needed, but today when we talk about reform, there's absolutely no mention of the fraud that goes on within the system that's costing billions to our country. So surely we should start with that and not impact and affect the most vulnerable in our society, and therefore we will be voting against this bill today for that reason.
Thank you. And I concur most with what the member was stating there, but I'd go back to the root causes of some of the challenges of why some people aren't in work, and it goes back to my surgery in Torbay, where people have come along and said, I've got this long-term illness, but I can't be fixed by the NHS, that it's been broken. And until we've sorted our National Health Service and the social care system out, people will be trapped with long-term ill health. So that needs resolving as a matter of urgency. I'd also highlight, and I've banged on about this, and whilst we acknowledge PIP is not there for, it isn't an out-of-work benefit, it helps people live what many of us would take for granted as their lives. But the reality is the access to work scheme is broken massively, and that needs resolving. And whilst there are warm words, happy to give way.
I thank the honourable gentleman for giving way. I would just like to remind the honourable gentleman that the access to work scheme may well be broken. There is measures in this bill and in the Green Paper of Pathways to Work which specifically talks about how we should improve that access to work for our constituents, many of whom rely on that as a way of them becoming a fully able person to be able to work themselves. So if the honourable gentleman votes against this bill, the risk is that goes too.
Thank you, and I would thank my honourable colleague for their comment, but I would say the access to work system has been here for years and it continues to be broken. It could be easily fixed by the government, but they're choosing not to roll their sleeves up and actually engage with sorting it now, because I've had constituents contact me who've almost lost their jobs because of what is going on here and now. So also we need to see the carers allowance review coming to answer. So there are lots of the jigsaw that needs to be in place before we push forward with these proposals. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I would highlight that it is a broken system. We shouldn't be pushing forward with these proposals until we've heard from that Tim's review. We should not be abandoning some of the most vulnerable in our society. Liberal Democrats will be voting with the reasoned amendment. If that is lost, we will vote against the second amendment. But you do not help those who are already broken by breaking a system. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair of the Select Committee, Debbie Abrahams.
Thank you so much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow the gentleman, the member for Totnes, and my fellow Select Committee. Torbay, I do apologise, Torbay, and my fellow Select Committee members as well. I absolutely agree with my right honourable friend, the Work and Pension Secretary, about the need and the general recognition, I think, is across this House of the need to reform the social security system. For me, the social security system, like our NHS, should be there for any one of us in our time of need, whether that's as a result of being in low-paid work or not in work at all, protecting us from poverty and destitution, which unfortunately it didn't do in the past under the past government. And similarly, if we become sick or disabled or can no longer work, it should be there for us. I believe that the vast majority of people of working age want to work and do the right thing by their families. And as the Work and Pensions Select Committee heard, there's no evidence to suggest otherwise. We have just completed our Pathways to Work inquiry. The Leader of the Opposition, who I think was the Minister for Equalities under the last government, didn't mention, for example, the Equality and Human Rights Commission inquiry, which was then increased to an investigation for their potential discrimination of disabled people. And that was specifically the Department for Work and Pensions, and that is still outstanding. And she didn't mention the United Nations Committee for the Rights of Disabled People investigating the previous government for breaches in the UN CRPD, not once, twice. So it is a little bit rich hearing what the Leader of the Opposition said. For the last 15 years, we have seen a punitive, even a dehumanising social security system where not being able to work has been viewed with suspicion or worse. And that's had devastating consequences. As my friend, the member for York Inner, has mentioned. Central, thank you. Too many people relying on social security support to survive have died through suicide, starvation, and other circumstances exacerbated by their poverty. We know that there have been 10 prevention of future deaths reports since 2010 under the previous administration issued by coroners because of direct causal responsibility of the DWP. We don't even know the full extent of these claimants' deaths or even the harms, but my committee published our Safeguarding Vulnerable Claimants report in May, which defined recommendations to prevent these harms to claimants, and this has been at the forefront of my mind when considering the bill. Here I want to start by acknowledging some of the real positive measures in the Pathways to Work Green Paper and the Get Britain Working White Paper, which I believe will have a significant and positive impact on people's lives, helping them to get into work. The reform of job centres and the merger with the National Career Service, the right to try and the new regulations just announced, the Trailblazer programme, which will increase the opportunity for people to get closer to the labour market by working with community groups, the voluntary sector and our health bodies as well. Connect to Work, providing employment support. And very essentially, Keep Britain Working, the independent review that Charlie Mayfield is undertaking and how that will reduce the appalling disability employment gap. Again, not improved on by the government, by the opposition. Still remaining at 28, 29% or thereabouts for 15 years that they were in power. And the commitment, and this is really important, the commitment to safeguarding, which is one of the key measures within the Green Paper. And of course, there's the other work that the government is undertaking in other departments, increasing NHS capacity to ensure that, for example, the hip or knee replacements or mental health support is available in weeks, as it was when I was an NHS chair under the former Labour government as well. In weeks we were dealing with these things, not the years that people are having to wait now. The Employment's Right Bill, the industrial strategy, and I could go on. However, the bill, as it is currently planned, risks undermining some of these excellent initiatives. I will, thank you.
Lady giving way, and I know she's always fair-minded in this chamber and outside. She'll recognise that 2.5, possibly as many as 3 million additional disabled people entered the workforce under the last Conservative government. Does she share my concerns that the bill today could actually undermine the ability of people with disabilities to enter the labour market?
I think that's what we've got to make sure doesn't happen. Okay, I mean, there are risks, and I'm being very honest about that. As the evidence that my committee has received as part of our Pathways to Work inquiry, we are an ageing society with worse health than other advanced economies as a result of the austerity policies of the previous government, including the cuts in support to working age people. There's a really good report, 28 reports, so pre-pandemic. If we increased the health of the worst health areas in the country, we will be increasing our productivity by over 13 billion. So we need to make sure that we look at that in the round. And of course, this was very quickly. Is that next round?
Making and health support being redirected towards more deprived areas. That's exactly the announcement that the Secretary of State for Health made just last week. So does she welcome that and think that that will aid in support and improving the health outcomes of people in deprived areas?
Following, I haven't yet seen details of that, but that was something that I raised. And we see the funding following, as we know there was. I'm going to very quickly march on, if I may. And we know that COVID exacerbated these issues. Yeah. The mental health crisis we have in the UK, especially with our young people. The UK Millennium Cohort Study shows the key drivers of the NEETs levels are because of the poverty and the austerity and other issues that families have faced. But back to the bill, very, very briefly, Madam Deputy Speaker. I acknowledge and thank the government for the concession that they have made to date, protecting existing PIP claimants and people on UC LCWRA with severe conditions or terminal diagnosis. The growing evidence of the potential harms that would have been experienced was significant. It was the right thing to do. However, people who are newly disabled or who acquire a health condition from November 26 will also need help with their extra costs. NEF has estimated that 150,000 people will be pushed into poverty as a result of no longer being eligible for PIP. No, I'm sorry, I'm not, they're not going to give me an extra minute, unfortunately. And that will in itself worsen their condition. So it'll make it easier for people to live independently if people get live independently, including to work, if they get that money. There is still clear confusion about the PIP review. Will it be co-produced with disabled people in our organisations? If so, why are we saying that the outcome of that review and the new PIP assessment is predetermined at 4 points? And therein lies the problem. Most of us are aware that the dog's breakfast of this bill is being driven by the need to get 4 points to the OBR to enable it to be scored for the budget. The Bank of England Governor has said we have to stop over-interpreting the OBR's forecasts, which, as we know, are fallible. I'm going to march on to the right thing. I urge the Government to remove the reference to 4 points in Clause 4. There are amendments I think we can do, but the commitment to the co-production, the new PIP assessment on the face of the bill, including the new, and to delay the implementation of the freezing of UC LCWRI. Thank you so much.
Stuart Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a delight to speak in this debate, and I want to speak in this debate from a lived experience. So I just want to put on record that at one stage after I was shot in the military, when I left, I was received a war pension, and after having some of my foot amputated this year, I'm undergoing reassessment for that process. I also, at one stage in my life, was diagnosed with complex PTSD and suffered for about 15 years of extreme mental health, which I have openly shared in this chamber. So I understand how people can have unforeseen circumstances that can impact them. I saw this early from a young age, growing up, when my dad died and left my mum and me and my two brothers on our own with literally nothing. We had a roof over our head, and I watched my mum go without food to put food on our table. And I spoke to my mum at the weekend, and the support and the welfare support she had at that time was a lifeline. She couldn't possibly see a way through it if we hadn't have had it. I grew up on free school meals, understanding that the system supported us and allowed us to get through what was a very challenging childhood, but I was brought up in a loving environment. So I've also seen later in life, I lost a business and found that there was a situation where I couldn't put food on my children's table, and had support through what was a challenging time, and did everything I could to work my way out of that and get back on my own 2 feet. But I firmly believe, as a Conservative, that there should be support for people when they need it, because you never know what you're going to face, and the support should be there at the time when they do require it. What I do believe, that welfare is not an option for people to take where they don't want to work, and I've seen it many times of multi-generational unemployment where families create benefits. It's a career. They grow up having seen many years of people in welfare, and they do everything they can to stay. I've seen it on my surgeries where they come and say, I can normally cheat the system, but I'm struggling here. I've had people openly admit that. That isn't everybody. As I said, the system needs to be there for people that do need it. But at the moment, there is a lot of people that don't need it, in my firm view. It should always provide an incentive for people to return to work where it is possible. I understand there will be some people that will never be able to be in a situation of work, and we should support them there. And the government figures this year in April stated that 46.5 billion in 2019-2020 was the total cost of health-related benefits, which has risen to 75 billion in this year just gone, and is expected to rise to 97.7 billion by 29-30. On this trajectory, that will have doubled in almost a decade. And the OBR predicts that the government's welfare reforms will still increase costs by 5.3%, while we've got a 1.6% GDP expected growth. So I know the Secretary of State agrees that welfare needs reforming, because on the 19th of July she sent a Dear Colleague letter explaining a system that they believe was right. We then received one on the 26th of June saying the system's different and the system's changed. In the space of a week, if the Secretary of State has had to change her mind to her approach, how can we believe that that system and the one putting forward now is right? I don't believe that. And it's not a serious attempt of reforming welfare. And I'll back that comment up. So we've talked about the social security system. So the government forecast this current year, 25 to 26, of social security system cost is £316 billion. Today we are discussing something that doesn't do 1% or it's about 1% reform to that cost. That is not reform. That is tinkering around the edges. And I know we'll hear many different on the debate today. Yes, I will.
Very grateful, my friend, for giving way. Would you agree with me that given the rather botched nature which the government have dealt with this, and the U-turn which is proving to be unsatisfactory, given the scale of the changes which need to be made, the government will just move away from any meaningful reform, deeming it to be too difficult or too hot to handle? That does no service to those who are in receipt of benefits, and certainly no benefit to taxpayers.
I think the honourable gentleman is right in that. The government have a huge majority, and they have a chance to reform welfare. And if they don't take it at this moment, it will not get reformed. And I believe pausing this would probably get support of many people across the House, going back, looking at assessment process that can actually look at who requires it and who doesn't, plan that system out before then looking at implementing this, to do a multi-staged approach. And I do respect the Minister and looking forward to the Tim's review, but we might as well make you the chair of the Select Committee as well. It's like marking your own homework on this. And we need to have a fair approach to take that forward, and this system isn't the one that's doing it. And I believe in welfare, and I'm proud that we have welfare and have been the receipt of good welfare system, that we have welfare to support the people that need it. It must be affordable, it must be sustainable, and where possible should put people back into work. And I don't believe any of these changes are going to do that, and I believe, hand on heart, if every member looks at this, a 1% change to the whole of the welfare system, or the whole of the social security system, is not reform, and nobody can ever say it is. It's tinkering around the edges and a missed opportunity. Thank you.
Emma Newell.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I'd like to start by thanking my honourable friend from York Central for her diligent and careful work over recent months. I am sad that we've ended up here, because no matter what, regardless of concessions, a vote for this bill today is a vote to plunge 150,000 people into poverty and to tighten eligibility criteria for those who need support the most. Some of us have been here before. In 2015, when the Tories pushed through their welfare and work reform bill, I, along with other colleagues, was persuaded to vote for it on the promise we could change it in committee. It didn't change, and although we voted it down at third reading, the damage was done. Because outside of this place, the nuances of stages of a bill are completely lost. The result was that the savings predicted never materialised. Employment levels did not increase. Instead, there was an increase in poverty, an increase in suicides, a strain on the NHS and other public services, and in the long run, higher welfare spending and reduced growth. Of course I'll give way.
For giving way. She's making an incredibly powerful case, and one of the reasons why none of us should take any lectures from the benches opposite, because she and I were here when the bedroom tax was introduced. We can have many moral arguments about welfare reform, but if you look at the bedroom tax and how little it actually saved in the end, it shows you that actually this way forward isn't the way that we help people into work and ultimately cut our welfare bill.
Thank my honourable friend for that intervention. I remember well the UN rapporteur who said that the benches opposite were engaged in cruelty towards people in this country who needed help the most. But what I cannot fathom today is that a Labour government is not putting in support first and letting that support embed. This is what will reduce the welfare bill and increase employment levels. The impact of any cuts would then not be as drastic. The starting point should never be cuts before proper support. The review being led by my right honourable friend, the Minister for Disabilities, who I have a lot of respect for, is starting to look a little bit predetermined as the change in criteria happens at the same time as the review concludes. It remains unclear how existing claimants with fluctuating conditions are going to be assessed and the impact that these changes will have on carers' allowances. But what we do know is that DLA claimants and those on other legacy benefits will be assessed under the new criteria, putting almost 800,000 disabled children at risk of losing support. The North East region has the highest number of disabled people in England, and the number of people searching for work outpaces the number of available jobs. How on earth will cutting the universal credit health element incentivise those people to go out and find a job that doesn't even exist? And since PIP is an in-work benefit, restricting the very support that can keep people in work will only help to increase unemployment levels. And all of this, Madam Deputy Speaker, for £2.5 billion worth of savings, when we know they are savings that can be made elsewhere. When we know those with the broadest shoulders could pay more, but instead we are once again making disabled people pay the price for the economic mess that the party opposite left us. As it stands, we are being asked to vote blind today. There is no new bill. There are no new explanatory notes. There is no fully updated impact assessment. There is no time for sufficient scrutiny. No formal consultation has taken place with disabled people. The majority of employment support will not be in place until the end of the decade. Access to work remains worse than ever before, and we are creating a two-tier, possibly three-tier benefit system where we know for certain that disabled people are going to be worse off. This is not a responsible way for any of us to legislate. It is predicted that disabled people will lose on average £4,500 per year. Yet we know that they already need an extra £1,095 per month just to have the same standard of living as non-disabled households. There's a reason why 138 organisations representing disabled people are against this bill. There is a reason why there is not a single organisation that has come out in support of it. Madam Deputy Speaker, I am pleading with MPs today, please do not do this. For those on my own benches, staying loyal to your party today may feel good in this place, but once you go home, once you're in your individual constituency, the reality of this will hit, and it will hit very hard. Just like in 2015, I'm concluding my comments, sorry. Just like in 2015, constituents will never forgive, and it will haunt those MPs who voted for it. I, of all people, should know.
Well said. Tom Morrison.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I come here today fuelled by the voices of hundreds of my constituents, and I want to speak to the harm that I think this bill will cause if rushed through the House. How a society treats its most vulnerable members is a real reflection of its progression and intent. And despite recent U-turns and last-minute changes, people, including children, will be pushed into poverty because of this bill.
Will the honourable member give way?
Please.
Thank you. Does the honourable member agree with me that changing life-critical benefits in a rush, gambling with people's futures without evidence, and only listening when your backbenchers rebel is simply not how governments govern at their best?
Thank you for those comments, and I do wholeheartedly agree. Madam Deputy Speaker, as I've already said, many of my constituents have raised their fears, worries and anxieties about these plans. And as they've been unable to provide their own stories directly because of the government's lack of consultation, I want to use my time to be their voice. Amy from Bramall suffers from ME, and her illness can fluctuate hour to hour and day to day, making it hard to pass assessments for support. Now, Amy recently appealed to me for assistance after the DWP withdrew her PIP despite the fact her illness was now getting worse. And Amy said to me, "It's outstanding how I can be reduced to 0 points from receiving higher levels of mobility and daily care when I have not been cured, nor have had any improvement on how my condition affects my life. In 2018, when my PIP was downgraded, following appeal, it was rewarded back to me. Yet now, without improvements to how I am affected, it has been completely stopped." Those who have had to face mandatory reconsideration will know the extent of the documents needed and the stress involved. But to cope with this when you are ill and suffering every single day is simply not sustainable. Amy's been advised that the mandatory reconsideration will take 15 weeks, which is almost 4 months. So I ask this House, where will Amy get the support she needs during this wait? This situation highlights the barriers that people with chronic illnesses and disabilities face when trying to get support.
Thank my honourable friend for giving way. And would he agree with me that these changes risk devastating consequences for people who are living with complex mental health conditions, who may not score 4 points in a single activity, but who experience persistent, moderate challenges across many areas, and it could in fact lead to financial hardship and worsening mental health, which then puts more pressure on other services, which then negates the point of the exercise in the first place?
I thank my honourable friend for that, and that's incredibly important, because whether it's motor neurone disease, blindness, ME, arthritis or mental illness or cancer, these barriers will only be further entrenched should this bill be passed. Disability Stockport is a local charity that specialises in autism and mental health. Now, they've told me that they are deeply opposed to these changes that the government is proposing. They said to me that such cuts would exacerbate poverty, worsen mental health issues and further reduce the already limited support available to the most vulnerable and marginalised people across Greater Manchester. And we believe this would pose a serious risk of harm. And whilst Disability Stockport welcome the government's investment into employment support, they are clear that much more is needed because of people like Joan. Now, Joan lives in Cheadle-Hulme and worked in financial services before falling very ill. She explained to me that the persistent and defeating barriers that disabled and ill people face when trying to secure employment. She faces 6-month waiting lists for an assessment to access to work. How can this government expect more disabled people to work if they have to wait 6 months just for an assessment? Joan told me that it's a degrading process when you are having to work without adjustments. She has to push herself through pain and fatigue because during her probationary period, she does not receive sick leave. So if Joan moves jobs, she would have to start over again despite there being a registered record of her needs adjustments. And this is just one example of the lack of full and effective investment into supporting disabled people and chronically ill people into work. The Greater Manchester Coalition of Disabled People told me they are concerned for those using PIP to pay rent and bills. The Coalition also expressed that this rush legislation doesn't truly apply more pressure or give more support to employers to make accommodations for disabled people. Instead, the bill will protect the status quo and that the onus to get support will be on the individual and not the employer. They asked what will happen to the 16 to 22-year-olds who no longer get disability living allowance and don't qualify for PIP. These young people will fall through the cracks and be pushed into poverty. Madam Deputy Speaker, by bringing forward this bill, which could amount to the biggest cut to sickness and disability benefits in a generation, it's clear there is no sense to the real-life impact it is having on hundreds of people in my constituency and the hundreds of thousands of people across constituency represented by people in this House.
I thank the Honourable Gentleman for giving way. Can he confirm to what extent he thinks the cut is? Because my understanding is spending is still going to increase. And can he confirm if the cut, as he sees it, is even bigger than the cut that his party forced on the poorest in this country when in coalition? Thank you.
I thank for the comments, and these are the voices of my constituents which I am put here to represent. And we can talk about the coalition all you want. We can talk about the coalition all they want. But what we're doing is talking about the here and now. And what we will be judged, this House, members of this House will be judged on what lobby they vote through later today. Because it's ironic that the government introduced a child poverty task force, and yet through this bill is actively undermining the work towards alleviating child poverty. Child Poverty Action estimates that because of this bill, the following so-called mitigations from the government, 54,000 children will be forced into poverty. This is the equivalent of 1,800 full classrooms. Madam Deputy Speaker, disabled people and all benefit claimants should be thoroughly consulted before legislation is rushed through. And if the government will not listen to the voices of my constituents and the constituents of other members in this House, then maybe they will listen to the voices of respected charities like Child Poverty Action Group, Citizens Advice, the Trussell Trust, Minds. They are all urging the government to change course. This bill will likely support millions of disabled people, pushing at least 150,000 people into poverty. Food bank use will undoubtedly soar. Worklessness will grow, and the government will ironically be adding even more to the unemployment figures it's so desperate to keep down. The charities rightly warn that even despite the last-minute changes the government has hurriedly to introduce, the impact on adult social care services, NHS services, housing and homeless support, the justice system and advice services will be catastrophically stretched, and with many organisations facing breaking point. Madam Deputy Speaker, this government knows there are multiple ways to ease the country's finances, but it's making a very deliberate choice to penalise a group of people who have neither the strength nor time to fight it. It is absolutely shameful. Unless the government scraps the two-child limit and benefit cap, child poverty will be higher at the end of this Parliament than at the start. Is that really the legacy that this Labour government wants to leave? And finally, Mr Speaker, I urge this government, I'm coming to my marks, I urge this government to think of the stories of Amy and Joan and reflect on the very real and personal impact that these changes will have on them and millions that share their story. The government must change course without delay. I am sure I speak for many in this chamber when I say that we came into politics to fight for the most marginalised and vulnerable in our communities. And if this bill passes, we will have all let them down.
Dan Carden.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I am grateful to have just a couple of minutes to give my comments today. I have been frustrated that ministers have continued to say that this bill is rooted in fairness. Its origins came about, as far as my recollection goes, as a £5 billion cut from Treasury, and I think that has marred the whole situation moving forward. And the political mess that it has unleashed, I think, is the result of a lack of a clear purpose. I'm incredibly proud of the work I've done and the campaigns I've been part of with disabled charities, and I'm just sorry that they feel excluded from the process up until this point. But I am glad that the Secretary of State has made commitments to work with those charities going forwards. We say we want to win the support of working class communities, and yet the people I represent in the most deprived communities in our country don't yet think our government is on their side. They felt the winter fuel cut was an attack on them, and they think taking money off physically disabled people who can't wash themselves is plainly wrong. I want welfare reform. I want the dignity and pride of work for as many of my constituents as possible. And I want to say to the Secretary of State, I am reassured that the 14,697 people in Liverpool Walton currently on PIP will be protected, that the government will scrap reassessment for those with the most severe conditions, and that it has committed to spending £1 billion a year on health skills and work support. But we are in a dire state. There are people for whom no amount of employment support will make a blind bit of difference. There are 1 million people, 1 million young people, not in work or training. Give them the chance to find purposeful, dignified, unionised work. If they're on benefits, get them doing something useful in the community for it. Recommit to full employment. I know in the poorest areas, welfare is the lifeline for people up against a housing crisis and ever-rising bills for food, electricity and cost of living. But of course, it shouldn't be. Tackle the fundamental problems. Impose rent caps in the poorest areas, drive out the landlords, extorting my constituents, and help my constituents buy their homes. I don't want the Labour Party to be the party of welfare. I want it to be the party of transformation. It was founded to give workers a voice and take on their class enemies. And we are in government with the levers of power in our hands. Show the British people we are on their side.
John Glenn.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I wanted to speak in this debate because I wanted to try and get behind some of the headlines, behind some of the challenges that the government benches face in getting to a settled view today by looking back over the last years, the years we had in government, and looking at some of the lessons that we must draw from that experience but I believe are relevant for us to consider today. I won't be able to support the proposals, not because I don't think some of them have significant merit, nor because I don't have the greatest respect for the member for East Ham, who's spent 31 years in this place, and I believe will do all that's asked of him. But because I don't think that this bill, that these changes are sufficiently ambitious to deal with the scale of the challenges that we face in this country. Now, I was in government for 7 years, and I was in the Treasury for most of that time. And during the COVID epidemic, we had to make some pretty quick changes whilst the economy was shut down overnight. That involved changes to benefits, it involved standing up a furlough scheme very quickly, it involved bounce-back loans and many interventions to try and keep our public services going. And it was at the core of some of the patterns of behavioural change that we now see in our benefit system in this country. And I was looking at the numbers for my own constituency of Salisbury, which I recognise is a wonderful place, but also quite a wealthy place, not having some of the embedded challenges that exist in other parts of the country. But when I look at the number of PIP claims in January 2019, it was 2,065. In April 2025, it was 4,211. And I think the vast majority of my constituents, and I think the vast majority of people in this country, cannot understand how there was a doubling of those numbers in such a short amount of time. And I fully respect the aspirations of the Secretary of State and her ministerial team to try to seek to address this, because we have got to come to terms with what we can afford as a country. But I also hear sincerely the remarks of the last honourable member who spoke from Liverpool Walton, whose constituency is rather different to mine, but I think we are all united in this place, in that we want to look after the most vulnerable. Yeah. I want to see those that are suffering and that are disabled and that need support from the state to receive that support in a timely way. But what I don't want to see is people written off permanently. And about 12, 14 years ago in this House, we had a debate about mental health. And several members of Parliament stood up and they bravely talked about their own mental health challenges. And we then went on a journey to bring parity of esteem to mental health and physical health in our benefit system. But I believe that that pathway into assessment for those on mental health has not worked. It writes people off too easily, and it doesn't serve them well by leaving them in a place where they're on an enduring basis reliant on the state. And we as a country cannot afford it. It is time to legislate for more resilience in our country and in those that receive benefits such that they can get out of that place of dependency. Because I don't think it's a happy place for anyone to be. And so when I reflect on the changes today, I can see the hand of the Treasury. I can see the fiscal imperative. I can see the public finances and what is now likely to happen in the autumn, which will mean more tax rises. Now, for some on the other side, that will be a necessary price worth paying. But what I would say is that we as a country lack the productive capacity to grow if we tax those that create jobs to a level that they just won't create jobs any further. And we have got to come to terms with that profound reality, because if we don't, we're in a death spiral as a country. So I give credit to the government on some of the steps that they're making today, but for reasons that are different to many on that side of the House, I won't be able to support it because I don't think it is holistic, it goes far enough, and deals with the profound tragedy that's happened to our benefit system, consequential of COVID and our public finances, I'm very happy to give way to the Honourable Lady.
I thank the Honourable Member for giving way, and I always appreciate his remarks in Treasury Committee and in the Chamber as an extremely fair-minded colleague. I appreciate his remarks in yesterday's statement and the admission that the previous government's handling of our recovery from the pandemic was not what it should have been. But does he not recognise there are constituents that I meet with who now rely on their PIP in order to get them to their places of work because of the stripping away of council funding, of bus routes, of social care, and all the services that were left in tatters by the previous government?
Well, I'd like to reciprocate the warm sentiments to the Honourable Lady. And she makes a political point, some of which will be true in some circumstances, some of which won't. But my point today to everyone in this House is let's be real, let's be honest, and let's be true about the trajectory of growth in welfare spending in this country, and be honest about what we can afford when we face a transformed landscape of threats to this country, calls for more spending on defence. We have to address our priorities, but also recognise that the most vulnerable need continued support. But the system we have brings too many into dependency on the state, and that is not right.
Good. Rebecca Long-Bailey.
Madam Deputy Speaker. Now, we all know the famous quote, "The true measure of any society can be found in how it treats its most vulnerable members." It's a litmus test, really, for the morality and integrity of our country's values. But sadly, in recent years, the United Nations has already twice reported on the conditions for disabled people in the UK, finding that there were grave and systematic violations of human rights. And sadly, the bill as it stands today will worsen this situation. Despite concessions and even excluding existing claimants, brutal cuts will still push hundreds of thousands of vulnerable, sick and disabled people into poverty. Existing claimants will live in fear that if their situation changes and they're reassessed, they could lose everything under the new system. Disabled children will look to the future with trepidation, knowing that in adulthood, the support that would have helped them live a full and fruitful life might not be there. Now, I truly welcome the proposals to support those who could work with a little help. But according to the Learning and Work Institute, the numbers it will help are nominal, between 1% and 3%, a finding echoed by the Institute for Fiscal Studies, who conclude that we might expect increases in employment only in the tens of thousands. And the concessions made over the weekend, whilst welcome, they do create a two-tier system. The amount of support someone receives will now depend on when they made their claim. And that's simply not fair, especially as those who need help find themselves needing this support through no fault of their own. Now, it's clear that our punitive and broken welfare system needs reform, yes. It drives disabled people into poverty. But proper consultation should have taken place with those most directly affected to build a system that truly nurtures. It didn't happen. The government should have published assessments on the impact of these updated proposals on the poverty of future claimants, those undergoing reassessment and carers. They haven't. The government should have assessed the knock-on impact on local authorities, the NHS, the charity sector, and the scope for non-payment of household debts as people pushed into poverty desperately seek help elsewhere. They haven't. So we're being asked to vote on a bill today to rush it through without consultation nor knowing the full picture, and that can't be right. And if this is about cost, whilst I recognise the financial challenges facing the government, challenges that are a direct result of 14 years of mismanagement and underinvestment by the previous government, the sad thing is that there are alternatives. Introduce
higher taxes on extreme wealth. End the stealth subsidies for banks. Tax gambling fairly and properly. The list of alternatives is endless, because every single disability organisation is against this brutal bill. And if we ignore them, if we say that it's okay to treat one group of people as lesser than another, if we say it's okay to neglect the vulnerable, undermine their rights, dignity, and push them into poverty, then honestly, what does that say about the true measure of our society? So I'd say to my front bench colleagues, please, pull back from the brink now before it's too late and withdraw this bill.
Ian Solemn.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Terrified, anxious, angry. These are the words that Citizens Advice Rural Cambridgeshire tell me they've heard most since these changes were proposed. I recently hosted an emergency forum in St Neots that brought together those on the front line, food banks, advice bureaus, charities and social organisations, to discuss the impact of these changes. Every organisation said the same. The government's proposals, as they stood, should not go ahead. That the government reached the same conclusion just yesterday does nothing to reassure that they know what they are doing. Last-minute changes may protect existing claimants, but they will be creating a fundamentally unjust two-tier system. Now, as my Liberal Democrat colleagues have said, we understand that the system needs reform. We understand the concern about how high the welfare bill is currently. But we also understand disabled people and their carers, which is a claim the government cannot possibly make for themselves when it has yet to meaningfully consult those whose lives will be so significantly altered by its proposed changes. Now, the figures that many have mentioned do help us see the scale, but they don't tell the stories of the millions of real people whose lives will be changed by these reforms. Let me share the story, if I may, of a 23-year-old autistic man on the Switch Now learning programme based in my constituency. Through EHCP funding, he receives a full-time education and would be supported to progress into employment by next summer. Switch Now have a brilliant record of success, and I would welcome the opportunity to talk to the Secretary of State more about their work. However, his PIP was unexpectedly cut a few months ago, with little notice, from around £100 a week to just £20. And just with that reduction, he cannot afford to feed himself through the week, let alone afford the transport to his programme every day, or pay for the care he needs elsewhere. He and many more people like him are doing exactly what the government claims it wants them to do, working hard, completing training, and looking to the future where they can join the workforce with that support. They need that help. And hundreds of thousands like him will still face these barriers even under yesterday's changes. A 23-year-old autistic person applying next year will be treated differently from one applying today, not because their needs differ, but because of political timing. And if the government now accepts that changes are necessary, then why are we voting before the TIMS review concludes? Why implement a 4-point threshold on criteria that the government admits needs reviewing? The government's approach exposes a lack of compassion. How will it encourage the back-to-work culture that I know the Secretary of State does want? Madam Deputy Speaker, every person who might have a future lifeline taken away by these reforms is a human. But it's difficult to see that the government is treating them that way. The Secretary of State yesterday dismissed concerns about a two-tier system, but this is patently absurd. They're creating different levels of support for identical conditions purely based on application dates. And disabled people should not be shouldering the burden of fixing our public finances. They and disability groups that represent them must be meaningfully consulted on any changes that will affect them. So I will be voting against these changes, and I would urge anyone who cares about disabled people and fundamental fairness to do the same.
Dame Meg Hillier.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, it's often been reported this week that it's the first anniversary of a Labour government, and wasn't I waiting for that for a very long time? But it's also the 10th anniversary that I've had the privilege of chairing 2 select committees in this House, looking at the detail at public spending, and in the last year at the Treasury. So I cannot stand here, Madam Deputy Speaker, and claim I did not know that it was going to be a very difficult financial situation that this Labour government would inherit. And while this isn't just about money and should not just be about money, it is a tragedy that too many young people in particular are being pushed into disability benefits. It's a sign of what we would call on the Public Accounts Committee cost shunting, failures in other part of the public sector where money had been taken away and they were pushed into another area where they could claim the money. And those people are being written off too often, and I have too many in my constituency. And I can see the face of one mother who came to my surgery, distraught that her 2 young boys, her young sons, young adults, are in a terrible state and haven't ever been able to work, yet they're only in their, the oldest is only in their early 20s. But Madam Deputy Speaker, a week is a long time in politics, as has also famously been said. And a week ago, this bill would have meant that over 300,000 people currently receiving personal independence payments were fearful that they would lose that through reassessment. But since then, and I pay tribute to many honourable friends in this House, in particular to many of my honourable friends chairing select committees, and the government that embraced the discussions we had in good faith, the government has agreed to protect those existing PIP claimants, to make sure that those people are not fearful that they will lose their money, and that they can relax and know that they can be secure in their future. The government has also ensured that those receiving UC and the health top-up are also protected in real terms. And I pay particular tribute to my colleague, the chair of the DWP Select Committee, the member for Alderman Saddleworth, for that proposal. And I'll give way.
I thank my friend for giving way, and throughout this process I have focused primarily on the impact of these changes on people with severe disabilities who are unable to work. The bill originally would have made these people worse off, which was unacceptable to me, but the government's changes now ensure that the income of these people will be genuinely protected in real terms. Does she agree with me that this is a vitally important change?
Meg Hillier. Madam Deputy Speaker, I completely agree, and that was really one of the biggest concerns I had about this bill, and that's why so many honourable members stood up and said we don't want this to go ahead in these terms, and the government listened. The government is also bringing forward important employment support, and I think there's a huge opportunity there for our local councils and others who provide this, not just the DWP, those charities that specialise in working with people. And I have an example of DWP staff in Hackney who have worked with a woman who, at the age of 49, a victim of domestic violence, found herself homeless, helped her into a flat, worked, parent of 3. She had never worked from the age of 16. They found her work. After a few weeks, she came back and said, I like this 10 hours work a week, I want more. So intensively done, this can work. It takes time, and it will, and that's one of the reasons we needed to protect current PIP claimants. And the co-production of the TIMS review is a groundbreaking change. If the DWP adopts this, does it well, and makes it the blueprint for the future, this puts disabled people in the driving seat about how benefits are shaped, not just now, but into the future. It's long overdue, and it is one of the biggest changes that came out of discussions in the recent week. We all know that work is a noble endeavour, and I won't repeat what others have said about that, but it's good for people. We need to know, we need people want to work. I have so many disabled people in my constituency, and we know up and down the country, not supported into work. So whether they're receiving PIP or if they got well enough to get into work and didn't need the PIP, either way, the dignity of work should be open to all, and too many of them are excluded from the workplace. So that work support is critical to them too. I really welcome the work of the Mayfield Review, and I had an opportunity at a round table last week to meet employers and people putting people into work who were very praising of the early findings of the Mayfield Review. One of the people there had been involved in it, and it's good, demonstrably good value for employers to support people to stay in work. They keep that experience and that knowledge. I welcome as well the right to try and all of the other tailored support that's in this bill. We need to reform the welfare system because it's letting too many people down. Too many people moulder on benefits and never have the chance of getting off.
And give way. I'm very grateful to my right honourable friend, and I pay tribute to her for the work that she has put in to the changes that we already have in this bill. But she spoke of cost shunting and the way in which cuts in one area had forced people to be claiming in others, and those costs have risen. Does she not therefore think that it's important that the government should address those areas where the cuts have been made that forced people out before we actually reduce the support for the new claimants that will be coming on?
My friend raises an important point, and cost shunting can work both ways. So it's vitally important that the Timms review really examines that. And if this government is serious about mission-led government and working cross departments, then it's vital that the Department of Health and others are very crucially involved. But look, Madam Deputy Speaker, we all know government is about hard choices. No one said to govern is easy. But it's not just, and I would say this to the government, about what the government does it, but how it does it. And I trust that over the last week the government has really learnt this. I am blown away by the talent, particularly of the new colleagues I've met since 2024. These benches, both sides of the House, have people who have huge talent and experience. We are not just message replicators. We are not just voting fodder. There is talent, knowledge and expertise in this House which government would do well to harness. It's easy to get into a bunker, and government's hard. I've been a government minister. It's, you get lots to do. You never have a minute to yourself, but listening and engaging is absolutely vital and makes better policy. The privilege of this place is that every centimetre of the United Kingdom is represented by a Member of Parliament. So we have reach that is a valuable tool to anybody taking seriously making policy. And Parliament too has a vital role, Madam Deputy Speaker. And government needs to engage, I think, better with this House, including in particular the committee corridor. And I pay tribute to my fellow chairs. We have a role to do, it's a constitutional role, to challenge and cajole government, but we also have a role to inform and shape policy. And in a world, and I say this to my colleagues more widely, in a world where we see leadership of some prominent countries by people that we would not have the same values as, the world is being taken in a direction that I don't want it to see. And that is a risk in this country. We saw, under the last government, how division rent the opposition asunder. I've spent more than half of my 31 years in elected office under governments led by Conservatives, and it's miserable, frankly, because we don't have the power to shape things in the way that we do when we're in power. And 14 of my 20 years, I could wait on
The member giving way. The member talks about the previous government. Does the member agree that politics is about choices? And this government has too chosen cruelty. They came for the elderly, and then the children, and now the sick and disabled. Who's next?
I did, Madam Deputy, I'm absolutely clear, as I said, that the government is about choices. And when you're governing, you have to make the choices to run the country. But 14 of my 20 years in this place, 14, have been under other governments. I've seen Conservative Prime Ministers pass through a revolving door. I would always rather see a Labour government. Divided parties don't hold power. Divided parties don't hold government. If we want to see our values played out in this country, I think we need to vote for this today. There is still a lot to do, a lot of discussion to be had, the Timms review to take place, but major changes were made last week that have significantly altered this bill in a short space of time. I think we bank that and continue to fight with the passion that members have demonstrated today for the rights of disabled people and for all of those who want a job, whether they're disabled or not, and need support to get into work.
Peter Bedford.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. So there we have it, a Prime Minister not in control, a Work and Pension Secretary with her hands tied behind her backs, and a Chancellor now scrambling to find ways to balance the books after months of reckless spending. This shoddy attempt at welfare reform has revealed something that the nation has learnt over the last year. They didn't plan for government. We all know the welfare bill is enormous. Over £150 billion being spent on benefits for working-age adults, with a staggering 1 in 4 claiming to have some form of disability. This is simply unsustainable. The government had the prime opportunity, their first year in office, their honeymoon period, to bring about long-term reforms. Yet this half-baked bill, which has already been hastily rewritten to appease the hard left on the benches behind her, does not even achieve the £5 billion of savings it was originally intended. And worse yet, it leaves us with a two-tier system from a two-tier Prime Minister. We all know why the Chancellor needs these savings. She'll go down as the Klarna Chancellor. Spend now, pay later. After all, she has blown taxpayers' money on 25 more pointless quangos. Billions of pounds, I'm not giving way. Billions of pounds on GB Energy. A project so vague that no one seems to know what it actually does, whilst handing out inflation-busting pay rises to appease the unions. And now she can't even claw back £5 billion of savings to keep market confidence as the country's debt spirals out of control. That's right. When the Work and Pension Secretary tabled the bill, we on this side of the House gave her 3 reasonable asks. Firstly, we needed the government to commit to reducing welfare spending. Yet, as a screeching U-turn shows, they are incapable of tackling that problem. Indeed, the OBR forecasts an increase of £60 billion in annual welfare costs by the end of this Parliament. Secondly, we asked for a clear commitment to get people back to work. However, as highlighted by the Secretary of State yesterday, the spending on the Pathways to Work programme is not going to be fully funded until the end of this Parliament. So it'll arguably be inconsequential, weak and woefully underfunded. I'm not giving way. I'm going to make progress. Thank you. Thirdly, he can repay the favour sometime. Thirdly, we needed a guarantee that taxes wouldn't rise again in the upcoming budget. But let's be honest, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Chancellor only has one move left. She's going to raid the pockets of hard-working families, something they promised not to do. In fact, even today, we've heard rumours in the media that she's coming after people's ISAs. Madam Deputy Speaker, it's painfully clear this government has lost its fiscal credibility, and I say to my constituents in Mid-Leicestershire, I will always be there to support you. I will fight your corner when this government comes back again for more of your hard-earned income to cover its own incompetence. This embarrassing failure of leadership from a government that should be at the height of their power has led us on these benches to conclude that we cannot and will not support this bill.
Marsha de Cordova.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The social security system should be there as a safety net for those most in need, those who are vulnerable, disabled or have ill health. But after 14 years of the government opposite, it has been left with gaping holes. And disabled people have been the ones that have suffered the most harm under the previous Conservative governments, as well as the coalition partners, the Liberal Democrats. Now, we all know that many disabled people suffered, and it was the DWP themselves that highlighted when they were doing their process reviews, they found that between the periods of 2014 and 2020, there were 69 of these reviews. And these reviews, for those who don't know, are of claimants where they have committed suicide. And the National Audit Office, in fact, found that that number was probably going to be higher. And it was only just a few weeks ago that the second coroner request that looked into the death of Jodie Whiting found that the failings by the DWP perpetuated her death. I set this up because I think it's important that we understand that disabled people's lives have not been valued and they have not been respected for the last 14 years. And then 5 years ago, when the pandemic hit, we all know that nearly 2/3 of those who lost their lives were either somebody with a long-term condition, disability or ill health.
We also know that there were blanket applications of do not attempt resuscitations placed on many. Indeed, MENCAP found when they gave evidence on this issue, that is what was happening to those with a learning disability. And when the government rightly was putting in place financial support, like the furlough scheme and like the £20 uplift to universal credit, it was again disabled people on legacy benefits who did not attract that support. So it is fair to say that disabled people have been hammered. In short, our lives were not valued. In 2009, under the last Labour government, we signed that UN Convention on the Rights of Disabled People. And for the government and the coalition government that came in 2010, rather than supporting and implementing it, no, they became the first nation state to be investigated for the way that they have treated disabled people due to their welfare reforms. And what was found? It was found that there were grave and systematic violations of the rights of disabled people. And just last year, when they did an update to that review, they said that there were no significant improvements. That was the record of the last Conservative government, so we can take no lessons from them. Universal credit and personal independence payments are there as an income replacement benefit when we talk about UC and personal independence payment. It is not an out-of-work benefit. People need to understand that. It is an extra cost benefit. It's there to help those that have a disability and need that additional support. But I say to this bill, as I come to the bill, that it does still include billions of pounds worth of cuts, and this will have a significant and negative impact on tens of thousands of disabled people. We know that, and we know that it will potentially create a two-tier system, indeed a possible three-tier system. It is not me that is saying that, it is the experts, the many organisations that have been providing us with briefings, being here and providing briefings for members from across this House. By imposing that 4-point descriptor will mean that many will not be able to get support. Somebody like myself who has sight loss, if they then lose their sight in 2 years' time, they potentially wouldn't get the support that is needed. That is unfair and it is unjust. It is vital that this government waits for the OBR's analysis on this. Indeed, these proposals were not done in consultation with disabled people. Indeed, they weren't done in consultation with us as members of Parliament. And indeed, your own impact assessment will show that up to 150,000 people will be affected by these changes. And other analysis by NEF and many others show that that will actually be more. So I want to urge the government, please, I absolutely 100% respect my right honourable friend, the Minister for Social Security and Disability. Let's have his review. Let us all feed into that review. Let that review be co-produced with disabled people. Let us wait for Sir Charlie Mayfield's findings from his Get Britain Working work. I've met with Charlie Mayfield. I'm excited by the work that he is doing. I welcome some of the other proposals by the government in its Pathways Green Paper on the right to try, because that is so important, because I strongly believe that disabled people who want to work should be given the support that they need. But we all know that there are far too many challenges in this space. I stand here as somebody who is living with a disability. I stand here as somebody who has served as his Shadow Minister for disabled people many years. I know the lived experience of them. It is vital that they are at the centre of all of these reforms. We cannot rush through these plans and these changes because they will lead to a negative impact. We do not want to see this Labour government, this progressive Labour government that wants to bring about change, break down barriers and create opportunities for people, end up leaving disabled people worse off.
Kirsty Blackman.
Very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Too much of what we've discussed today has not centred disabled people. It has not centred the bill itself. It has not centred the actual changes that we're being asked to vote on today. We are being asked to vote on the Universal Credit and Personal Independence Payment Bill. We are being asked to vote on the second reading of it. We've had some reassurances from the government. The government has made some announcements yesterday, and even if we take those into account, The principles of this bill are wrong. This is the wrong bill at the wrong time that is going to attack people and make their lives worse. This is cutting money from disabled people. This is driven entirely by the need to make cuts. This is not driven by the need to make the welfare system better. If, for example, the issue is that the PIP numbers are spiralling out of control, maybe the government could concede that perhaps there are more disabled people than there were before. Perhaps there are more people that need additional support. I mean, I would say that the numbers of people on the state pension increases at larger than the size of Leicester every year. Perhaps that's because there are more older people than there were in the previous year. Perhaps it's because more people are struggling to make change, to live their lives. Perhaps it's because, as Scope said, £1,095 a month is the additional cost of living with a disability. If this is a Labour government that is on the left, if this is a Labour government that cares about making people's lives better, if their principles are of the party that created the welfare state, that created the social security safety net, why are they now choosing to dismantle it? Why are they now choosing to go for disabled people with these savings, when actually there's lots and lots of other things. There's lots of other ways they could make savings. They could scrap their self-imposed fiscal rules. They could choose to have a more progressive taxation system. They could choose to levy this £2 billion or £5 billion, however much it is today, of savings on someone other than those people who are already struggling, who are already living in a world that is made for neurotypical people, that is made for people who are healthy, who are already struggling with additional costs of having to heat their homes more, have to buy special food. That's what PIP is used for. PIP is used for people to be able to get to work, when actually they're struggling to get to work. They can't walk the 40-minute walk to work in the way that people who are able-bodied can. They can't sit at home and just put the heating off because they need a consistent level of temperature in order to manage their chronic pain. This is taking money away from those people in the future who have exactly the same conditions as those people who are eligible now, and it's purely on the basis of cost. This is absolutely not about reforming the welfare system. Yesterday, the Minister stood up to me and answered me. The Secretary of State said, "I do not expect the honourable member to have read every line of our manifesto, but reforming the benefit system was in it." It wasn't. It wasn't. Reforming the benefit system was not in the Labour manifesto. It said review universal credit. It said look at employment support. It did not say reform the benefit system. The government is going to have a hell of a time when they get this through to the Lords, because the Lords are going to know that this was not in the Labour Party's manifesto. And if you were going to reform the welfare system, what you would do is you would look at the issues that there are, as the Timms Review is looking at. But to be fair, I've not got a huge amount of trust in the Timms Review, given that the Minister said to me the day before Pathways to Work was published that she will, talking to me, she will be reassured and she will welcome the proposals in Pathways to Work. Welcome the fact that you've got to get 4 points in one of the components of personal independence payment in order to be eligible. The Minister honestly thought that I would welcome that on behalf of disabled people up and down the United Kingdom, that I would welcome that people would have their payments taken away that they live on. They use this money in order to be able to live. And as I said, this is the UK government that's supposed to be a Labour government making these changes. To talk about a couple of the very specific matters that there are in the bill. Number one, the issues that there are in Pathways to Work in relation to age discrimination continue to apply. They have not been fixed. There is nothing in this fudge of a compromise that changes that. There is nothing that says that, being disabled, if you're a disabled person and you're under 22, you may have exactly the same additional cost for a disabled person who is age 25. It is a two-tier system that is being put in place. If you look at the severe conditions in relation to the limited capability for work thing, specifically as the member from Northern Ireland who was talking earlier from Strangford said, there is major issues with this. It was very clear that the Cabinet Secretary does not know what it says in the bill. The bill says that the descriptor has to apply at all times.
in order for them to be classed as that severe conditions criteria, has to apply at all times. If 95% of the time I cannot do something, 5% of the time I can, I will not be considered to have a severe condition. Unless the government promises to make changes to this, the severe conditions criteria will not apply to hardly anybody. People with Parkinson's, people with ME, people with MS, who have got recurring or remitting conditions will really struggle to claim this benefit. The government needs to reprioritise, it needs to rethink, it needs to listen to disabled people and the impact that this is going to have on their lives.
I am going to reduce the time limit to 5 minutes after the next speaker, but have no plans to reduce it further than that. Members will be able to see just how many are standing, and that this debate is scheduled to finish at 7. That means that many, about 35, will be disappointed. Richard Bergen.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I wish that we weren't here today. We don't need to be here today. There's nothing special or magical about this Tuesday. Nothing at all. The deadline that we've been given is a deadline, I'm afraid, to solve a political problem. And that's why so many of us on the Labour benches have been pleading with the front bench to pull this bill today, go back to the drawing board and work in partnership with disabled people and others, including with the Timms Review, to ensure that we do get a welfare system that works for disabled people and others. And there's no need to ram it through today other than to save political face. There's no need to ram it through at third reading next Wednesday with the committee of the whole House, so disabled people can't give evidence from their experience in full committee. There's no need to do that at all. We should be about solving this problem, not solving a political problem. We're being asked today to vote on the principles of the bill. So I think all honourable members on this side should be very clear about what the principles of the bill is. It's on the face of the bill. It says, and to restrict eligibility for the personal independence payment. That's the purpose of the bill. I didn't come, and I know my colleagues didn't come into Labour politics in order to restrict eligibility for personal independence payments. When I think about what we're going to be asked to vote for or against tonight, I think not just of my colleagues in here, but I think of the disabled people who come to my constituency advice surgeries. I think of the disabled people who had hope in their hearts a year ago when a Labour government was elected after 14 years. And let's be clear, this wasn't in our manifesto. The Labour Party as a whole hasn't approved this, and it's being rushed through. And I think we need to be clear as well that if this were a free vote, then it would be hard to find many Labour MPs at all who were going to vote for it. It is, as my honourable friend, the Member of Parliament for York Central said, this is a matter of conscience. And we need to be clear what we're comparing here. When we decide how to vote tonight, we're not comparing the bill as the government intended with the bill as is promised. What we should be comparing is the situation of disabled people across the country as it is now, and the situation of disabled people in the country which will come to pass if this bill is passed. And this bill, which was brought, whatever the narrative, to save billions of pounds, still, with these concessions, cuts billions of pounds from disability support. No government, and no Labour government, should seek to balance the books on the backs of disabled people. That's not what any of us in the Labour family, left, centre or right of the party, came into politics to do. And that's why so many people are so uneasy about this. My honourable friend, the member for South Shields, spoke very clearly earlier from her experience. She regretted not voting against the Conservatives' welfare bill back in 2015. And I would urge all colleagues to listen very carefully to what she said, because the truth is, this matter doesn't end when the voting lobby closes tonight. This matter will come back to haunt Labour MPs in their constituency surgeries Friday after Friday after Friday, up to and including the day of the next general election. And people ask, why on earth did you vote for these cuts? Or why on earth did you sit in your hands and not do that? I think it's really notable that 138 disabled people's organisations are pleading with Labour MPs to vote for the Honourable Member for York Central's reasoned amendment and vote against this bill. 138 disabled people's organisations. And I know that the whips can make compelling arguments. I know the front bench can make compelling arguments. But for me, the real compelling argument has been made outside this chamber from 138 disabled people's organisations. And it was very telling that the Secretary of State, when asked yesterday by my honourable friend from Liverpool to name one disabled person's organisation that supports this disability benefits cuts bill, couldn't name one because there isn't one. I honestly believe that any Labour MP who votes for this bill tonight or sits in their hands, I think that vote will hang like an albatross around their necks. I understand that some colleagues will feel they have to vote for disability benefit cuts out of party loyalty, but there's also other types of loyalty in addition to that. Loyalty to our consciences, loyalty to our party's values, loyalty to our disabled constituents, loyalty to those who are really struggling and come to see their MP, people like myself on about £90,000 a year, and ask them for help. I don't want to be in my constituency advice surgery saying to them, you know that you've got a problem and you're really in a difficult situation, well, that's because of the way I voted. So I urge MPs to have the democratic dignity that comes today with voting with their conscience and voting to give disabled people outside this place what they've been denied too long, and that's dignity, respect, a voice in this House and a vote in the lobby.
Alison Bennett.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I want to begin today not with statistics or slogans, but with the reality of just one life, a constituent of mine, Sarah from Hassocks. Sarah has a spinal cord injury. She is a wheelchair user, and this is what her personal independence payment makes possible. It pays for underwear that doesn't dig into her skin, wedge pillows to raise her legs, grabber sticks so that she can pick things up off the floor, a second wheelchair to keep upstairs. It covers the use of a specialist rehabilitation gym that keeps her as healthy as possible. It allows her to buy heated blankets for the cold weather because the cold weather makes her pain worse. It pays for specialist outdoor clothes from Norway to cover her legs, and in hot weather, extra fans because the heat makes her injured body swell. Her PIP funds a CPAP machine that runs 24 hours a day connected directly to the hospital because she has developed sleep apnea, and it pays for the additional electricity to keep it going. A specialist mattress to prevent pressure sores, for bathing aids, and also for specialist body wipes for when cleaning herself is just too difficult. It pays for extra fuel for an average of 4 medical appointments each month, some in Hassocks and some as far away as London. And it has helped to make her garden accessible, so she can have at least one part of her home where she feels free. Madam Deputy Speaker, these are not luxuries. They are the bare essentials that allow Sarah to live in dignity with some measure of independence. But Sarah told me she has no faith in the system operated by the Department for Work and Pensions. No trust that fair and just decisions will be reached, because in her experience, the DWP's overriding drive is not to understand, but simply to cut. The government's last-minute climb... I will give way.
Deirdre Costigan.
Member for giving way, and I wonder if she has told her constituent Sarah that under these proposals, nobody who is currently on PIP, like her constituent, will have a single penny of their income cut, and they will be protected for time immemorial.
I thank the honourable member for her intervention. I didn't need to explain that to Sarah. Sarah fully understands that, and I'm about to address that point in my speech. The government's last-minute climb down has brought her no comfort because Sarah never imagined she would be in a wheelchair. She never thought her life would change forever in an instant. And she knows that for thousands of people, that change is still to come.
Life can turn on a sixpence. A single diagnosis, a single accident, and suddenly you find yourself in a world you never imagined, up against barriers you never thought you would face. And when that happens, the welfare system should be there to support you, not to abandon you. Madam Deputy Speaker, it is not just disabled people themselves who will be harmed by this bill. It is also the millions of family carers, the unpaid carers, whose labour sustains our entire health and social care system.
Will the honourable member give way?
I will give way.
Does the honourable member share my concern around the fate of unpaid carers, given that carers' allowance hinges on a disabled person receiving PIP? And with 1 in 5 people in my constituency of Tiverton and Minehead who are disabled, well above the national average, would the Secretary of State commit to delinking carers' allowance from PIP eligibility, or at minimum to providing automatic transitional payments during PIP reassessments so that devoted carers are not left destitute while assessments drag on?
Thank my honourable friend for her intervention. She makes a very wise point. And in my constituency of Mid-Sussex, 1 in 4 carers are themselves disabled. Carers UK has warned in the clearest possible terms that this bill still risks a severe and lasting financial impact on future unpaid carers and disabled people, people already facing significant hardship. Even after the government's partial concessions, around 81,000 future carers stand to lose support by 2029-30. This is not a small technical change. It is a decision that will push families closer to poverty, create a two-tier system of entitlements and deepen inequalities. Let us be clear, the government has produced no impact assessment, no comprehensive evidence on what this will mean, no consultation with the carers themselves. Carers have been ignored by this government throughout this entire debacle, and their voice must now be heard loud and clear. The Liberal Democrats will continue to oppose this bill that risks stripping thousands of carers of vital assistance and leaving some of the most vulnerable people in Britain without support. Yes, we agree the welfare bill is too high, but if the government was serious about bringing it down, it would be serious about fixing health and, critically, social care at pace without tackling chronic ill health at its root, rather than punishing those who live with its consequences. Madam Deputy Speaker, Sarah told me that she wanted to speak up not for herself, but for that future community of disabled people. Because the truth is this, most able-bodied people think they understand disability, but until you are there, you cannot comprehend the world of barriers that are thrown up. And for many, that day will come after this government's reforms have been forced through. That is why I say to ministers today, pause this bill, go back to the drawing board, consult the people whose lives you're about to upend, show them the basic respect of listening before you legislate to take away their support. Because if we do not stand with disabled people and carers now, if we do not insist on compassion and fairness at the heart of our welfare system, we will all pay the price later, not just in higher costs to the NHS and social care, but in the erosion of the values that bind our communities together. Thank you.
Cat Smith.
Madam Deputy Speaker. As Chair of the Procedure Committee, I'm often asked about how we legislate in this House. And many members and indeed members of the public have approached me about the speed at which this legislation is being pushed through.
Exactly.
By moving from second reading to third reading in 8 days, it does not give members of this House the time they deserve to scrutinise it. By denying the opportunity to have this bill in committee in this House, we're denying disabled people and their organisations time and space to give evidence to make sure that this legislation is the best legislation it can be. Because I think we'd all agree that the current system is broken. I've been a constituency MP for 10 years and I've lost count of the number of times I've sat in advice surgeries with constituents who've been failed by the current system. The need for reform is clear. But it's also clear that we need to do it in co-production with disabled people. And I come at this from a point of view of having met one of my closest friends, Zara, who's a disability rights activist now. In fact, she was when I met her when we were 18. And she taught me many things. She taught me that having a disability was no barrier to living a full and really quite exciting life. She taught me that never dance too close to someone on a dance floor of a nightclub who's in a wheelchair because you will lose a toenail. She taught me that nothing about us without us, and that is the thing she taught me that I value most, and that is the values that I approach the legislation that we have before us today. Because when we legislate for disabled people, without involving them, we make bad legislation and we make poor legislation. And I mean poor in many senses, because this bill will push 150,000 disabled people into poverty. And as a Labour MP, and as someone who cares deeply about reducing poverty, that's not something that I can do. Look, PIP is an in-work benefit. PIP is what enables many of my disabled constituents to be able to go to work in the first place, and the threats that we see to it actually threaten their ability to access work. But I've also heard from constituents who are concerned about the fact that PIP, of course, is a passport benefit. They're claiming things like carer's allowance, and I seek reassurance that this from our front bench. Now, most people would agree that eligibility for disability benefits should be determined on need. And the concessions that we've had from government this week leads me to think that that is not something that is shared as a value, because we will see future claimants being judged differently to claimants from today. That means that in 2 years' time, when I'm sat in my advice surgery and hearing from a constituent who's struggling to access PIP, I'll be asked the question about how I voted today. And I'll be asked to explain why, because their diagnosis or their accident happened later than somebody else's who's been left with the same disabilities, that one is eligible and the other is not eligible. And I don't think I can look my constituents in the eye and say that I would have voted for a fair system, because this is not fair. A two-tier system for disability is unfair, and that's not something that I want to be able to justify, because the TIMS review won't be out until the autumn next year, and by that point I am beginning to wonder what's the point if we're already implementing the 4-point rule. It's not easy to vote against your party whip. You know, I joined the Labour Party 21 years ago. I did it up recently. It was a bit of a shock. It had gone more than half my life. But I joined because I believe in social justice and equality. I joined because people like Zara taught me that it was important to stand up for social justice and equality. And I joined a Labour Party that was reducing child poverty. I joined a Labour Party that was introducing things like the Disability Discrimination Act and actually making life better for disabled people. And I have not changed. These are still my values today. And that's why tonight I will be voting for my honourable friend's reasoned amendment. And I'll be doing so because it's consistent with my values as a Labour MP. And it's consistent with the mantra that Zara taught me. Nothing about us without us. Thank you.
Jeremy Corbyn.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And this is a crucial moment for a lot of people in this country. And this bill did not come from the demands of the disabled community. This bill did not come from an understanding of the inequality and injustice in our society. The whole origin of this bill was a demand to save £5 billion. Yep. That £5 billion was wanted by the Defence Secretary for more armaments, and no doubt other departments as well were making demands. So the whole thing has been driven from a bad source at the very beginning. And it would be much more honest and much better if the government simply now withdrew this bill altogether and allowed the Undersecretary's review to take place and look at the issues of poverty facing people with disabilities, looked at the issues of the huge levels of stress that many others face, such as children with special needs in schools that are not met, such as housing overcrowding when there are children with autism or other special needs that cannot be located in decent-sized housing. There's a whole area of discrimination against people with all forms of disabilities that could and should be addressed. And as the member for Lancaster just pointed out, it was a previous Labour government that introduced the disability discrimination legislation that made such an enormous difference. Going back further, it was a Labour MP, Alf Morris, that introduced the Chronic Sick and Disabled Persons Act, which made a phenomenal difference to a lot of people's lives. What has happened that whole tradition seems to have been stood on its head, and we're now presented with a piece of legislation that was going to take the personal independence payments away from a very large number of people, and instead, after the failed rebellion by some Labour MPs, the bill was changed to say that it will only be future generations that will be denied access to this, to the payments that they absolutely deserve. And so you look to a situation in the future where there's going to be very serious levels of poverty, much worse than there are now, amongst every family where there is somebody with a level of disability. Yes, of course.
He is, of course, entitled to his opinion regarding this proposed piece of legislation, but I wonder if he would concede that voting against this legislation also means voting against £725 extra in cash terms for those in universal credit, and voting against this legislation also means denying those people the ability to try work, and voting against this legislation also means not having £1 billion invested in the health and skills of people that wish to try work.
Voting against this bill will be a very clear message to the entire community that we believe in the equality of needs of people, and we will bring in new legislation that will meet those. He knows full well that he will have to face people in his own advice bureau later on who are going to be saying, why can't I get personal independence payments when literally my brother, my sister, my neighbour still gets it because they got it before the cut-off date. He knows full well the anomaly that he is voting for, presumably, this evening. Maybe he'd care to reflect on that and how to represent the people that have sent us here. Now, at the present time, the levels of poverty amongst the disabled community are absolutely huge. The cost on any family, according to Scope, is around £1,000 per month for a family with levels of disability. That is what will be removed by this piece of legislation going through. And so what I would urge and ask is that Labour MPs, because it's in their hands at the present time, reflect on what was said in the Labour manifesto last time, what was said in previous Labour manifestos, what the history of the Labour Party is in respect of disability, and don't turn that history on its head by deliberately impoverishing the next generation. Are we to be a society, as a welfare state, with a universality of benefits and a support for people wherever they are and whatever their needs are, because that is what the whole tradition of the welfare state is? Or in 10, 15 years' time, are we all going to be supporting charities, trying to raise money for people in desperate poverty because they have a disability which is absolutely no fault of their own? We're going to move into a two-tier benefit system where those that got PIP before 2026 will be seen to be relatively all right, the rest will not. And I simply say this is a ridiculous situation that the Secretary of State and the government has put us in, has put the House in, and the only sensible thing to do would be to withdraw the bill now, allow the review to take place, and recognise the needs of all people with disabilities. And if it does cost us more money, so be it. As a society, are we content with not having a wealth tax, with these massive levels of inequality within our society, and at the same time accepting that those with disabilities live economically much poorer lives because of the system we have? Surely our function here as members of Parliament is to recognise a problem, be prepared to grasp that nettle, and above all, change it.
Well said. Well.
Dr. Marie Tidball.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In March 2020, when the Conservative government looked like an outlier in appearing to pursue a strategy centring on herd immunity, I felt raw, hot fear. Thinking of my toddler and what might happen if I caught coronavirus meant I sobbed deeply. After 10 years of austerity, I knew then that disabled people would pay an enormous price, and they did. Almost 60% of COVID-related deaths were disabled people in that first wave. I vowed then that I would do all I could to create a country which treats disabled people with dignity and respect. The social security system was broken by the Conservative legacy of austerity and their monumental mishandling of the COVID pandemic. I am now one of the only visible physically disabled members of Parliament. I am proud that our manifesto committed to championing the rights of disabled people and the principle of working with disabled people to ensure our views and voices are at the heart of all we do. My communities nurtured me growing up, and they taught me the values of fairness, equality, community. So it is with a heavy, broken heart that I will be voting against this bill today. As a matter of conscience, I need my constituents to know I cannot support the proposed changes to PIP as currently drafted on the face of the bill before us today. Since April, I've been engaging relentlessly with the government at the very highest level to change their proposals as set out in this bill, making it clear I could not support the proposals on PIP. PIP is an in-work benefit designed to ensure disabled people can live independently. Low-level support like PIP helps to build the bridge to the deinstitutionalisation of disabled people, keeping us out of the dark corners of hospitals, prisons and social care settings. The concessions the government have now announced are significant, including that all recipients of PIP who currently receive it will continue to do so. While this will come as a relief to my 6,000 constituents who receive PIP, there are still 4 million disabled people in poverty in the UK. Proposed changes at committee stage are still currently projected to put 150,000 people into poverty. I cannot accept this, nor a proposed point system under current descriptors which would exclude eligibility for those who cannot put on their underwear, prosthetic limbs or shoes without support.
Would Madam Member weigh on that point?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Would she agree with me that one of the issues with the point system is it doesn't take into account gender at the moment? It doesn't understand that there are different issues for women and the physical things that our bodies face during that assessment process, and that any changes that we do to the point system or descriptors must include the gender reference.
Absolutely, I do agree. As a disabled woman, I know the added burden of menstruation, incontinence and pregnancy on disabled women as it intersects with their disability. Research shows that supportive, incentive-based approaches far outperform cuts or sanctions in getting disabled people into sustainable employment. If this bill reaches report stage, for me to be able to vote for this at the third reading, I will be looking for further reassurances that the detail will fulfil Labour's manifesto commitments to disabled people, and to see 3 things from government and embedded in its amendments. First, the Timms review must not be performative. The government must not make the same mistake twice. Co-production must be meaningful. The social model of disability must be central to this, removing barriers to our inclusion in society. Disabled people's voices should be at the heart of decision-making about our lives. The sequencing of the Timms review and decisions about future recipients needs to change. Second, therefore, the government must consult with disabled people over the summer to understand the impact of the proposed changes from November 2026. The future claimants to mitigate risks of discrimination and poverty for those future recipients with similar disabilities to current claimants, producing impact assessment based on this. The government may need or be willing to reconsider savings as a result of this process in order to ensure that it fulfils the outcomes of its finding. Third, growth must mean inclusive growth. In implementing the £1 billion Employment, Health and Skills Support Programme, there needs to be a clear target for closing the disability employment gap and a sector-by-sector strategy on closing that gap. This matters. The Conservatives left us with a pitiful 29% employment gap and 17% pay gap for disabled people. As the Tories opposite vote against this bill today, I say loudly, do not read this as a mark of solidarity for disabled people, but with them hanging their heads in shame, acknowledging their legacy of 14 years of failure to 16 million disabled people across our country. I am proud that our Labour government has done much already to promote the rights of workers and opportunities for disabled people. This Labour government now has an opportunity to build on the positive aspects of its Pathways to Work Green Paper, to bring in a new era of policy making for disabled people, which takes a laser focus in closing this employment gap. The disability sector believes that this employment gap can be reduced by 14%, generating £17.2 billion for the Exchequer. We must seize this moment to do things differently and move beyond the damaging rhetoric and disagreements of recent weeks. There is an alternative approach, in line with the Prime Minister's statement that reforms should be implemented with Labour values of fairness. A reset requires a shift of emphasis to enable disabled people to fulfil our potential.
Bobby Dean.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I can't go on without putting on a record my admiration for the member for Penistone and Stockbridge, who just said a really courageous and passionate speech, and I hope all members listen to her very carefully indeed. I want to continue on a personal note. My dad is currently on personal independent payment, a proud scaffolder all of his life. Trust me when I say that he is not happy to be sat at home. He would much rather be contributing to society. But his hips are giving up on him, and the NH wait lists are so long that he's been told he has no choice but to stay at home. Now, home life is difficult. He doesn't score 4 points on any particular measure, but he can't move around like he used to, and he needs support to manage the basics. PIP doesn't solve everything, but it does give him dignity and independence to help live his life while he waits for treatment. And cutting his entitlement won't incentivise him back into work. He needs no incentive. He just needs treatment. Now, with the government's recent announcement, I do understand that my dad will no longer lose out. But the next person like him will. And the Secretary of State earlier talked about a better tomorrow. But her proposals mean discounting the value of tomorrow's disabled, saying they are less worthy of support for today's. And it's for that reason that I still cannot support this bill. Now, let me be clear. I agree that the welfare bill is too high, but we have to look at why that is. It is not because we have suddenly become a work-shy nation. It is because we have become less well. And if the government were serious about reducing the welfare bill, they would focus solely on fixing the root causes of chronic ill health, a broken social care system, and a mental health crisis among our young people. And while this bill does do good things, and I'm sure that the reviews to come will propose more good things to address the reasons why people are out of work, that is not its primary driver. The motivation for this bill was made clear in its timing, just before the Chancellor's spring statement, with the core savings not from helping people back into work, but through tightening the eligibility criteria for a disability benefit. It removes too carers' allowance from thousands of unpaid carers, people who provide tireless, often invisible care that props up our NHS and social care system. Taking away their support is not just unjust, but it is economically reckless. And let's be honest about the consequences. The government's own impact assessment says that this bill will push hundreds of thousands of people into poverty by 2029. How can anyone in this place look at those figures and truly believe that the government is making these reforms to help people rather than balance the books? Now, I appreciate that some will feel that the New Deal struck over the weekend is a fair compromise. And it may be in political theory, but in practice, it remains unsupported by disability groups and unsupported by the public. The majority of the country see this bill for what it is, an unfair cost-cutting exercise. This is not reform, it's retreat. A retreat from compassion, from evidence, and from the values that should underpin our welfare state. And I believe that there is a better way, a fairer way, one that supports people into work by investing in health and care, not punishing them for being ill. One that helps disabled people live independently, not strips them of the support that they need to survive. One that values carers rather than treating them as an afterthought. and one that doesn't arbitrarily divide between today's disabled and tomorrow's. And that is why I will support the member for York Central in her reasoned amendment, and I will vote against this bill at the second reading. We believe that reform must be fair, sustainable and rooted in dignity. Madam Deputy Speaker, my dad wants to work. He is not looking for a handout. He wants to be well again, and I believe there are many more like him that this bill will make their futures worse. I urge members to think carefully about the legacy of tonight's vote. Vote for compassion, vote for fairness, and vote against this bill.
Back to you, Patrick.
Thank you very much, Madam Part of any progressive society, there is a simple test: how we support people when they are most in need. The test is simple, but the answer is anything but, because need is not uniform. So the duty of government is to create a safety net, one that is wide enough to break people's fall, but not so wide that they can never escape it. We have a consensus in this House that the system is failing. And I think people are right to ask, how can we fix this? But before we answer that, it's important to know where we are now and how we got here. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, where are we now? We should look at the situation when Labour came into power less than a year ago. NHS waiting lists at record highs, 3 million shut out of work through ill health, universal credits allowance at a 40-year low, young people written off, with 1 in 8 not in work, education or training, and a mental health crisis with over 1 million people in desperate need of support. The party opposite is responsible for this, and we are responsible for fixing it, because they failed with their welfare reforms. If you're disabled and want to work, the status quo puts up too many barriers. A disability employment gap of 28% is far too high. And behind that statistic are individuals who have failed. They are failed by a system. People who, with some adjustments, could get all of the benefits that good work brings, but they are denied that opportunity. It is a dead-end system that counts people out more than it helps them up. And as more people come into that system, Madam Deputy Speaker, that is more people locked into the same damaging status quo. Every day, we see 1,000 new people claiming PIP. And of course, as a constituent in Wirral West said to me just last week, there are many on PIP who are in work, and she is right, and it's important to point that out. But it is also the case that over 80% of people on PIP are not in work, and Madam Deputy Speaker, some of those people will never be able to work. They will have an irreversible health condition that wouldn't allow it, and they have been reassessed endlessly. That is unnecessary and it is cruel. But for others, they are telling this government that they want to work, and we have a duty to act, to give these people equal choices and equal chances, which they have been denied for far too long. Doing nothing is not an option. We've been doing that since 2019, and at that rate, we will have more than doubled the number of PIP by the end of the decade, from 2 million to more than 4 million. So how did we get here? The statistics I've mentioned are not just data points. They tell a wider story of decline the Tories took our country down, a story familiar to many of us. Local councils cut to the bone, austerity leaving public services across the board failing people and stripping out health and social care services, a cost of living crisis which pushed families to breaking point. And this is just the backdrop. The party opposite presided over multiple failed welfare changes. They scrapped the work and health programme, which helped unlock support to get people into work. They shut down work choice, closing down avenues to help disabled people get on at work. And they left access to work in backlog chaos, meaning many people miss out on vital funds. A safety net torn to shreds by neglect, and a system stacked against those it should be empowering. With this legacy, is it any wonder people worry when they hear about reforms? I don't blame them. But we need to fix this, and it needs deep and lasting change for our country. Direct support alongside wider reforms. And that is the journey we started when people voted us in last year. £29 billion extra for our NHS, waiting times falling, and a 10-year plan coming. Mental health services in every school, breakfast clubs, free school lunches so that we can help future generations. And employers are part of the solution too. And with our Employment Rights Bill, we give people confidence they will be supported in good work. More homes, better quality homes, and nearly 3 million more qualifying for winter's home warm discount next year. These steps alone won't secure our safety net. We cannot allow misinformation, though, to enter this debate. That will only serve to scare those who are most in need. So let's be clear. These reforms have never been about taking support away from those most in need. In fact, they will never again suffer the indignity and anxiety of needless reassessments. The government is taking action to support disabled people with targeted help, increasing the Disabled Facilities Grant by £172 million. A right to... I will.
Thank you to my honourable friend for giving way. He talked eloquently about the legacy left by the Tory government. But does he agree with me that actually in Scotland we need two Labour governments working together, because actually the situation in Scotland... No, I'm sorry, people across the opposite benches might not want to hear it, but there are 1 in 6 Scots languishing on an NHS waiting list as a result of the decisions of the Scottish Government. And don't...
Matthew Patrick.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My honourable friend is totally right, and the SNP record is worse. With 1 in 8 young people not in employment, education or training here, and in Scotland that's 1 in 6, and they should be ashamed of the record they are giving to the Scottish people. The changes with introducing a right to try, so that people who receive support but have a job offer know that they can take that opportunity with both hands and no fear. Because if it doesn't work out, for whatever reason, the same support will be there for them. This removes an important barrier to many. And we're increasing the standard rate of universal credit, committed £1 billion to the Pathways to Work funding. Madam Deputy Speaker, we aim to restore dignity to a system that has become a burden to those it should serve. This is a moment to rebuild trust in that safety net, to protect those who cannot work, empower those who can, and restore dignity to everyone.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This government's bill is just not flawed, it is morally indefensible. From the outset, we need to be honest about what this bill represents. It's not reform. It is a calculated assault on some of the most marginalised people in our society. People with disabilities, people with complex mental health conditions, people already struggling under the weight of austerity and neglect. This bill continues a pattern we have seen too many times. Cuts dressed up as reform. Cruelty wrapped in the language of efficiency. The department's own assessment confirms the truth. 150,000 people will be pushed into poverty. Approximately 20,000 of them children, if this bill passes. That's not a side effect. That's the outcome, and the government knows it. This bill targets those with fluctuating, invisible or mental health conditions, the very people who are already facing systemic injustice, imposes narrow functional descriptors that don't reflect the real-world barriers people face. It punishes people not for being unwilling to work, but for not fitting neatly into bureaucratic tick boxes. Worse still, there has been no meaningful consultation with disabled people or carers, no engagement with those who live this reality every single day. This government is making policy about disabled people without disabled people. That is not just neglect, it is offensive. The evidence is clear. This government is looking to make savings by depriving thousands of their means to live, while telling them that the plan changes will empower them. According to research by the Joseph Rowntree Foundation, 1 in 5 people in receipt of PIP are already in paid employment, working to the limits that their condition allows. Of those, 60% will lose their PIP. These people already in work. What more does this government want? And why is it punishing them? In my constituency of Birmingham Perry-Barr, 9,000 people rely on this vital payment, with nearly 4,000 set to lose out entirely. This includes 630 people currently in work. What does the government say to my constituents who will lose the income required to live with their condition? What does it say to the millions of families that will have to tighten their purse strings so they can pay for the basic needs of loved ones? Worse still, just a year ago, when this Labour government came to power, the people were promised change. The Prime Minister said on the campaign trail that those with the broadest shoulders should pay their fair share. And yet only 1 year in, we have seen this government strip income from the most in need, telling disabled people that they are not impaired enough to earn state support. This is nothing short of shameful, and if this bill passes, it will be a national disgrace. The welfare state was built on principles of solidarity, dignity and security. This bill tramples those values. It will strip away independence, force people into deeper hardship and leave many with no safety net at all. And to the...
Order! Could I just make the point to the Honourable Member for Ealing that the Honourable Gentleman is clearly not going to give way. That's in his gift. Ayub Khan.
Thank you, Deputy Madam Speaker. And to the ministers and MPs that claim these changes are needed to preserve the welfare state, I say this. The welfare state was built on the idea that everyone, no matter what, would receive state support for things that were out of their control. Passing this bill would not preserve the welfare state, it would dismantle it. And I urge every member of this House to reject this bill. We can and must do better than this. The people we represent deserve far better.
Yeah. Vicky Foxcroft.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'll begin by welcoming the positive steps the Department has set out in the Pathways to Work Green Paper on supporting people into work. The right to try work without the fear of having to go through reassessment for benefits if it does not work out, reforming and modernising the access to work system, disability pay gap reporting, disability employment gap reporting, and ensuring everyone has access to a supportive work coach. And on the assessment process, ensuring that assessments are recorded as standard, something that I know people are desperately crying out for. And ensuring that people with long-term, lifelong conditions do not need to be reassessed when we know their condition is unlikely to ever improve. I also welcome many of the concessions the government has made over the last week, bringing forward employment support, protections for current PIP claimants going forward, and the need for co-production moving forward. However, I continue to have some concerns which I believe must be addressed. We need the TIMS review to report before the new system is rolled out. And on co-production, I want to start by saying this should have happened way before we got to today's debate. And I know from my time as Shadow Minister for Disabled People that when you work with disabled people and their organisations from the start, you produce better policy. There is so much talent out there. And like many of us in the chamber, disabled people and their organisations want reform of the benefit system. But the reforms set out in this bill are not what they want or need. We should have been working with them on this right from the start.
I thank the Honourable Lady for her remarks. I wondered if she would agree with me that as well as meaningful engagement with disabled people themselves and disabled groups, it's really important that the TIMS review also engages with unpaid family carers, both because they are caring for people with disability but also are implicated through carers allowance being linked to PIP.
I thank my honourable friend for her intervention, and I absolutely agree. It needs to ensure that it has the right engagement and consultation with everybody, but it must be co-produced with the experts by experience. I also want to take this opportunity to clarify exactly what we mean by co-production. The principle of co-production is rooted in the US civil rights movement and the ladder of citizen participation developed by Sherry Arnstein in 1969. And it should be in place from the start of the process. And all the information should be made available to everyone. And a plan should be agreed together. And there must be the ability to bring in experts. And these experts should be paid for because of their contribution and treated as valued partners. We should be empowering and upskilling those involved. And I hope that it goes without saying, but all information should be available in accessible formats. And the value partners need to be user-led disabled people's organisations. And I'll finish by underlining that the focus of making these changes should not be on making cuts, but on getting it right. And getting it right means everything needs to be in the scope of the review, not just the ability to tinker within limited, predetermined parameters. And co-production must take place before any changes to the current assessment criteria are proposed. If it means pausing to ensure we get it right, then that is what we must do.
John Milne.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I have great respect for the experience and intelligence of the ministers behind this bill. But what we have left in front of us today is no more than a clumsy salvage operation. How on earth did we end up here? The government says that the cost of disability benefit is spiralling out of control. They say there's no option but to make cuts. But the premise behind this argument is too simplistic. Overall, the cost of in-work benefits as a percentage of GDP hasn't changed much. And that's because every time a government tries to cut one benefit, another rises in its place to compensate. Before any changes were proposed, there should have been a serious analysis of what's driving the surge in PIP claims. But ministers have made little attempt to understand why. It's just a curve on a spreadsheet that needs to be flattened. We're left with the implicit assumption that the government believes that hundreds of thousands of people are currently receiving benefits that they don't really need and they don't deserve. But there are lots of factors driving this increase, and some of them are actually a direct knock-on effect of other government policies. For example, many of those extra claimants are the result of recent rise in retirement age. The government has simply shunted one benefit cost, pension payments, into another, PIP. Another big slice of the increase comes from people who are unable to access timely health care, especially since COVID, so they fall out of the workplace. And perhaps most of all, it's the terrific rise in the cost of living that is driving people towards benefits. They just can't get by anymore. Fundamentally, life costs more when you're disabled. Besides the impact on daily living, many treatments and aids are not available on the NHS. So overall, there are three telltale signs that what we're looking at is a botched compromise. Firstly, we have the new 4-point rule for PIP assessments. Any question that scores a 1, 2 or 3 won't make any difference to the outcome. So if you can't address your lower half and you don't need help to go to the toilet, incredibly, you won't qualify for help. There's literally no point in asking half the questions on the form. The whole 4-point rule has been dreamed up, not because anyone thinks it's a good way to assess a hardship, but to hit an arbitrary cost saving. Secondly, we have the incomprehensible proposal to change PIP assessments next year without waiting for the outcome of the TIMS review. I quote from the Commission on Social Security, who have written to the DWP, and they say, "The circus around the proposed changes to PIP and universal credit are a classic example of what happens if policymakers do not work with those whose lives are profoundly affected by government policy." And thirdly is the decision to give higher benefits to existing claimants than new claimants, as if your needs were somehow less because you applied after 2026. I don't know how anyone can stand over this as a credible policy. Even on the most optimistic forecasts, only a relatively small minority of current claimants will be able to find jobs, and no account at all has been taken of regional employment black spots. For every disabled person who can be helped back into work, there will be others moving in the opposite direction. And that's because about a third of ME and MS sufferers who are currently in work will be unable to continue as a direct result of losing PIP support. But they don't figure in the government's back-to-work estimates. And of course, we have 150,000 people who will lose their carers allowance. This is likely to rebound on the health service and wipe out whatever savings the government had hoped to make. The Secretary of State has set high standards to be judged by, and I quote, "For me, this is a moral mission because I believe that there is a better future for people in so many parts of the country. It is absolutely not cruel." Well, it might have been a moral mission, but it's certainly not a moral outcome. This isn't a fairer and more compassionate, as the Secretary of State has claimed. It's harsher and more chaotic. This bill can no longer be considered a serious attempt at welfare reform. It's just a cobbled-together scheme to get us through the next 24 hours. And I urge all members to vote against it.
Hood.
Speaker, I never expected to be standing here opposing Labour government legislation that intends to impose changes on disability benefits that will put 150,000 people into poverty. The government's own poverty assessment states that these concessions may mean there will be a negligible impact on pensioner and child poverty. I don't know when we became so matter-of-fact about the implications of putting people into poverty or where that language comes from. I would be expecting to move people in the opposite direction. We talk about choices, and we hear a lot from the leadership about tough choices. Now, I don't consider cutting disabled people's benefits to be a tough choice for us politicians. But it will mean people on the receiving end will be forced to make tough choices about the way that they make ends meet. Too often, we make choices that adversely impact on those who can't fight back. We show deference to people with wealth and power when we know that they should be bearing a heavier amount of the burden.
Absolutely.
Those who have enormous wealth have done extremely well over the last 15 years. Average incomes in that time for ordinary families have stagnated and the standard of living has gone down. Now, if we want to make tough choices, I think we should be looking there. So I just wanted to use my time to just highlight some of the areas where I think we could make a difference. So reforming capital gains tax, for instance, through increasing rates and closing loopholes, could raise £12 billion a year. Close the carried interest loophole to private equity bosses, so that they pay their fair share, and that can raise £500 million. National insurance to investment income, £10.2 billion. Introduce a 4% tax on share buybacks, raising between 0.1 and 2 billion a year. End the redirect fossil fuel subsidies to oil and gas companies, could raise 2.2 billion a year. Tax private jets to raise an additional 1.2 billion a year. Stop rich multinational corporations evading tax and mandating that they declare their profits wherever they operate to raise 15 billion a year. And then it comes to the performance of the Treasury. According to the Audit Commission in 2024, in 2023 it gave out £204 billion in tax reliefs. Now, the Audit Commission, the Treasury Select Committee and the Institute for Government conclude that the Treasury is not investing enough into understanding what the benefit of these tax reliefs are. There are 1,110 of them, and of them, 815 that HMRC has no idea what benefit they bring to us. That is billions of pounds every year that is going in tax relief. Now, these are choices. These are choices that we are choosing not to make. And when we balance these choices against the choice that we are being asked to make today, where we are putting savings in the welfare budget ahead of the changes to the welfare budget that might assist people into work, it beggars belief. It's staggering. The amount of money that's available here could easily offset what we are talking about today and allow us to implement the reforms of the welfare state and then see how they benefit the people in the system and how the savings can be achieved. And for those reasons, today I will be supporting my honourable friend's reasoned amendment. And I will be voting against this bill today.
Well said.
Robbie Moore.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise today not just as a member of this House, but as someone who has lived with the reality of a disability in my own family. I grew up with a sister who has a learning disability. Later in life, she's faced the brutal challenge of cancer. I've seen for myself the emotional toll, the complexity of care and the financial pressures that came with that journey. Pressures that were in no way self-inflicted or any of her own fault. I've also seen firsthand how PIP can be a lifeline for many people working in my constituency of Keighley and Ilkley, helping them avoid total reliance on the state. As my constituent Shane put it, this support is the fragile scaffolding that his life and work currently depend on. And all of these experiences have shaped my own political principles, one of personal responsibility, a moral duty to support those who genuinely cannot support themselves, and the foundational principle that people in exactly the same situation should be treated the same before the law. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, this bill breaks those principles. Under Labour's current plans, someone like Shane, or indeed my own sister Becky, would now be treated completely differently by the state due to their unwillingness to work, but based on a completely arbitrary cut-off date, currently being forced through by ministers in Whitehall. So if this bill passes, it will mean someone in my constituency of Keighley and Ilkley, newly diagnosed with a learning disability, cancer, or other life-changing conditions in late 26, will now get thousands of pounds less in support than someone in those identical circumstances today. I will give way.
Thank the honourable member for giving way. He's giving a great speech, and he's highlighting the two-tier system where the government have said it's fine for existing claimants, but not fine for future claimants, setting out this ridiculous two-tier system, one that my constituents already face with the carers allowance. Dennis and Jill from Bude in my North Cornwall constituency don't qualify for the carers allowance because they're of pensionable age, so there's already that two-tier system. Does he agree with me we should be expanding the system rather than narrowing it?
Well, I'm sure Dennis and Jill will be looking at this debate very carefully and understanding very clearly the issue of fairness, which is right at the heart of what this piece of legislation is addressing. The scenario, as I've explained, that Shane in my constituency is experiencing, that is able to receive PIP today, but someone in a very similar circumstance to him would not be after late 2026, and that is not fair.
For giving way. Lauren in my Chichester constituency is a bright and determined 16-year-old young woman who just completed her GCSEs and came to do work experience in my office. She has cerebral palsy and she's applying for PIP not because she wants a handout, but because she knows she will need support to live independently and pursue a career and life ambitions that I have no doubt will actually probably bring her to this place at some point if she gets her way. Does the honourable member agree that young disabled people deserve clarity and dignity, and this bill is not giving them that?
Deputy Speaker, this bill gives no clarity or dignity to the many people that has just been kindly given the example of in her constituency, but indeed mine, Madam Deputy Speaker, of Keighley and Ilkley. And that is why I do not support a plan that creates a two-tier system like this, which will now seem to be the hallmark, Madam Deputy Speaker, of this Labour government and goes against every principle of fairness. And let us not forget exactly why we are here. These changes are being pushed through at pace at the 11th hour without proper evidence reasoning for the new cut-off date. That is not the kind of detailed policy making that we expect, Madam Deputy Speaker, from our leaders. I will give way.
I'm grateful for making an excellent speech. Does he agree with me that the Labour government's proposals here is creating the worst of both worlds? And on the one hand, they are failing to tackle the rising welfare budget, but on the other hand, they are creating anxiety and fear amongst many disabled and vulnerable people who do not understand or know how these changes are going to impact on them?
And I thank my honourable friend for his intervention, and that is the nub of why there is so much concern that is being consistently raised throughout all members, certainly on these side of the benches and many on the other government benches, dare I say, who are also considering their position on how they vote later on today. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, no one doubts at all that our welfare system, which is set to exceed £100 billion by 2030, needs reform. And if we continue to follow the Chancellor's strategy, which seems to be one of recklessly borrowing, which seems to do the very same principles and will have those negative implications on PIP. Some of the most poorest in society who feel the biggest impact of this financial crisis will be exposed. And I will give way to the honourable gentleman.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Thus far, I have kept out of this debate, and to be perfectly honest with the House, it is probably the wrong reason, but my wife is disabled and is in receipt of PIP. And although I became an MP in 2017, she's been disabled for 26 years. We were deeply grateful for the support we had as a family. And my wife is an honest lady, and I hope I don't embarrass her by saying this, but she would have been delighted to take the Honourable Member for Lewisham North Point. She'd been delighted to have been consulted about it. She would have put her thoughts down on paper. And I'm sure so many recipients of PIP would have said, yes, we'll try and see if we can help get the budget straight in some way. But that way, you take people with you, which is so important, and we're missing it.
And Madam Deputy Speaker, trust is at the heart of this issue. And if we want to create a system that commands public trust, this is certainly not the way to do it. We need to reward effort and promote self-reliance. But this bill creates a two-tier system detached from individual responsibility. We need to make the welfare system be more targeted. But this bill, like many of the government's policies, simply shifts new costs onto people who will genuinely be ill, newly disabled, or simply younger, and does little to target those relying on the state. And I will give way to the honourable lady.
He talks about fairness and trust. I wondered if he was proud of his government's own record, where Tory cuts in welfare pushed more people into poverty, 2.9 million emergency food parcels in the last 12 months. You'll be voting, if you vote against this bill, against the biggest uplift in the UC standard allowance. Is that what he's proud of?
Mr. Speaker, I will take no lectures from somebody who supported council tax rising by 10% across the Bradford district, impacting many of those in the Bradford district that are going to be impacted by PIP. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is not principled reform. It is not radical, and it is not good policy making. And many on the benches opposite know it. And we can, as a party, as a government on the opposite benches, do better. We should be doing better. And I will not be supporting this bill today.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Welfare reform is important. It's important because the current system is not working, and it's important because it has a huge impact on the lives of so many individuals and families across the country. For the past 10 years in this place, I have seen so many of my constituents trapped in poverty with the constant fear and insecurity that the current system brings. But we should not be in a position in which the government is scrambling at the last minute to make changes in order to improve a set of proposals that were not good enough when the bill was tabled. We should not be here because while there are many positive measures in the bill, the government has had evidence of the extent of concerns from honourable and right honourable members since April. These concerns have been patiently and respectfully expressed in private and in public, but it appears that for a long time the extent of concerns has simply been ignored until it became clear that the government might lose the vote. So we are now reaching for solutions at the final hour, which should have been better considered over a longer period of time as part of a rational and respectful response to feedback. I regret this situation deeply, and I say to ministers that whatever happens today and in the coming days, the approach to engagement with MPs whose primary duty is to our constituents, and most especially to those who rely on the services we design and govern, has to change, and it has to change profoundly. On the substance of where we are now with the bill, I welcome the substantial changes that have been agreed to in discussions last week, to which I was a party. The protection of existing PIP and Universal Credit Health top-up claimants will alleviate the anxiety that so many of our constituents have been experiencing for months, that they will see their income drop without any change in their condition or additional support. The commitment to co-produce the TIMS review with disabled people is a significant and very welcome commitment.
I hope that before we get to third reading, the Government will put this commitment on the face of the bill and that more detail will be provided about how co-production will be done so that disabled people and their organisations can have confidence that they really will be true partners in this process and that their engagement will be properly resourced. The commitment to bring forward employment support is also helpful. The last Labour government sought to address unemployment and the size of the welfare bill and did so by front-loading employment and health support. This should have been part of the plans from the start. Addressing the barriers to employment which many sick and disabled people face is the best way to address the challenges the government is seeking to tackle.
I thank the honourable member for giving way. And in relation to her point around employment support, I know many honourable members were concerned that that support would not be put in quickly enough. However, in my constituency of Ealing Southall, we already have £8 million funding from the government's Trailblazer Get Britain Working programme. Does she welcome now that these new proposals include £1.3 billion in investment in that programme and that that help will be rolled out to every disabled person who wants a job in this country?
I welcome the bringing forward of employment support, and I know how effective that support can and will be, but we have yet to see it bed in, and I have further concerns that have not yet been addressed. I am concerned about the impact of the bill on young people and care-experienced people in particular, and we need further detail on the support that will be provided for 16 to 22-year-olds, particularly with their mental health, to enable them to participate in the workplace. And there is one further concern that has not been addressed and on which I want to press the Minister today, and it is the lack of alignment between the conclusion and implementation of the TIMS review and the implementation in the raising of the threshold for PIP to 4 points. The Secretary of State, I believe, made some movement on this point in her speech in opening this debate, but so far it is not clear that we are avoiding a situation in which there will be a category of new claimants, people who become disabled after November 2026, but before the implementation of the TIMS review, who will face an increased threshold without any of the mitigations that will come from a revised assessment process and descriptors, which are co-designed with disabled people. This would be unfair and unequitable, and I believe that it makes the policy incoherent and it makes the putting of 4 points on the face of the bill incoherent. We must have a system that aligns the implementation of the new system with the review process co-designed with disabled people that defines it. I believe the government must also set out between today and the third reading debate further detail on the impact assessment. It is an unacceptable consequence that this bill will plunge 150,000 people into poverty. If the government is confident that the mitigations it is making and the additional support mean that this will not be the case, it must provide the evidence to this House that is credible so that we can believe that it will not be the case, because at the moment we have to base our judgment on the evidence that is in front of us, and the evidence says that 150,000 people's lives will be made worse as a consequence of this bill. It is one of the most regrettable aspects of this process that it has harmed the trust and confidence of disabled people. Full alignment of the TIMS review with the introduction of the new system is an essential requirement of beginning to rebuild that trust, and I will be listening very carefully to what the Minister says from the dispatch box in closing this debate.
Sean Berry. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This cruel mistake of a bill must fall today. The reasons in the Green Amendment stand, and with my colleagues I will be voting to stop it today at second reading and supporting the reasoned amendment from the Honourable Member for York Central. These proposals are a mess. The timetable is breakneck, and other honourable members have said it right. It is the spreadsheet, and the rush to get it through before the budget is a dead giveaway that this is about making cuts, not making improvements. The government's actions in this way do not respect sick and disabled people. Way before making any changes to social security, real dialogue should have taken place that respects their rights and needs. Already, 3 in 4 people who need to use a food bank have a disabled person in their household. And the bill before us today will further impoverish hundreds of thousands with cruel cuts in support. And the government's promises of changes to the bill from remove support to deny support will harm millions in future. And it will create a multi-layered mess of injustice. Instead, it clearly must fall today. And instead, why not do what Greens, disabled people's organisations, many members across the House have proposed? Why not work with disabled people to co-produce a social security system that's fair, humane and accessible without preemptive criteria before you go off and do that? A whole playbook of proposals were put forwards by the Honourable Member for York Central in proposing her amendment. So why not do this? Why not develop policies that are genuinely good value, that do no harm, that achieve the stated objectives of helping to invest in people to save money in the future? And why not raise that investment needed to save on the future spending from fair taxation on the very, very wealthiest, who are orders of magnitude away from the struggle to survive that MPs are hearing about every day from the people these measures are aimed at? The least advantaged should not pay, but there are those who clearly should. And I echo many members across the chamber when I say that I'm sad that a Labour government has brought us here, in such contrast to the post-war principles that the party once stood by, which was about real social security alongside investment in jobs. Shamefully, on its current face, the bill brings in the largest social security cut since summer 2015, 10 years ago, when George Osborne was Chancellor. And the compromise proposals that mainly protect current claimants are unfair and divisive, and so many will remain unhelped if our honourable colleagues give in. What about the young whose disabilities are yet to develop, who will need PIP to thrive? What about the people who fall sick or get injured the day after these measures come into effect? And what about the people with conditions like Parkinson's or MS or ME who are still effectively excluded from the government's serious condition criteria because this bill doesn't allow for fluctuating conditions? And this whole process has truly scared people, and it's mobilised them. I've heard directly the testimonies of worry and fear from hundreds of my constituents in Brighton Pavilion. The Secretary of State knows that I raised with her the terror that people are feeling right from the start. Will she now apologise for that? In Brighton, I've heard from a round table of organisations who are supporting people to get by. They told me how people are using disability benefits to cover just the very basics, shortfalls in rent, heating costs, food. I heard how local employment services are hanging by a thread. Local authority support has been hollowed out. Brilliant organisations like Amaze, Money Advice Plus, St Luke's and Citizens Advice are already inundated with people concerned for their futures. They want structural barriers and inequalities removed first. They want investment in people as well. Today, Madam Deputy Speaker, we must vote down these proposals. This is so that the Secretary of State can listen and learn and go back and do better. Those who are sick, injured or disabled today and in the future need our solidarity. And from Greens, they will get it.
Clive Lewis.
Madam Deputy Speaker, when coming to a crunchy question or problem, I always think it's wise to take a step or two back and try and unpick some of the assumptions that underpin an issue, the bigger picture, if you like. Now, not everyone would agree with some of the conclusions that I come to. That's fine. This is a debate, not an echo chamber, although some people may be surprised to hear that. But it's right we robustly test the proposition before us to try and understand the structural issues that underpin this bill. Let's consider the key issue here, that rising welfare costs could lead to making the welfare budget unsustainable. The assumption often made is that welfare costs rise because of individual failings, people being lazy, unwilling to work, or even dishonest, work shy, in other words. But this assumption doesn't stand up to scrutiny. The welfare bill isn't growing because people suddenly became lazy. It's rising because our economy and our society are fundamentally broken. Broken because of 14 years of cuts, of dehumanised punitive changes wrapped up as reform, than little more than a brutal disciplining of the workforce. compliments of the benches opposite. A workforce increasingly finding itself trapped between insecure low pay and in-work poverty, or a humiliating workfare programme that has sucked the marrow out of millions. One that has left them drained, burned out, and leading to the soaring mental health crisis we now see. Madam Deputy Speaker, what does explain our dilemma is the fact that work itself has fundamentally changed. Jobs are less secure, often poorly paid, and many who work full-time still need benefits because wages don't meet the basic costs of housing, food, childcare and utilities. On top of this, the cost of living crisis is being driven by a toxic mix of structural failures. The climate crisis has increased volatility in global supply chains, everything from microchips to semiconductors, pushing up food and energy costs. At the same time, companies operating under monopoly and oligopoly conditions, particularly in the energy, water and food sectors, have taken advantage of this disruption to engage in price gouging, driving profits sky high while families struggle to make ends meet. As has been repeatedly pointing out, the weakness of trade unions has limited workers' ability to bargain for pay rises that reflect rising costs, costs that by and large governments have failed to cap. Yes, caps on energy prices have been half-heartedly attempted, but what about a cap on rents? On greedy landlords? What about capping the large agri-corporations pushing up food prices? On water companies extorting from all of us? These are the underlying structural causes. Their collective outcome, a relentless squeeze on the real incomes and increased reliance on welfare to simply survive. In truth, our welfare system is increasingly the state subsidising employers who pay poverty wages, landlords charging unaffordable rents, and corporations extracting vast profits, all at society's expense. And all the while, our climate and ecology declines, adding to that instability. Today's bill, at heart about balancing the books by tightening welfare eligibility and gatekeeping access, won't address these root causes. It still punishes victims rather than tackling the structural failures, and I cannot support it. That's why I'll be supporting the reasonable amendment of my honourable friend from York Central. Yes, the Labour government has made a start on many of those structural issues, the Trade Union Act, GB Energy, the Leasehold and Reform Act, but it must go further and faster if we are to make a real impact on who our economy works for and to ultimately bring down the welfare bill. Madam Deputy Speaker, welfare reform should deliver dignity and fairness, not austerity and exclusion. Until we face these deeper truths, we'll continue addressing symptoms rather than causes, perpetuating the very injustices we claim to want to solve and that so many of us came into this place to sort out.
Robin Swan.
Thank you very much. Madam Deputy Speaker, and I rise to support the reasoned amendment and vote against this bill because of actually the abandoned generation that this legislation will cause. And that's those young people with disabilities and life-limiting conditions who are currently on children's DLA, who normally transfer to PIP at the age of 16, but this bill completely ignores them and forgets about them. The usual process being that around the 16th birthday, DWP will send an invitation to claim PIP, but it is then up to the parent or the young person themselves actually to apply within a time limit of 28 days. And this bill does nothing to redress that. It's also a process of mandatory self-application, so there's no automatic conversion for a child with a disability or indeed a life-limiting condition already entitled to DLA actually moving on to a PIP claimant. But what this bill and the concession that was made actually makes worse in regard to that stricter future eligibility criteria, that as from the 22nd of November, new PIP claimants must meet the 4-point single activity daily living test. So for those young people with a disability, with that life-limiting condition who are in currently receipt of children's DLA who would normally have transferred to PIP, come November 26, their condition must be such that it enables them to reach that 4-point eligibility test. So for those young people this place keeps talking about and other devolved legislations keeps encouraging to stay in education, support them through special educational needs, are now telling them, come 16, if your condition does not meet a 4-point criteria, you will not be in receipt of that personal independence payment. That personal independence payment that is a door opener for their families, that actually allows them to access care support, allows those young people, if they do look to further their education or their employment, to access mobility and support schemes, that allows those young people with those disabilities and life-limiting conditions that hope, that dream to actually be eligible and to be supported to enter the workforce. Now, if you're a young person who come the 22nd of November 2026 doesn't have a condition that will allow you to reach that 4-point criteria, that will be denied you.
Would the member give way?
I'll give way briefly.
I want to share the words of young disabled children from my constituency. They said to me this weekend, "Don't speak for us, speak with us." And that really struck me, because so often in this place decisions are made about people without ever really listening to them. Will the member agree, if we are serious about a just and compassionate welfare system, then let us honour those words. Don't speak for us, speak with us, and better still, listen.
Thank the member for that intervention. And what I will say, Madam Deputy Speaker, I did meet with those young people, met with an organisation called Brave Hearts Northern Ireland, who represent a cohort of young people with congenital heart defects who are at that transitional stage. And they were saying to me about the real concerns, actually not just concerns, the actual fear that are now in their young people who have been looking forward to that opportunity to go to university, to get into training courses and to seek employment, but still require those additional supports and those needs. But also for MENCAP, who have highlighted that due to the Child Disability Allowance, which is currently between children aged 0 to 15, the main childhood disability benefit of 166,000 children with learning disabilities, autism, Asperger's, who retain the total monetary value of their child DLA awarded or increased when transitioning to PIP. MENCAP is now concerned that this number would decrease because of for those young people not being able to achieve that 4-point eligibility criteria. Madam Deputy Speaker, and for the sake of those young people, that we all come to this place to support, to give them a future, to give them hope, and our young people going through special educational needs with disabilities and with life learning disabilities. Madam Deputy Speaker, I implore the government to withdraw this bill now, go back, engage and co-produce something that meets the needs of their country and of our young people.
Andrew Pakes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It turns out in a long, hot, sweaty day like this, one of my hearing aids has collapsed in the middle of this session, so I'm only half hearing you, so I'm glad you did call me, didn't you? Thank you. It's a shame and embarrassment. Firstly, Madam Deputy Speaker, that would be very audacious. It is a great privilege to speak in this debate alongside so many passionate advocates who want to get this reform right. I think all of us on this side, whether we may have a difference of opinion on a point of policy, came into this House to make a difference and fix the welfare system, to liberate and create opportunities for people. So I want to thank the Secretary of State for her statement yesterday and the welcome news of the PIP assessment review as moving us forward. It is vital, as others have said, we engage those most affected by a failed welfare state in designing a successful welfare state. And we've put off change for too long. That is particularly true when it comes to young people. Madam Deputy Speaker, if politics is about choices, then condemning nearly 1 million young people to the scrap heap of unemployment was the choice of the party opposite. So I want to focus my main contribution on how these changes can affect young people and their life chances. Full employment and good quality jobs have been a central part of Labour's most successful governments. That's why fixing Britain's broken system of social security must be a priority for this Labour government. There is no dignity in denying young people the opportunity to learn, earn, or making a better life for themselves. And I'm reminded as we approach the 80th anniversary of the 1945 Labour landslide, we must remember previous governments that have dealt with such big challenges. Work was essential to that great 1945 Labour government. William Beveridge's landmark report in 1942 laid the foundation for Labour's post-war welfare state, an NHS, free education for all and full employment. The vision of Labour's leaders like Attlee, Morrison and Bevin was that every citizen would live a life free from want, squalor, disease or poverty with meaningful help when times were tough. But in return, every citizen was expected to play a full part in the social and economic life of the nation. But looking at the high level of people not in education, employment or training, NEETs in that terrible phrase, in my constituency, I can see an economy that is still letting people down. I can see a mental health system that is letting young people down, and I can see an NHS system that is trapping too many young people on a life of benefits.
Yeah.
So can I ask my right honourable friend, when we come to bringing the debate together later, can they confirm in her response that we will deliver the employment support young people need, and that we will simplify the way benefits work and the way job centres work so that young people get the support they deserve? And will she work with the Secretary of State for Health and Social Care to fix our broken mental health system so that young people have a hand up rather than being pushed down? And of course, our values should be about compassion, and our social security system should be about dignity for those unable to work or who need support. That's why I welcome the protections for those people already on PIP that have been announced. And I've also listened a lot to a common theme in this debate, and I'd like to ask the front bench about this, which is we've heard lots of people raising concern, not that the TIMS review will happen, because that begins to embed co-production, as the front bench and many people in this House have said. But there are questions, I think, legitimately to ask about timing and delivery about that in terms of the legislation. Oh, yes,
I thank the honourable gentleman for giving way, and I'm very pleased that he could hear my desire to come and intervene. Does he share my concern that the TIMS review is too slow and will not conclude in its current timetable until next autumn? And does he agree with me that the TIMS review should be accelerated so a package of measures that have been co-produced with disabled people, their carers, including young people, can be implemented in November 2026?
I thank my honourable friend for an important point. I would, if possible, give my right honourable friend, the Minister, Duracell batteries to turbocharge his work in this area. Oh. Yeah.
For giving way. And I want to make this point to him, that he and others across the House during this debate have raised concerns that the changes to PIP are coming ahead of the conclusions of the review of the assessment that I will be leading. We've heard those concerns, and that is why I can announce that we are going to remove the Clause 5 from the bill at committee, that we will move straight to the wider review, sometimes referred to as the TIMS review, and only make changes to PIP eligibility activities and descriptors following that review. The government is committed to concluding the review by the autumn of next year.
Point of order, Andy MacDonald.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'd be very grateful for your clarification. We've just heard that a pivotal part of this bill, Clause 5, is not going to be effective. So I ask the question, what are we supposed to be voting on tonight? Is it the bill as drawn or another bill? Because I'm confused, and I think people in this chamber will need that clarification.
I thank the honourable member for his point of order. He will be aware that that is not a matter for the chair, and the vote will be on the bill as it stands. We've had a very clear undertaking from the dispatch box as to what will happen at committee. Andrew Pakes.
Deputy Chair, for someone who sits in a party which often debates Clause 4, I received today's news about Clause 5 welcome. I think it addresses many of the concerns honourable members on both sides of the House, particularly our side of the House, have made, because there is an urgency to moving forward with this legislation and change, because today's system is broken. The legacy of the last government is shocking. There are 2.8 million people outside the labour market due to long-term sickness. That is the same as the populations of Birmingham, Leeds, Sheffield and Liverpool combined. 1 in 8 young people are outside of education, employment or training. The UK is the only G7 economy where sickness rates are higher than before COVID, and we've heard from others, health and disability-related benefits will cost around £100 billion over the next 4 years. Madam Deputy Speaker, this has a massive impact on our national resources. Economic inactivity not only holds back growth and makes us all poorer, it also blights the lives of those without work. That's why those of us on this side believe tackling worklessness is not just an economic case, it is a moral crusade. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, in drawing my conclusions to an end, I want to see real support for people to get skills, opportunities and jobs. I want to see every 18 to 21-year-old offered a life off benefits and an apprenticeship or training. I want to see real support for people with mental health so they can access the care they want. We need Labour's Employment Rights Bill fully implemented to change the culture of work so that employers work with disabled people to create the opportunities we need. But most of all, Madam Deputy Speaker, we need a system of social security that is there for everyone with a genuine need, so that no one falls into poverty because they lose their job, and everyone who can work is given a path back into employment.
Bal Mohammed.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise today not just with grave concern, but with absolute conviction, and I will speak in support of the reason amendment from my honourable friend, the member for York Central, and with a plea for the government to pause, think, reflect and bring back something that will work for the betterment of disabled people. Disabled people, this whole debate, I'm afraid to say, and I've been saddened to hear, has shed, not all members, people have been presented in a negative light. Disabled people are not a burden on society. They are part of society and they make an invaluable contribution to our society as it stands. And the support that they receive allows them to make that invaluable contribution. If this bill is passed, it will do unconscionable damage to disabled people, their carers and families who are already on the brink of in this cost of living crisis. It will deepen poverty, increase hardship and undo decades of progress in social security. And I urge the government to withdraw now and come back when it is fit for purpose. Myself and my Independent Alliance colleagues have been clear and consistent. We are acutely aware of the devastation this bill would cause. We have fought and will fight it every step of the way until a fit-for-purpose bill is before us. Yet today we are being asked to sign off on billions in cuts without any credible data. And we have a moving target where elements of the bill that are published will no longer apply when it comes back to this place. The department's analysis, we've heard 150,000 people would be pushed into poverty, maybe more than 20,000 children. And despite the talk of concessions, which were rushed out and tweaks made, they do not change the core injustice. This government wants to create a two-tier welfare system where today's disabled people get help, but tomorrow's they are discarded. New PIP claimants will have to pass a cruel new threshold to qualify for PIP compared to existing claimants. My question to the Secretary of State is, please can you explain to my constituents in Dewsbury and Backley who designed this 4-point system and who defined the criteria by which somebody would qualify and not qualify?
Would the member give way?
I will give way.
Would the member agree that now is the time that the government actually needs to confirm what we're voting on? U-turn after U-turn, I believe members are confused.
I thank the honourable friend for his intervention. I will accept a government who listens and adapts and changes their approach in light of new evidence that is put before them. So I would congratulate the government for improving on the proposals. And I don't question the core intentions. I really don't. The waste and the unmanageable and welfare state and how it has been mismanaged for 14 years to lead us to this point
absolutely must be assessed and improved, but it can't be at the expense of support to the most vulnerable in our society. The bill, moving on to carers, so it's not just disabled people that this bill will impact, but carers. It slashes 500 million from the carers allowance, the largest real terms cut since the benefit was introduced in 1976. Carers save this country tens of billions of pounds in unpaid labour. Nearly half of them already live in poverty. Is this really the thanks that they deserve? And it gets worse. If an existing claimant loses their PIP on reassessment, which happens all too frequently due to assessor errors, they will be treated as a new claimant and subject to the stricter rules. This includes anyone moving from DLA to PIP. It is punitive, it is regressive, and it will erode trust in the entire system. We are told there will be consultation, but what consultation happens when a bill is pushed through in a single week without adequate scrutiny or engagement with those most affected? The principle of nothing about without us has been flagrantly ignored. We've heard, according to Scope, that the extra cost of living with a disability is already nearly £1,100 a month. That is not covered by PIP. By 2029, this is expected to top £1,200. Yet under this bill, those same people will be expected to survive without the support that they rely on. The government expects disabled people to shoulder £15,000 a year in extra costs and offers them less and less. The public sees through this. Only 27% support these reforms. Nearly half of those surveyed believe they will worsen the health of disabled people, and over half expect more pressure on the NHS. These cuts will make people sicker, more isolated and more dependent on an already overstretched service. The politics of this is damning. This cannot be about politics. This must be about the people that we are here to serve. So please, 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 go back and wait for the consultation to be completed and integrate the learnings and the feedback from the people affected so that this bill and this legislation can actually make a positive contribution to our society and not a negative one. Thank you.
Imran Hussain.
Madam Deputy Speaker. And Madam Deputy Speaker, let me begin by saying there's no denying the ideological austerity we've seen by the previous government for the last 14 years has led to absolute decimation of our services, devastation of our communities, and extreme poverty as well as an economic mess. So I get that this government has to make some extremely difficult decisions. But the central point in this debate is this: we cannot balance the books on the backs of some of the most vulnerable in our society. It's not the fair thing to do, it's not the right thing to do, and simply put, it is not the Labour thing to do. Madam Deputy Speaker, again today, many of us in good conscience, and let me say this, Madam Deputy Speaker, we do not, on these benches, who oppose this, do not come from the same place as members opposite. We come from a place of sincerity. Members opposite on the Tory benches come from, again, political game playing. And we continue to come from that place of sincerity. But what is disrespectful, and continues to be disrespectful, to backbenchers in particular and members on this side, is the way we have piecemeal fed things. Even at this late stage, whilst I welcome the previous concessions and I welcome the concession today. But the reality is this: for months we have been talking about this, for months. And we could have been engaged in that process. We approached it with good faith. And again, it makes a further mockery of a process that will result in hundreds of thousands of people being pushed into poverty. The timescale that we have been given already lacks respect that this democratic House should be afforded. But now, this piecemeal of information we are being leaked, frankly, we are being asked to rely on the goodwill of ministers. Now, I have the greatest deal of respect for honourable members. I have the greatest deal of respect. But we, as backbenchers, should be afforded the same dignity. Because we have all been elected on one premise. You know, my constituency of Bradford East suffers from some of the worst health inequalities, the worst child poverty. Over half of all children who live in my constituency are living in absolute poverty. I have to go back and face them. Yeah. The reality is, the bill as it stands today, regardless of what ministers tell us, the bill as it stands today is the same bill it was a week ago, the same bill it was when it was released. That's what we are voting on. We can discuss the concessions next week if this bill makes it.
Pull the bill.
But the bill today must be pulled.
Pull it.
Because I cannot go back to my constituency and tell them, through some concessions that were not in a bill, I voted for it, even though tomorrow this could add to deepening the poverty that people on my streets face. That is not what I was elected on. Madam Deputy Speaker, of course I will.
I'm very grateful to the Honourable Gentleman, and he's making the correct and most powerful point, with that this is not the best way of making law, and it is hugely disrespectful to all sides of the House, irrespective of position. Would he also agree with me that that is compounded by the woefully inadequate time being set aside for committee consideration of this bill? Next week, and third reading, very truncated. We are all absolutely dizzy by the amount of U-turns and concessions. He is right. Much better to withdraw the bill, start again, bring it back in September.
Absolutely, and I'll come on to that point. I've already touched on the point in terms of a bill of this seismic nature. Let's be frank, I've spent a decade in this place. I've never seen a bill of this seismic nature with these direct consequences being rushed through in 1 week. And let's be clear, the House, this is a money, the motion that goes to the House of the Lords is going to be a money motion. It will not allow the House of Lords to make any amendments and bring this back. So again, the ministers have, of course I will.
Would it not be a very sensible way forward if the House simply passed the excellent reasoned amendment put forward by the Honourable Member for York, and we parked the issue there, so we would then have the necessary consultation and preparation for a more effective bill?
I again say this. Courageous political leadership sometimes demands admitting we got it wrong. Like we did in the winter fuel allowance. Nobody out there, I mean, I sincerely think people respect you when you get something wrong and you come back. The concession after concession is admission enough that we have got this wrong. And my personal view remains that it is dignified today for the government to say we will go with the reasoned amendment and we will come back, we will go have meaningful consultation with disability groups, and then we will come back. And I again say everything I say out of absolute sincerity. And I want to finish by saying this, a point that's been made by honourable members on both sides of the House, because many are acting in good faith for the collective good of the people we represent. And the point is this: all of us will have to go back to our constituencies and justify the decision we make today. I have always promised my constituents in Bradford East that I will never vote for anything that will increase poverty, deprivation or deepen the health inequalities in my constituency. Because it is not this place that sends me to Bradford. It is the people of Bradford that sends me to this place, and I will remain true to them and I will remain counted for them, and I will make sure that their voice is heard. I will be voting for the amendment, and I will be voting against the bill today.
David Chadwick.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and may I say what an excellent and powerful speech to follow. We should all be here to stand up for the people who, the dignity of people who need us to stand up for them. I know what it means to become disabled. 11 years ago, I developed Guillain-Barré syndrome. It happens to 1 in 100,000 people, and unfortunately, I ended up totally paralysed for 3 months, and then fortunately made a full recovery over the next couple of years. And that was an insight into what it's like to become disabled. I went from full health to total dependence overnight and lost the ability to move for 3 months. Fortunately, I was lucky and I recovered. But I remember those early days very vividly, and what it was like to suddenly learn to live with a disability. I remember, for example, having to have some clicking contraption, a hook, to be able to grab my socks and get dressed in the morning. And that's one of those examples that's already been highlighted today of the extra costs and challenges that people living with disabilities face. Personal independence payments are a lifeline, and they enable people with disabilities and long-term health conditions to live independently, participate in society, and, crucially, stay in work if they can. Wales, Madam Deputy Speaker, will be hit hard by this proposal. In Wales, we have higher rates of long-term illness and disability. In rural areas, the cost of living with a condition is even higher. And these changes will hit hardest where communities and people are struggling to cope as it is. The government's so-called climb down does not fix this. Delaying the stricter criteria until 2026 does not make the policy fairer. It just creates a two-tier system. From 2026, someone newly diagnosed with a condition will not be entitled to the same support that someone with the same condition already receives today. I remember when I was diagnosed with Guillain-Barré syndrome, I was added to a Facebook group with lots of people who were had been struggling to live with the consequences of it, and they talked about how they coped. And clearly the people being added to that group today will be in an even worse situation, and that's quite frankly immoral. If the government was serious about trying to reduce the welfare bill, it would be focusing on fixing the issues in health and social care, tackling the root causes of chronic ill health, or providing good jobs across Wales. In Wales, Labour have been running the healthcare service for over 25 years. 800,000 people, that's almost a third of the entire population, are stuck on an NHS waiting list. And more than 9,000 people have been waiting over 2 years to start treatment. And that's hundreds of thousands of people who are unable to work as normal because they are languishing on waiting lists. There are so many people we know in Wales who are not getting the health care they need. And our welfare system as a whole was built by Welsh politicians, by Nye Bevan, David Lloyd George. In Wales, we know how to fight for each other, and we don't forget our roots, right? But they have. Right? It was shameful to see Welsh Labour politicians sitting there on the front bench. People in Wales will be disgusted by changes being made to disability benefits and PIP claimants that will make things harder for people with disabilities. Yes, of course, I'll give way.
Thank you, and I thank the honourable member for giving way. On that note of tackling the root causes of illness and poor health, will the honourable gentleman agree with me that this substantial package of mental health support announced by the Welsh Labour government this weekend, including £5.6 million to tackle the long waiting list for children awaiting diagnosis for conditions such as ADHD and autism, is to be welcomed? Hear, hear.
So I think we all know that a lot of this is political posturing, and that this bill is not going to fix the underlying problems we have in Wales. Right? Many of the problems we have in Wales are caused by the Conservatives closing down our industries 40 years ago. Right? And Wales has been waiting for a response since then. This isn't it. Picking on the vulnerable is what the Conservatives do, but it's not what the Welsh do. And that's why we voted them out last year. Do not punish people for getting sick. Do not divide disabled people into first and second-class citizens. Do not vote with the government today.
Okay.
Paula Barker.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I want to start by saying how shocked I am that the Minister has just intervened near the end of this debate to say he will be removing the whole of Clause 5 from this bill. And whilst grateful for the concessions, this has further laid bare the incoherent and shambolic nature of this process. It is the most unedifying spectacle that I have ever seen. And as we have just heard, we are voting tonight on the bill as it stands on the order paper, not as amended. And I'm really sorry to say this, Madam Deputy Speaker, but when it's not written down, it's not worth the paper it's written on. We were promised a Hillsborough law by April this year, and nothing has come to fruition. So it is with sadness that... No, I won't. It's with sadness that I will vote for my honourable friend's reasoned amendment tonight, and I will vote against this bill. And I implore my government to do the right thing, to pause, to take a breath, and let us get this right. Because before entering Parliament, I served in local government, the trade union movement and working people my entire life. Service matters deeply to me, and I see it as my job to do exactly that as a Member of Parliament. I am a passionate believer in the dignity of labour, of secure, well-paid work being a route out of poverty towards opportunity and a life free from fear. And I regret to say that this bill will create poverty, and it has already induced fear. I think everyone in this House believes that we need reform in our welfare system. But we must be honest. This bill before us today is not reform. It is simply cuts, which have been brought forward to fill an economic black hole. In Liverpool City region, nearly 30% of residents are disabled, more than 10% above the national average. Liverpool also has one of the highest disability rates in the country, and our region already experiences some of the highest poverty rates in the UK. Even with concessions, this bill is still cuts, not reform, and will see 150,000 people pushed further into poverty and create a stark disparity in our welfare state for disabled people. And despite a commitment to co-production, there is nothing that commits the government to ensure the PIP assessment review findings has any bearing on this legislation. Over the last few weeks, we have heard a lot about lack of time to scrutinise legislation when debating another bill in this place. Yes, here we are, with a bill that has concessions which are not actually on the face of the bill, because there's been no time, and there will only be 8 days between second and third reading. That is truly a lack of time to scrutinise proposed legislation.
My honourable friend give way.
I will give way.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. She makes a very good speech. But we are here as legislators, and would my honourable friend agree with me? The fact that we have been denied the opportunity to scrutinise denies us the opportunity to make this right for disabled people.
I thank my honourable friend for her excellent intervention, and I absolutely concur with her views. So, colleagues, we must be crystal clear on what we are voting for tonight. We are voting for the bill as it stands, unamended. The late changes combined with the compressed parliamentary timetable means MPs will have just a single day to debate and consider amendments. And the fact the bill is a money bill also means it will not be subject to amendments from the House of Lords. Our movement is at its best. Our movement at its best is the rising tide that lifts all boats, not some, but all. I cannot, in good faith, look at my constituents of Liverpool Wavertree in the eye and tell them this bill would improve their lot, because quite frankly, it won't.
Anne Davies.
Madam Dirprwy Llefarydd. I've heard so much in this chamber today, some really passionate personal speeches, and I thank all honourable members for their testament and contribution. But the Universal Credit and Personal Independent Payment Bill is a direct attack on the ill and disabled people, and just to cut costs. The arbitrary restricting eligibility for PIP and cutting the health element of universal credit will have a devastating, lasting consequences. Whatever this Labour government claims, there is neither fairness nor compassion in its approach towards welfare. And it certainly isn't fair or compassionate for the people of Wales, who will be disproportionately impacted by these measures. And let me thank organisations, including Policy and Practice and the Bevan Foundation, for their vital work in filling absence of data for Wales, which this UK government has all but refused to provide. 4 out of 10 local UK authorities worst hit by these welfare cuts are in Wales, so 4 out of the 10, impacting 6.1% of the Welsh population at a cost of £470 million for our communities. And in Carmarthenshire alone, the economic impact will be nearly £17.5 million. And too many people will suffer. My constituents will suffer. People like... By all means, yes.
And I thank the member Gavin Way. And there's just a point of clarification. She mentions her constituents suffering. The government has withdrawn Clause 5, but Clause 6 leaves all this legislation eligible to Northern Ireland. So is the government going to put a barrier down the Irish Sea in regards to PIP payment now?
Thank you. I'll allow the Minister to answer that in the closing statement. I couldn't possibly comment. But I will comment on Claire. She has several disabilities, including arthritis. She currently receives PIP, which has helped her build on her master's degree in equality and diversity in work, and allowed additional support, like the ability to have a carer accompany her when necessary. Ms Jacks does not have 4 points in any one part of the daily living component. Versus Arthritis has calculated that 79% of people that claim PIP in Wales for arthritis alone score fewer than 4 points, and that's nearly 17,000 people. And it's not just claimants. MENCAP, which has already been mentioned here, has estimated that over 13,000 carers may lose their carers allowance in Wales due to caring for people with fewer than 4 points. And the government's justification for this suffering is completely flawed. Joseph Rowntree Foundation finds that 60% of recipients scoring 4 or fewer points are already in employment in England and Wales, rising to 63% in my constituency of Caerfyrddin. The UK government claims its amendments to this bill will lessen the blow, but we'll have to wait until after the second reading to see them. But the government seems set to penalise people who become disabled after the arbitrary cut-off date of November 26. So can I ask the government what data has informed these concessions? Specifically, what evidence suggests that people can pick and choose when they become sick or become disabled? Because that, to me, looks like discrimination. Legal experts for the Equity Union agree that it could be unlawful on the grounds of arbitrariness. And arbitrariness looks half-baked in considering PIP assessment review, which will only be published in autumn 26. The UK government's amendments to this bill do not address the fundamental injustice at the heart of these measures, and is plunging 150,000 people into poverty rather than the 250,000 really a marker of success? Is it only punishing people who will get ill or disabled in future, or those who turn 18 later, really a sign of a fair and compassionate welfare reform? I call on honourable friends across the House, particularly my friends opposite, to vote against this cruel bill tonight. The Labour UK government must abandon these damaging plans entirely and instead create a welfare system founded on dignity, on equity, on compassion, that is developed with disabled people and representative organisation. Plaid Cymru will be voting for the reasoned amendment this evening submitted by my honourable friend from York Centre, and against the second reading of this bill. Diolch.
Diane Abbott.
Millions of disabled people will listen, view, or read about this debate and its consequences and feel fear. Because for some members of the House, this is just an afternoon's political cut and thrust, but for the disabled, it is the rest of their lives. Members will have heard earlier that we should be concerned about the rising trajectory of welfare spending in this country. Ministers say this all the time. But what about the rising trajectory of tax avoidance or the rising trajectory of salaries in the City of London? Why must people on welfare bear all the opprobrium and have the money taken out of their pockets? We are the Labour Party, and we have historically stood up against injustice. Why are we stepping away from this today? Anybody who has ever had anything to do with the welfare system knows that it needs reform. I deal month after month with dozens of people who are struggling with the welfare system. But it's not that people don't accept it needs reform. The problem is these reforms, which are unfair, ill thought out, and in the end, focused on saving money. And on the question of the personal independence payment, too many members talk about PIP as if it is too easy to claim that people are gaming the system or even engaged in some sort of scam. The truth is that PIP is generally not merely difficult to claim, but humiliating to claim, and any reform should deal with that. There are so many practical problems with this bill. It is being rushed through in a week, which is ridiculous. There has been no formal consultation with the people whose lived experience it is concerned with. It is not a coincidence that not a single organisation which speaks to the disabled supports this legislation. And it will become law before two important reviews, one into PIP itself, the Timms Review, and the Keep Britain Working Review, will actually report. So these reviews, and in particular the Timms Review, will actually be a dead letter. And because it is too late to change the face of the bill, members are being asked to vote purely on the basis of verbal assurances from ministers. None of us would come to an important arrangement with our council on the word of councillors. So, with all due respect, why are we expected to vote for a law which will affect millions of people's lives and drives hundreds of thousands of people into poverty purely on the basis of what ministers claim they are going to do? I myself continue to oppose this bill on moral, legal and political grounds. And let me say this, there will be, as I said, millions of disabled people who will either watch this debate on the television, hear about it from their friends and family, or read about it in the newspaper. They will not be able to believe that the Labour Party is putting legislation through like this. Because, you know, if this legislation means anything at all, it means money coming out of the pockets of the disabled. Otherwise, what is the point of it? If you're going to save money in this financial year, disabled people have to lose money. It will be shocking to so many people listening and hearing about this, that Labour ministers are standing up and putting this through in order to hit Treasury targets. Even at this late stage, I urge colleagues to think about the people that put us here and withdraw this bill. It cannot be right that we have had a concession so late in the day, even in the course of the debate. If ministers were proud of this debate, if ministers were proud of what they're doing, concessions wouldn't be coming so late in the day. So, as I say, we should, even at this late stage, withdraw this bill.
Adam.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I've been sitting here for about over 4.5, 5 hours, I think, and there's been so many changes and concessions. So many changes and concessions, I really don't know what we'll be voting for at the moment. And this is no way to bring such an important bill into this chamber for, when it's so important to people's lives. The Independent Alliance stand firmly against this bill because both it is unfair and unworkable, and no member of this House should, in any good conscience, vote for it. Of course, abuse of the welfare system is unacceptable, but we all agree on that. But this bill does not target fraud. What it does target is the most vulnerable and the most needy in our communities.
Welfare.
There's been some excellent contributions today, and very powerful contributions. And like everybody else here, I have constituents who have shared their story. Mine is of Joe, a constituent of mine in Leicester South. Joe is actively suicidal. All sharp objects and medications have been removed from his home. The only reason Joe is not in hospital is that there are no beds available. Yet Joe has been told she is not ill enough to qualify for personal independence payment under this system. Is this the kind of society we want to build? This bill is not just unfair, it is also unworkable. The government is asking members to vote for cuts now based on the promises that they will help people back into work in the future. Yet the supporting evidence from the Office for Budget Responsibility won't even be available until October. The process has been rushed, the consultation has been inadequate, and the system being proposed is cruelly simplistic. Scoring 4 points on a single activity will become the deciding factor whether somebody receives life-changing support. According to the Joseph Rowntree Foundation, cutting disabled people's benefit won't magically create suitable jobs, especially in those areas of the country that have long had weaker jobs market. A disability that's close to my heart, which is visual impairment. Madam Deputy Speaker, there are 2 million people in this country living with a visual impairment. That is about to double by the year 2050. Yet 25% of employers would not be willing to make workplace changes, and 48% do not even have accessibility recruitment processes. And there's nothing addressing this issue. The government figures estimate that these changes will push approximately 150,000 people, including thousands of children, into poverty. There is no credible employment support plan for them. There is no guarantee that those whose conditions fluctuate will be treated fairly, and these changes will disproportionately punish people with mental health like Joe. Politics is not a game. We cannot balance the national budget on the backs of disabled people, and the public know this. I will be supporting the reason amendment by the Honourable Member for York Central because this bill is simply unfair, even I'm not quite sure what it stands for at the moment. It is unworkable and it's unworthy of this House's support, and I urge all members to do the same. Thank you.
German.
Madam Deputy Speaker, Madam Deputy Speaker, it's safe to say that the topic of today's debate has been my overriding focus in recent months, and I want to thank my constituents and all organisations for their input, as well as the Secretary of State and the wider DWP team for listening to concerns and indeed acting on them with recent amendments. This bill will raise the Universal Credit Standard Allowance by the largest increase since the 1970s. It will help 3.9 million families with an average gain of £265 a year, bringing us closer, finally, to ensuring that every family can afford the essentials without relying on charity or community support. I wholeheartedly welcome this as part of the government's wider efforts to rebalance universal credit to better reward work and improve basic adequacy, along with an end to reassessment for those with the most severe conditions and to work capability assessments, the right to try work without the risk of losing existing entitlement, and crucial increased investment in health and into work pathways. But the undeniable focus of this bill has been changes to personal independence payment. I truly thank my Clwyd North constituents for their time and their trust in sharing their stories so openly. To them, I say I hear you and will continue to represent you. So many have been desperately